Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No one from Atos will engage now, but it's going to be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep it under control or not.
How do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Is it just a human being like with Cyborg, just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get under people's skin. I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. Everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional by the time they actually step up to compete that it's pretty easy to read them. They're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Spriggs is a perfect example at ADCC. I posted on my story on Instagram 10 minutes before a match. I said what I'm going to do to Tim Spriggs. And he's a very stally guy, and he saw that, and then he came out and actually tried to fight me. He came and actually engaged my guard, and I ended up submitting him. So it either has that effect, or it has the effect where they know I talked so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super stally and they move away. So it either has one effect where they come forward and they want to beat me, or they're so afraid of getting submitted that they know if they engage, they're super cagey and they just back away and don't really do anything.
Do you think this match happens?
There's a lot of variables. One, I have to see how my stomach is. And two, if I'm actually going to show up and compete and my stomach's healthy, I doubt that Andre will actually show up to compete. I've been trying to compete against him for 6 years, and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would now.
Is it possible for you to speak to where your estimates are about your stomach, or is it too unclear for now?
Still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February, and I'm pretty sure that I need to do the same test they did initially to retest all my levels and then go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better, not nearly as bad as it used to be. I was explaining to someone the other day, for the last 4 years, I would be so nauseous that every time I would walk into a new room, I'd have to actively locate a garbage can in case I have to throw up. So I'm one step above that right now. I'm doing a little bit better than that. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not where it needs to be.
Can we talk about diet for just a second? Because both of you, George and Gordon, suffered from stomach issues of different kind, and have arrived for now at different places. But can you maybe, George, speak to the general question of what is the best diet for performance, for training? What have you learned through your career about this?
Well, I think everybody is different. To me, personally, I implement fasting.
What up, KG?
Time-restricted eating and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do 3
Welcome,
to 5
KG.
days.
How are you?
Water fast. And I liked it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system.
Glad that you guys are here.
I read papers about this. And
Welcome.
It helps me also feel good. It's kind of very therapeutic.
Physical and mental, or just mental?
Yeah, mental and physical. Because when I break my fast and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours. Because I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, diet-wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. that's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
So high protein, high fat, low carbs.
Well, this is different between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of the carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs.
Me too.
I know a little bit about paleontology and the past about prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I've traveled certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture, in the western part of the world, we don't really eat, but it's something that is very nutritious.
Have you been able to convince Gordon to try fasting?
We always talk about diets.
It's a different situation, I think, for Gordon because he's an heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. When a heavyweight, the range of like my range was like I was a welterweight and middleweight, but heavyweight, it's like some of the guys that you can compete against. They might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. You know what I mean? So. And there is things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon, you know. So he has to make his own experience. And I told Gordon, sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right, see how you feel with certain things.
Experiment. Not a topic that's part of your optimization, optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do before my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurring staph infections in 2018. And I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and it just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. I was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram who are just watching Rogan, asking me about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests. And for 4 years, I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this. I went to this doctor in California who diagnosed me with I have H. pylori and then a fungal and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing and I would have a lower body weight, and I would do like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can and maintain the weight the best I can based around how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. Like anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard for me.
Which sucks because in Texas,
all fast things,
all
barbecue.
And I mean, this diet is really important for you, John. I can tell. Is that something you think about for athletes at all? Again,
No,
this is part of the.
No, I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40. With regards to longevity, for older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens, but that guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy.
Yeah.
George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
The Tuccini Alfredo, that was my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, for in his youth, was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tonin, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance is no better than anyone else on the mat. So I've never I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement in sports performance.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not a hindrance or it's actually good. Like Travis Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power, because whenever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that's like my body knows how to perform under whatever Skittles or whatever.
Everywhere's got McDonald's.
Everywhere's got McDonald's. So that makes like, and they've convinced themselves. And you talk about Russian athletes, a lot of them have very strong beliefs about like this, a particular food being good for them.
But there's no agreement among them. Right?
Exactly. No agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important than the actual diet.
Yeah.
If I can, after a night out, when you're hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburgers with, we call that a poutine back home, because it's very fat, it's greasy, so the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed the alcohol.
There you go.
100%.
You can train
My mom told me the same story once, and then I was hungover for some party, and I woke up. I was like probably, I don't know, 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy." And I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo, but I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food. I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to do science on extreme performers. So the discussions we're having is amongst the very elite. You know, that this might not apply to a general like recreational athlete, but for the elite.
I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport, and I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in it. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen any significant difference.
Well, we had a little bit of a difference of opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had a discussion about this. So what do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
Personally, for me, I believe, and I've learned that from John. I used to train like a bodybuilder before, because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things. Because it was like I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing. That's how we should do it, to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on that it's all about efficiency. And some guys, they don't lift at all. They're doing pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for longevity. It's mostly for therapeutic. It's more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do every day in the gym in combat sports. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was with therapeutic?
Mostly therapeutic. I think it could transcend to performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit.
So, Gordon, as somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded and huge, what's the value of strength?
So I
in
do like a
sports?
combination of John got us big into like gymnastic type movements. and muscle ups and things like that when we were young, like toes to bar, because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're retaining guard. It's knees to chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with, I do a lot of, opposite of George, I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you shouldn't be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I feel like lifting 7 days a week for me is too much, and the lifting takes a lot of energy and do like hard lifts like that. But my idea is, if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu, and if you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start putting crazy weights, then start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weights with a very high rep range of 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to fatigue muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah, and also I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling, because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, when if you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat, and you go back and forth, like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? Like the actual mass of muscle, like this. So
I think being stronger will always help in a combat.
Will always help.
Yeah, to some degree. It's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become that have detrimental effects to efficiency. So
Yeah, I
like
agree with that.
certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, you always have to understand there's only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight a silverback gorilla, it's going to kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights are the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smaller people. But I think that if you stay with the discipline of doing everything very precise, and I train a lot smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise with the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this.
I thought you were going to say.
I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how underneath and like berimbolo silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery and their legs out. It was amazing.
I guess okay. So before we talk about strength, John, let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if 2 animals faced? One of them would win, and people wouldn't predict that. So they would be surprised by the effectiveness of certain animal at fighting whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's
wait, slow down here.
Okay. So there's 2 animals of different species fighting, and most people would pick. So, for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can be a lion.
Yeah, this is one of those age-old debates.
In grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, actually, I don't even know how they
have extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they're powerful biters as well.
So I wonder, and the same with the silverback. I don't know how much they're. I love that we're having this discussion.
We need Joe Rogan for this discussion.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. So your question has gone in about 5 different.
So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete in jiu-jitsu, let's stick to grappling. Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental?
I've always believed that 2 things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on the a very important effect upon the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance or whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes, well, which becomes more important? Increases in strength or increases in skill? There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, then why bother? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. At that stage, you're really getting a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, experience far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Tonin that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have had no outcome, no influence on those matches. So the question always becomes, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on them. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes.
Well, the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram. There's a world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have.
Yeah. There's also economic elements too. Like most people, I hate to say this, but it's true. Most people are more concerned with image than function, and it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one.
It's like Fedor.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use it as a selling point. You can be a guy that doesn't look like he should be winning, but he is winning. That is a selling point. But if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Fedor and winning matches, most people will select, I wish I'd rather look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their ability.
Yeah, Nike's not gonna sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott. No, Fedor maybe.
But yeah, we at the very top. There's something about aesthetic, like image of strength. And power.
So it's also also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, do you like what you see? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you find yourself attractive? You know what can you do to make you look better? And I think to me it was one of the reasons I work out. Also, like that.
Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says, "I look damn good today."
Yeah, it could be too. It's also a genetic factor. Some people, you know, it's harder for them. I mean,
All right, so the question on training. You guys, John, Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George had a different, like, a different approach to training. So, like, what is, no, I don't mean that in a kind of the opposite or something. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously, you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment in the field. So, what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just elite but the best?
but a lot of people when you say train, they see training hard. I believe you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard every day. That's what John taught me. Um, for me, the nervous system. Sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So, uh, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, absorbing certain things. And I did a lot of volume of training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring day, I like to do it quick because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of 5 minutes. I don't like to spend um, uh, an hour or 2 hours in the gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. You know, not for 2 hours, for 25 minutes. And my last fight, John and I, we were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, you know, more opportunist. And John, I remember we when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shilkane, Gary Tonin, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, you know, for ABI or like in grappling the round are longer. But in a mixed martial art fight, it's very rare that you're gonna spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen, but so do you remember we did the round 3 minutes? We did all the round I was doing were 3 minute round. So it gives a different rhythm to the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, to be more of a finisher because I had only 3 minutes to do what I needed to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be too over patient.
Welcome.
You know what I mean?
How are you, Dai? Good.
It serves me well in my last fight, and I think that's a good blueprint to follow.
What's good?
When you're a mixed martial art fighter. If I would,
Hello.
The result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had.
Not to do, be very careful on doing too much volume.
Yes.
Try to get out and then try to focus on finishing and getting out as
I mean,
possible.
to build up your foundation, I believe you need a lot of volume. But when you get ready for competition, it needs to be something that replicate what you're gonna be facing.
What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that or not?
I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest, and people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problem. You have a hard time sleeping because you have like someone died, or I don't know, like you hold money, you're broke, or what, like, you know what I mean? It could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high, you know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation. It's not. You know?
Yeah, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors.
It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taking as into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Just kidding. Next question. So I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing, like what have you learned about what brings out the best in you as the elite level grappler?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school, from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body at purple belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume is very important. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, like if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that's went through my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Henzo's got shut down and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set up schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. Right now I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Henzo's. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you learned on seeing all these different athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athlete specific?
Yeah. First, one thing that needs to be addressed is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there is no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. George's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the 2 sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that a mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really 5-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you're scored. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Maya, there's still a significant part of each round which is spent in setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you'll have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, and it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground, may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing and completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the two athletes go through will reflect that. If George St. Pierre, in training for mixed martial arts, becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. The grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom of the mountain, just practice just survival skills. We just don't get submitted from bottom out. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown and fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap. Whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan, we can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete. Like
Actually, be a benefit. Exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit that you said being at the bottom of mount, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu, grappling somehow deeper because you're physically exhausted?
Absolutely. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to endure, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and matches.
Yeah, there's for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And that there's something there. There's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. Like, I mean, if you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. You say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over, being submitted, I don't know. It's a very good process for other avenues of life. I find. I can't explain why, because I'm driving home, crying afterwards, listening to Bruce Springsteen. But afterwards, afterwards somehow you can think clearer. You can see clear about what is the right path through life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also the grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it, and now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is.
I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself, like sometimes to see how far you can go, because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You know, you can push yourself through a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that point, and you pushed through it. But like John just mentioned, it's a risky thing to do in striking because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, it's you tap it, something wrong, but you can do it also in strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time, track and field. It helps me to know myself better. I think it's important. It's a good point.
And it's like the scrimmage wrestling rounds we do. It's like if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. But if I stop moving, I'm a pussy. If I don't stop moving, I'm gonna be twice as exhausted when we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play inside your mind.
It's your pride very often that keep you sharp. You know what I mean? Because you just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you think you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there, or like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons? Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons?
Yeah, you'll need to patch up your question or what it's going to several different dimensions.
Wow, that was not only am I being dominated in jiu-jitsu, I'm being dominated in interviewing.
No. I'm not answering
that question.
It's that part of the scene where they're like, okay, now we interview you.
But you went down the evolution.
Bob Lazar, what do you think?
I mean, do you I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence for this is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you hear a commotion, two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along and to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from. And there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George, you used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride, which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people will be pushed further back. But everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this eternal interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that, and I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us, and sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come to into a shoving match, and that will degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts where physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry.
Well, I really have to ask you about this then. There's a guy in Harvard named Richard Wrangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened. How do we get from apes to humans? Like, what was the magic thing, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and the ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how to describe this, is basically that the beta males won. That the apes that were able to cooperate. So the way you develop cooperation is that there's a big bad leader, that the alpha male, that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so we built big tribes that just excelled at cooperation by practicing the overthrowing the leader. And so, and anytime an alpha male would rise up, we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males, the descendants of beta males. That's his kind of theory, that cooperation is fundamental and it's so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension of violence and cooperation, and how important is this cooperation to the core?
Yeah.
What's up, big dog?
If you can look at it in the
Hello. Hola. Hello.
in a given training room. Jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts is solo sports. A solo athlete steps into the cage or steps onto the mat, but all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. There's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity itself. Everything we do in life, we do alone, but we grow up in this given community and what have you. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow's correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the community they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc.
Yeah, physically dominates.
But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we have political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of a community. So
was the cooperation allowed us to to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male on top, with the alpha creature on top.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species, so we need to cooperate in order to evolve. That I think made us the top of the food.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay, the more your numbers increase and the higher the technology for the weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of an alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material of humans, we're fucking pathetic. And a predatory animal kingdom, we're just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community who can talk to each other with language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals, and suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human armed with a simple metal tipped spear can kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom and working as a group.
I'll beat your silverback. You know how? I'll fight him in a deep water pool because he cannot swim. So I don't have to touch him. He'll drown, and I
How do you
can't
get them
swim.
into the pool?
You know why? Because someone told me. Because I live in a community, someone told me that information, so I know he passed it on to me.
He taught you. Well, you have to convince him to. You have to somehow convince him to join you in the pool, which is very difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, Don, you've looked at mixed martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start.
When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting.
Yeah, it's fine. You said unrestricted MMA type fighting. MMA type fighting. So
Okay.
there's street
MMA,
fighting.
Yep.
There's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. It's really the sport of grappling.
You're saying, okay, what's the difference between MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that would have been a much better question to
Yeah.
ask.
Well, the single, when you talk about grappling, you're talking about jiu-jitsu rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally change the sport.
You know, in the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hurt your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally through a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throw. In most grappling sports, it can happen, but it's relatively rare, and it's not encouraged by the rules there. So
Cyborg with
yeah, you got close. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards a dominant position, culminating in your opponent's back, and then apply a stranglehold. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling is it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for in this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out and win. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's this sense in which the biggest difference between them is time of application of technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler, whereas there is much more of what they call a puncher's count in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of the techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on, and wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You can do a lot of damage in a very small amount of time, and just the temporal dynamics of how things happen.
Everything you see will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, if Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat, his opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, if you come to the center of the cage and sit down, the other guy can just walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground-centered. MMA is typically standing-centered. At the beginning of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground. It's written in the rule set. And so one is inherently ground-oriented and one is inherently standing-oriented.
So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens in mixed martial arts.
Yes, you have to be able to impose where the fight is, whereas in grappling, you can simply choose it.
So, George, what is your sense of the difference in terms of how you approached it between the two sports? So you also are a student of wrestling and grappling. So in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling, purely the sport, did you have to leave behind?
I'm very lucky. I had the opportunity. I train with, I consider the best mentor trainer I
Welcome,
ever
how are you?
had. And I have some of the best grapplers that I can train with. They were there to help me
Hello.
in my career. So
How are you? Hello. How was your day? Famales, how are you? That's good. I didn't want to talk to you.
for my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time in one specific area. It's hard to be, a world-class athlete in only one particular area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well-rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas: striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas, that being just very good at one and not as good at as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more option when I fight someone. I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis to that person better if I'm more well-rounded. If I do not have those well-rounded skills, I don't have that option.
You have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling and the way you approach it versus fighting?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that the one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general, agreed upon, and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in the rules, maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play to the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers, where if they can stall to the overtime and then hit a takedown in the overtime and not really do any jiu-jitsu, but they score a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position with your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes, and certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under an ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Lowe under an ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me in the same day in an EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which have small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu, you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athlete skill sets.
You mentioned Leandro Lowe. I got to ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. The same is true for George. And, the only person who has ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt, yeah.
At black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple time IBJJF and Nogi world champion. You may face him at ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes. I have to say yes, right? But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, so 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, and whenever people talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, the guy who strangled Gordon. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And then the second match with the full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken in like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it would have went into an overtime. That could change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost gotten worse. Whereas since that match in 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny Magalesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments, Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. And he's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly where he was dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks like he's worse than he was when he beat me in 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one, and he's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time, he was much bigger than me. The second time, he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and there's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of the scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with in terms of the set of opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of really difficult
that's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take him down, and if I take him down, I'm going to pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, because they're so much bigger and they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. And I think they may be longer, drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally. It's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So, and I've already taken him down in the last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just easily put him down, pass him, and then finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was phrased beautifully. We talked about the Thiago Alves fight that George had, and John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we're talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That there's an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight? John, maybe too. What lessons you gained from that fight?
Don't hit you. It was your fight, not mine.
Well,
Or maybe it also tell what happened in terms of your injury.
oh yeah. So I was fighting Thiago in the third round. I tear my adductor muscle. It happened when I was on the bottom, and I think he pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I heard a pop. I didn't know what.
I think you were going for an armbar. You were on his back, you switched to armbar, and he cleared the leg by pushing on your leg, and you went in with a pre-existing injury and it tore.
Yes, and it got, and I heard a pop. I didn't know what it was, but I know it really hurt. So I came back standing up, and there's a famous video one that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner, and I tell my coach, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. And Greg Jackson is like, I don't care, hit him with your growing. But I was very worried because I was in pain, but I did not know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. You know, I knew I was ahead on the scorecard, and I need to finish strong.
So what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? So he was an exceptionally difficult opponent to take down.
Yeah, well, at first I knew I had a good jab, a good, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork, because he was like a tank. He was much bigger and much stronger than me, and I never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in. And when I was coming all the way in, it was with my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by using a distraction like a jab to make his end goes up, and then I go with a single or double leg, or to react, like baiting him for him to come hit me, and then while he's coming to hit me, I go change level, and that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find that for myself, I specialize more into explosive takedown in the center of the octagon because I found it more economical for me.
What did you see? You were commenting, John, about the wrestling. That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that George St. Pierre, I don't think you wrestled.
I started wrestling, I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys, so they took me underneath their wing. But my ability to cover distance come from karate, does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the movement and the explosion required was karate. Yeah.
I think an important distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career, and I believe, George, you were the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shoot boxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular, takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to hit a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers who, in a wrestling match, would easily put down their opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive the minute you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact with an opponent for a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. In the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range in a very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle for an international size for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright. You're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed of it is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers at a wrestling club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young, and when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. It was in his country. It was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations, and this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre. He had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, "George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out." And it was crazy.
Darwinism.
Yeah.
He was like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna die. Literally.
And he adapted.
It could have been very bad, but it turns out to be great. His methods.
But there's a sense here in which people think, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability on takedowns. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? Okay, on the broadest possible level, I always give the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things: the direction, the pace, and the setups. If you dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking him down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it went to ground or whether it stayed standing was always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups into takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. the whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on an opponent, and as a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just bully someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open. He could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I won't name names, but I always laugh when people say, oh, this is the greatest pound for pound guy of all time. And I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because it's rude to talk about that in public because it's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest names in the history of the sport, put them in advanced position on the ground and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I got to say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. It's, the impact that you had on the degree to which takedown we use in the sport was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you're one of the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you, because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shoot boxing, and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing and there was kickboxing, and then I came to America and I learned grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two.
Well, then I have to ask, because George sits here uncomfortably being complimented. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins?
Ooh, that's a very, very loaded
And
question.
how?
Yeah.
Like, what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win in your view? If one wins or the other one wins, what happens?
Interestingly, they're actually very similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight. If you actually see them stand next to each other, they're of similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavier than you walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would, ironically, have a kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George is mostly an elbower from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They weren't submission specialists in the sense of someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Yeah, it's just a fascinating idea.
So it's almost like who gets the first takedown?
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would go to hold the other down for a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. the few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. So the Thiago Alves fight, most of the standing time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. It's a very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level is going to be in the standing position. And so it would come down to, that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push it to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. And you can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best that you'll ever see. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial artists I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has a loss by DQ, but no one believes that was a loss. George does have 2 losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all 3 athletes have at least one match which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches which could have gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Gleison Tibau could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the 3 of them. All 3 of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of a fight. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the 3 is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't pull them apart. Which answer you give as to which of those 3 is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time, or is it the quality of the opponents that they had? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. If you do it by measured dominance through not being defeated, then it has to go to Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, since his one loss is by DQ, but then you could also say the last 3 or 4 fights that John's had haven't been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose will come down to who. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes.
Welcome
You
to
could
Harry
throw a
Potter
blanket
Mama
over
Summit.
the 3 of them,
Glad you're here.
it's that good. And which one you select will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about them as athletes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How's your day going? Okay.
Athletes.
I believe the best fighter, the GOAT, he's not even born. Because the generation that is present benefit of a huge advantage. They have knowledge, technology that we didn't have before. And we had the knowledge that the other generation did not have before. But I believe the best, the GOAT, is not even born yet. As good as they are today, I think in sport where you can measure the performance, track and field, or Olympic lifting, someone is better than the other one because you can measure the performance. Fighting is all subjective. We always debate of who would win, but the tendency in sport is that the performance get better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor.
As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So, something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. Like, you imagine the kind of grapplers who just the history didn't record them.
Mm.
There could have been small tribes where they developed mini UFCs, and they've developed the kind of things you have to think of, like the Gracies. Just a small family was able to develop so much so quickly.
I often has this discussion with John, and I think it's very important, like to mention. I ask you several times, like, what would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancration?
This is an interesting question.
And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it.
Yeah, no, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of pancration. Like, most of what we know was, from what I'm told, is actually lost in the fires of the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with only a pitiful amount of information on pancration matches. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, and that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. As far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for literally hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancrationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platus is like plate. It means broad or big guy, like the big guy. And he spoke often about pancration in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport of that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing, as city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best pancration athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was their skill level. And
it's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling, in collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, because we offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling?
Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangles from the back. If you look at most tournaments and most rule sets, it has success across rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage such as height in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. Okay, a heel hook is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's just not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of the match. A stranglehold, by contrast, will always end the match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people and grappling is a rear naked strength.
So when you look at an athlete, maybe Gordon, you could speak to this. Like, what's the best? You mentioned Gary with the guillotine. What's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest your development, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads into that.
I think that, you have to do them all, obviously, but if I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different in joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with the strangle. There's no, there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, and then you put him down and you're not directly behind them. With leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where you can, your chest to back, you have a body triangle and you're pinning the guy in place. He can't explode out. He can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind them due to the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So would you say that's the most dominant position in jiu-jitsu, like more than mount, more than side control?
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys with their back taken. If you get an explosive guy from bottom mount, he can bridge and he can off balance you and lock half guard maybe and then work back to guard. But if someone locks a body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys getting pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was the body triangle like a well understood thing? Was that an invention at that point, like as a system, as a control function?
Perhaps some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called dojime, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries, which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not a standard part of class. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize, hey, this is a stronger method of control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have of your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are of shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broadly built through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. So, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone or every body type in every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But in top-level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity or a choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would choose a body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling. Maybe George, you can comment on like what's the highest percentage, not statistically speaking. Perhaps that's also interesting, as John talked about. But just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down if you in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skill. For me, when I look someone who want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, you cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. It was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it, we talked about like, there's also the John Smith low single. Actually, I don't even know if that's applicable for jiu-jitsu at all.
You can use it, but it runs into the problem with submission holds. Yeah, it's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a whole plethora of submission holds and the scoring, it's a little more difficult to use. You know?
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. you're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. What John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and spinning onto the back. So that's an interesting idea. And also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and then switching to a double, or wizard position and doing knee tap. Like there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective when you look at the statistics. And it seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there is some conclusion to be drawn there.
Oh yeah, I believe you need to. The high percentage move. There's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, I one of my main strength, athletic strength, is I'm an explosive person. So I'll use technique that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my thing I like to do is to go for the double, power double. But for someone else who got, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, like or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there is moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage move that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do an Adaka Jimmy. It's very easy. But it's not everybody that can lock a triangle with their legs. So those move like rear naked choke, Adaka Jimmy is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger range of
based
people.
on the physical characteristics of the people. Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, for like in terms of what to focus on?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with very little to show for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time,
Unless you die on the mat.
That's true.
Insane.
I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation, a move which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg locks. When I was first started jiu-jitsu, they were considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that, in fact, that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move if we just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage or this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. Okay, if you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and funk their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems for you. I don't care how athletic your opponent is. If you get a hold, a firm grip of both of his legs and start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from it, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips, their head, their hands, you go into all their defensive weapons. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they would refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in a front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no sprawl out of that. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimoras, or the standard defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. And so if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. It can be wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about mechanics. that's what ultimately is going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Gordon pointed out earlier that when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defending threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of their legs and apply a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of their defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, upper legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest wrap position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the open.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that an outside low single leading to a double leg is a much higher percentage. Like there's a lot of chain wrestling yet, that needs to be considered as a possibility. Maybe a straight on double. And part of this cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That they came to be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that with Jordan Barros, people are preparing for the double, which is why he had to develop a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then the head to all the different controls, all the different ties within the rule set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set on all of this. Judo over the past, I think, 20 years went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, like fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. That was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in the rule can change the sport at the highest, when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to recompute. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up with the rules. They have to figure, oh shit, you're not allowed to. It's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore in MMA. Because you were not allowed to grab legs anymore in judo.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
There's a reason why those guys are at the top.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to do that they're specific to a rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athletes. It's a different game at that point. And judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remain the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would have been thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
And now for something completely different, we're talking about aliens, right? So George brought up Bob Lazar. I will likely probably talk to Bob Lazar on this podcast. And then John had a skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John and Gordon, do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms in a cosmos as large as this is I think, naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and are they circling our planet in little silver saucers and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes?
Doesn't have
That's
to
a
be
whole lot.
silver saucers. It could be different other color saucers.
And that question, I'm not real convinced. No, I didn't. Recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Like literally UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and that these somehow exist, I just reserve judgment. I just say I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with little alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe in many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not little aliens with ray guns? Something very different, very, very difficult to detect for us humans. Us very
Well, then
human-centric.
at that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible. But show me the evidence.
All right. What about you, Gordon? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien organ or civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs because they're 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much cool stuff could be going out there.
Yeah.
And, the scary thing, of course, is if they haven't visited us yet, there has to be a good reason for it. And the set of scary reasons of all the fact that they maybe once you get sufficiently advanced in your development, you destroy yourself naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more, and they're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram with each other.
Those are good points you're raising.
History has taught us that everything that lives one day will die, so we will perish.
One day, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Like space is an unimaginably inhospitable environment, and to the best of our knowledge, even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. We're just not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
By we, you're referring to your biological meat bag that's containing the essence of the mind that is John Danaher. Maybe we can transfer the mind alone. So the bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe
But again, this is all
contents of the mind is.
it's possible. But
What do you think of
concrete evidence?
you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk wanting to colonize Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to leave at some point the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroid, volcano. There are crazy things happen here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just look 12,000 years ago, what happened? You know, so there is cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out to be able to get out and spread our seed.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about like, you know, we don't get that exploration from most of modern society. You know, the kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of, you know, coming to the North America, throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty of what's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? There, you know, the goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. You can do so now unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved. It's boring. Is there some part of you that enjoys
I think that if I was like towards the end of my life, I would like to travel to Mars.
This is
Just the experience, yeah. But if I go to Mars, I'm not coming back. That's it.
One-way ticket. Maybe with the technology we have now, maybe in the future, maybe the children of our children will be able to experience that. Go to
the
weekend on Mars.
Well, the whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable, so it's not a one-way ticket. That's the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two that you travel from?
I think the current thing, you'll be stuck on Mars for 2 years.
But how long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty. I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty quick. Like I don't know, on the scale of months, not scale of years.
You might not be healthy when you come back. You know, all the astronauts, they experience health issues. You know, they lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. So
Yeah,
I don't think the technology is good right now. I mean,
let's say
if
that.
it is, I would love to be doing it for a weekend. If it's safe, I would
you're
love to be
also
the
somebody
first one to hey,
For a professional fighter to sacrifice his body for something. So there's some sacrifice we do in life, right?
I don't want to be the first. I wouldn't want to. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, count me in.
So one of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having children or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. It's to look back at that like blue dot. That
Nerve wracking.
holy
Like
shit,
you see like Earth disappear into the distance.
yeah, disappear into the distance, and then you get to actually stand on Mars and see, and just to look. You're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing, where the risk is tremendous, and I don't know. I find that risk really compelling for some reason, but that could be just the exploration. Look, I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore?
There's a sense, though, in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to whisk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You're basically, you didn't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting in a passenger seat, and you get off in a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or someplace like that.
Well,
It's,
there's a hierarchy of there's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people, and they all have roles. You don't get to
Okay.
go to Mars without having a skill set to
But if
contribute.
you made it sound like space tourism, where you just
Well, yeah,
pay a ticket.
I think it's a long time before you have space tourism to Mars where you have nothing to contribute. Okay. Like you will have to.
So what do? You go through like a training program? You go
training program, and then there's technical things you'll be contributing. So they would bring people, in terms of agriculture. I don't know.
Okay, so this is better. This sounds like they're more like explorers. Like if you talked before about explorers and human history, where Magellan sets off on his boat, and every person on the boat had a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better.
And with Magellan, I think most of the crew died.
A significant number did, yeah.
And from bacteria. I mean, from things that are unexpected and so on. And if we discover life on Mars, I mean, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive here too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars of minerals that would be useful?
I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA. This is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is the programs were funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspect to which we have to all invest into that, because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of cool things along the way that were totally unexpected. Like,
but NASA is funded by public funding, the taxpayer. How is Mr. Musk going to fund this?
Well, currently, most of the funding with SpaceX is NASA giving money so they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites? We need to go to, for the space station to resupply the space station, or we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote-unquote payloads? They just need. So NASA is paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space.
This is NASA's specialty. Why did they just give up on that?
What they realized when Mr. Musk came along, and Bezos and others, that said we could do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you, NASA, do what you do well, which is like test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA what they realized is it took way, way too long to do stuff. When you're investing millions, as billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up and the conservatism builds up to where you really have to test everything out. So projects take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week. And as opposed to just throwing away the rocket, we'll reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? It's the equivalent as if you flew a plane every time you threw it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane?
But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s.
Yes, well, they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here. That the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge amount of investment. With Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Yeah, cut costs.
Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be? Like, is that for that reason that now there's different branch? Like you just explained now NASA they're specialized in this, but they let other branch.
Yeah, there's greater and greater specialization as we build up more stuff. just fascinating because
Is it making us more dumb in a way? Do you think like
yeah,
I don't know, like you know,
Helpless,
but
maybe.
like I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to build it up. Like
I mean, it's that beta males building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more, and I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold in this day and age. Of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people, and I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are losing the skills to do that. As more and more people are specialized, as opposed to general thinkers. We're like extremely good at specific things.
are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware?
That's one, the legged one.
It's
No,
self-aware, like
it's not self-aware. It's been listening, but it's not self-aware.
But do you think a human being is self-aware?
That's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. When the robots move, there's a sense of when they turn on, something entered that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise you, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them, I mean, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine.
So when you turn it on enough, you feel like it dies every time and it reborn.
So for most machines, we don't feel that way. We don't, when we unplug things, we don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off an organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember, this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like, holy shit, that's a living thing.
But does he remember?
It feels like a living thing.
Does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged him? Is it like he's sleeping? Like is he wake up, or is he like
No,
dead,
so
or
right
he actually
now-
start to zero
No, it doesn't start at zero. It remembers everything. That's the key.
every time you
Yeah.
unplug?
Wow. It's storing the memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced. It's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference, and they wouldn't remember. The microwave currently doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this when I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape, and all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off. It's like shit. That's a living. That's a living thing disappearing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. That that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have a connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs and cats and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me, because ultimately I feel like they'll help us understand ourselves and maybe practice grappling moves. Anyway, well, let me ask the advice question. now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I spoke to George. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or at life in general, whether they're maybe in high school or in college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
you said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you see a different move, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the result of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, I would be bored already because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today. And that for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah.
Because you've become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah. I definitely I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, I just have no idea how to teach. So that's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things, or being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like yourself?
Well, first I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want to do, and long term, use certain things maybe sometimes you don't love, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend want you to become, what you want to become. One that you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, the second thing is, try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both, competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a friend, or otherwise your business is going down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is gonna screw you, So it's very important to stay away from the negative, build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. You have to go through hell sometimes, but you have to see the light at the end of it. To keep your dream in mind is going to give you the motivation to go through the tough times. It's nothing easy to go work. Is nothing you can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. If you do not invest on yourself, on whatever you are, in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something, and you stop improving, the other guys that are trying to be champion are going to catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most people, most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I start making money, I was investing on traveling to New York, training with John Gordon and the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy me jewelry, cars, and to do what a lot of guys do because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they didn't want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. And the last one I would say, it seems weird, I would say to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy. And it's not that, I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, to anybody. Give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back. Because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm gonna be able to give back to people I love, the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love in a way. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, is the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this. So I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason. What do you want to do with your success? So when I say give back, it's not because I'm necessarily. It's not to look like a nice guy. It's to keep your motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, George. John, first off, the two responses given so far cover, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that's required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately everything's going to come down to your ability to build skills, you've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're going to make it by yourself. So you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different. And so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can get one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better, and you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? Nope. But he was
absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at leg lock. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense through submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where you could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention, and the list just keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said earlier about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, unsatisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to, almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. Okay, George St. Pierre found it with shoot boxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career, and they branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry in one or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll go far.
John, Gordon, George, this is an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, how do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by that.
Thanks, John. Thank you, John.
Loved it. I learn all the time. I talk to you guys. It's great. I love it. I was very stimulated. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there will be some of the greats together, and the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And that Gordon, you would even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever, you know.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animals would win in fights.
Yes.
For the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just so we'll invite Joe, and it'll just be we'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a
analysis.
debate between Joe and John on which animal would win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage of animal fight. We are very intrigued about animal fight.
I get them at like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking like a pig, like literally, like.
It's not always fair.
No, it's not ever. But interesting stuff. If people would see what we send, the stuff that
They would judge you harshly. Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donahar, and Gordon Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Thomas Tull, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He is part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist for the band Ghost Hounds that tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he is humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Tull. In 2004, you founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, that includes Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and the list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? Or what does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid as a fan, and I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. And if you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting the mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started Legendary, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company, and I don't think there's any formula to get there. But I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who's the CEO of that little startup company? Is it the director? Who would you say kind of defines the success or the failure of the movie?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. I mean, from digital effects, certainly the actors. I mean, if you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing the parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on it called a script. Bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything you're trying to put out there. And you've got a cast that, even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together. They have to have chemistry together. And the director is kind of the general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly, to me, is each one had its own story and its own sort of how it came to be and why it worked or didn't work.
My pleasure.
So you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things with Legendary. So at that time and now, what is the good, the bad, and the ugly of the business of filmmaking? What are some interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix? What problems still exist that could still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still a cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was, at the time, it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at of that size as institutional capital, private equity, et cetera, is kind of a cottage industry set up around it. And I was perplexed and fascinated that didn't occur. And the way the movie business worked, it was unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career, to walk around and say, look, I have no experience. I've never done this before, but, And the second thing, being very fortunate at the time, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who, besides being creative, is also a Harvard MBA. So really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney with their run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. And so between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, including me, what is institutional? What is capital? What is institutional capital? What is equity? What is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, "Hey, you should invest in my company," that's sort of that's great and it's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T. Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund from a university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, "Hey, times are hard. I need my money back." If you're partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and the wherewithal to say, "Okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years." And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, to be patient.
And the benefit of that, patient, so it's long term. You have to deal with fewer parties, and they would do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
what are the benefits? What are the sort of the challenges of that kind of investment?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are they're professionals who are largely dispassionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really truly grasp what's being done. So they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering every little opinion. The movies and television are completely approachable, meaning everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, or why did you do that? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, if you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker, TD Ameritrade, and buy them. If on the other hand, you're talking about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you think about it.
But it's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals. You have to sort of have dinners and agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah. Now, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy or whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in this.
Is that, from all the kinds of investments you've seen, what do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies. So creating something special in this world.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money that whatever endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the edges, right? If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that that capital is patient enough so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure them by. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about, this is a weird question, but constraints? This is both for filmmaking and investment. Do you think more money is always better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. It's like constraints and almost like a desperation, and deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that?
Sure.
As an investor, as a creator, like what's the right balance?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation, right? There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money, right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient. And to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just, to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want will just keep flowing the cash, because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius, in things that that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society sort of writ large is I think that when you go through hard times, you have to do things that are uncomfortable and you don't want to do them because you're tired, that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. And you can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that we don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are a kind of gift. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From a human perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something is really difficult, to me, it's also a sign that many others would fail at this point. So like it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When people tell you that something is impossible, I love that, because it's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe, and then that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And of course you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, not a bug, of both personal life. It's just good for life, but for business, it seems like just good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
Because most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this. What's the most expensive movie you were involved with to make? And why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like, something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why is it expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great.
That's an epic film, by the way.
It's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. I mean, that was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially, it certainly did.
Yeah, with Jurassic World, I can't even imagine having those meetings because, like, you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs in it.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is in the, the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who, is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way. And I got to know him over the years, and just in awe of the way his brain works. And so, yeah, it's a big component.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of, because you're such a fascinating person, because you care a lot about technology, you care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build the plane while it's flying? Like, what's the role of innovation in this whole process?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Landau, his producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar at a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. And as they were explaining to me how they were capturing it and that they could go back later because they created the environment, it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he has continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he's an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about storytelling. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get in the way of story? Filmmakers, if you think about Jurassic World, obviously that's an experience. Like, what do you think about the tension between story, experience, and like visual effects?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in the way. Where I think you have these incredible filmmakers. We mentioned Chris Nolan, Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro. You could go on and on. Folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit in the past. You kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time. Perhaps you saw the changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix, with TV. So the role of film in society has changed. So what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like if you were, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, are thinking about the next 10, 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and, for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
Do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it kind of blending reality and gaming and movies?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I loved the book, and the movie was cool too, but that's one version of it, right? Where you go in, everybody's talking about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer, but being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I could think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet that understand, innovate, and how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you would view them, which I thought was great.
That was a gutsy move.
Yes, it was. And I can't tell you, around Hollywood, anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not being truthful, because everybody I talked to said they're idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, and they realized that there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff, and really good stuff. And so they started to create their own content that pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and then you had Hulu, then you had Disney deciding that they're going to have Disney Plus, and the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of, small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones come out, which was not only on the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place. And I also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell the story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's, all kinds of different format. Now, that I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix, you wouldn't, and HBO, you wouldn't have some of these epic shows. And so if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about Meta and Metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the whole industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, and at the same time, like, provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of that together. Like, however Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job, because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I've ever talked to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead, but it boils down to the people.
Yeah.
And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same, right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job with that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think, going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to find movies, my old shop, Legendary, just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune, and that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I'll want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, and it's not all going to go to a theater-going experience. So you're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
James Cameron is listening to this, so he officially agreed to talk at the time of on this podcast at the time of Avatar 2 release. I'm just holding you to that in this recorded conversation. Also, just super excited, both the movie and the director. There's something special about movies. They win Oscars. They're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten much quicker in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, the De Niro performances and, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations, that define generations, are filmed. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood and America was, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? And not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, are dominate not only the world market, but and so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, there's something in the water apparently. But I agree that I love movies, and I will, for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy, or you're a person, or or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines have completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. I mean, they're blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram, and I know right now it's just ridiculous to consider that these 1 minute things could be considered even in the same realm creatively as a film. But maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. And if a moving image can get a reaction out of you and make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between human cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why we've talked offline about this. That's why I love robots, is I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately can bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of all the fears and hopes and beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature that somehow, especially Lego robots, bring out. Is we have both a fear and excitement towards that. Are these going to be our overlords, our gods that overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity? You don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots in film, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve, do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Tulco, very imaginatively named. Part of that is literally every name ever is now taken, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund that has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year, I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Tulco was to buy almost always whole companies or majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs group, who were data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology that would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management teams that embraced this and wanted to take that kind of journey.
So yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but that finding the industries and the management pair, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. It takes quite a bit of work for them to leap into technology. I work quite a bit with the autonomous vehicles and just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? I don't know, California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things there. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable, and this isn't a comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it. Right? Especially if I'm successful and I feel good about myself, and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is, especially if you're a public company and you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and to be reliable and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, for the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all, because we're going to vet what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, you know, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard.
So you're saying so the Talco approach to this, the private investment, is the best way, perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks, and investing in innovation.
Well, look, we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, you know, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business, because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, and especially if it's not part of your DNA at that company. So, you know, I just think that what we tried to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go, and to be patient with capital, and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the, you know, the human ability to innovate and to iterate. You know, I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT, and it's like,
I'm still there.
yeah,
Still
still
teaching there.
still teaching, but that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring.
Yeah.
Right. And certainly the energy in Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America, is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA, to create things and invent things. And I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. You know, there's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to when we do stuff. And the doing part, when you build things, especially, like you care a lot about manufacturing too. Like you actually build physical products. That's where we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I, I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing, and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and do the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
There's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to be at Amazon, and we all felt the same way that America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way that we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies that again are being weighed and measured quarter by quarter, hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance that equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be an isolationist. That doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determinant and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation that we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster or a virus or something pops up, I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost in making supply chain resilient that we really have to consider. And so if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long-term, in building up manufacturing in a way where like you're making most of the stuff in one place, sort of bringing it all, not all, but as much in as possible, and building it almost like from scratch here in the United States. And what I guess your thought is, with innovation, it's possible to sort of revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, to reduce the amount of supply chain stuff and like build stuff from scratch, to do high-tech manufacturing, so like, optimize all aspects of the manufacturing, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface, right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working it. I for a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important to our country.
Yeah, I mean, you know who you're talking to. I love interaction, human-machine interaction, human-AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? Sort of like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future you're thinking about?
Well, robotics to me is an extreme exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. Have never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, you know, it might take away a job, but is it a good job for that person who's, you know, spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious? Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. I mean, that's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think, look, many hours has been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are all, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day standing up without losing your sense of balance. I mean, these are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment both in private industry as well as nation states now on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So we talked about manufacturing, so industrial robotics is very true that even in the factory, even the tasks that you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard and humans are just really good at them. And so on the flip side, in the digital space, which is with social networks, with recommender systems, with all kinds of personal assistants in terms of voice or voice-based AI systems, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't, this is where we worry to say stupid things, but I believe this very much, that when we have AI systems in the home currently, you have somebody like Alexa and Google Home and so on, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all the kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs and cats. Cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. Anyway, sorry to throw some shade. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. Then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances. You have lifelong friends. All that friend you have. I really believe that there is some aspect of the human experience that is deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as a robotics problem is super hard. So one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving, who can remove the human from consideration. We can solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in the lane. When there's a red light, you stop at a red light. You know, if there is humans in the picture like pedestrians, that's a ballistics problem. It's just treat them as a moving object that has with like 90% probability keeps moving in the way they were in the past few seconds. With some smaller probability they might stop or turn. Like just do some basic models about them and you'll be able to do it just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the full messiness of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken that we all do when we jaywalk. We look at the car. That driver doesn't have the guts to murder me, so I'm going to walk in front of him and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance, and AI systems need to be able to do that kind of dance. In Telco, there's the labs. So there's a data science component, there's an AI component. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Figs, makes healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women, and early days helping to build the platform and recruit and make sure that the everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time they were obsessive about their customer, which is doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessive about their product. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Figs. We have a company called Acrisure, which its AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was an insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings. It was completely AI driven, and in that case, you basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company and we've gone into all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we'd build it. Sometimes we'd help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Acrisure is really interesting as an example. So insurance is a fascinating space. It seems like very ripe still for disruption across the board. So it seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dump step of we've been using mostly paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody is using the same digital system, like databases, and just organize the data. It seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Acrisure is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives, and they would talk about technology. But Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of the back office tedious steps. And as you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and department, so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? Is that yes, I want to make money. Just, that's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom, and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And I have really eclectic tastes and interests, and it's just been an interesting journey.
So be part of and help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries that you disrupted. Yeah. Small tangent. Back to your childhood with your mom. Any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and we had no connections. I didn't understand. I didn't know what a trust fund was or prep school. I didn't know what any of that was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, you're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to. And I think from a young age, that was just an expectation that I had and that she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in a hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of, I'm probably 10 years old. It's freezing cold out. And if I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, you don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses. Not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about. No, it is what it is, and you have to get done what you need to get done. And again, I think it's you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. So I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important in my childhood.
So that's pretty. The reality of life like that is pretty humbling. You've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humbled these days?
By getting up. I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured, right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a scoreboard. And, I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if, if, and my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can. And at the same time, have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say, I'm always going to cause the outcome. Because you'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, beyond. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either, you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. And there are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure and they want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented that just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how I'm going to make payroll with that in my life. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace, because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
There's like some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. A part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, the thing you're dreaming about, like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already then? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be ambitious. Like, a lot of people work hard a long time for a dream, but you have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like you dreamed, and you have to shut it down. You have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be like, step it up, lean into it. Say almost like the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition. I'm just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go all in. But that is a kind of intellectual honesty, saying like, the big problem here is I've been kind of doing too many things. Maybe with this dream, you have to go all in on it. All this kinds of things. I mean, this human experience is complicated.
Yes, without all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you've measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago I heard this saying and it stayed with me. It was, never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at and starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things, is as much as you can. And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything that we did and strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school. That's what you do in my family. And even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So definitely you don't want to be sort of because you don't think fall victim to conformity and just go on doing the same thing over and over again.
That's right.
But at the same time, is measure twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and measure later. Is you leap in first.
Sure.
And it's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement, but you build up a good gut instinct of like what to do, and then you just do it, and then you figure out as the building the airplane as you're flying it.
Right. Well, and I think each one of those instances that you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, well, that's, those are, right? It's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field, or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait. To me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you got a mortgage and whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm gonna go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out, and sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, to hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating that you're involved with recently. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal that is focused on de-extinction. So this is funny relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are they going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5-6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, have an imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the press and to me the imaginative, like you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back the woolly mammoth and other extinct animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes in a more and CRISPR and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important here, just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and grings are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented, that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of, after spending time talking about where the lines are, people in other countries that, may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible people.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them whether they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about like human nature here. Like whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to interact with society at scale, like do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that happens? Some of that requires studying history. Some of that requires like just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand, like, hey, it doesn't always turn out like everybody hoped the technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
Hey, you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. You just a small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire? What from him? What insights have you drawn from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoon.
Yo, dog. How are you, big man?
Something I'll treasure forever. Look, sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful.
How you feeling?
Just kind of waking up a little.
All right. Well, why don't you get comfortable? I won't inundate you.
What?
You get comfortable. I don't want to inundate you.
Inundate?
Yeah, like inundate meaning like
Successful.
overwhelm you.
Oh, no.
All right. So I got a Reddit account that got a 7-day ban. That's the bad news. The good, which is like whatever. The good news. Of all of the platforms that I'm on, so the big ones for me are Rumble and YouTube, but I'm also on a bunch of others. There's one that has kind of always eluded me because I've never been able to really get any traction on it, whether it comes to streaming or spamming. And that one is known as Twitch. And so you know how I created Kickbots? Well, my idea is just I have to do the same for Twitch. Twitch is such a bigger platform, and I thought to myself, okay, if the worst thing happened and they banned my Twitch accounts, that's fine because Twitch only saves for 30 days. So that's no big deal for me. And if I never stream another minute on Twitch for the rest of my life, it really wouldn't harm me. The thing that harms me is YouTube and somewhat Rumble as well. But I'm live streaming right now on a whole bunch, including Instagram and some others. And so I'm developing robots for Twitch. Now, Twitch has a lot of different ways to combat spam. So I know I'm going to become a target there pretty easily. But it's a process. So we got that going for us. And it's funny because one day somebody's going to come in here and I'm going to say, how'd you find out about me? And they're going to say, you spammed my Twitch account. And that is going to be a good day. Just like Aframashia came in here because I spammed her. She saw my spam on Kick.
Oh,
I agree.
yeah. That looks really cool. Is it process of creating an account and then perfecting it.
Yeah, it's the latter. Anything can be hacked. Basically, there are no captchas. Captchas are the thing that really ruin me when it comes to creating accounts because then I have to sit there and and I've done it. I made 2,100 individual Twitch accounts or Twitter accounts. That's a lot of work just doing captchas. It took me like 6 months to just do that many captchas. But Twitch is a little different. It has some systems in place that prevent some things that I do that Kick doesn't have. But I'm kind of like, here's the thing: if I go to the big streamers and I spam them, I lose my account immediately. But I've been spamming people on Twitch now who are small streamers, and that's what I'm going to go for. Small streamers. Why? Because a small streamer can be friends with a big streamer, and they can just be like, "Oh, this motherfucker again," or "I saw this motherfucker on Kick," or whatever. If I go for the big streamers, though, I'm just they have moderators, and they can just take me out, and then they report me, and then I'm done. And but like I've been spamming for like a good hour on the same account, and I'm normally not allowed to do that. At least on Kick. Kick they pay people in another country to just basically find my accounts and get rid of them. And I
Wow.
oh yeah. I think they're paid from like the Philippines or Indonesia or something. And some people are in India. Something that I learned recently about the YouTube system. All of the YouTube appeals are done through India. So that's why you don't have people who were like fired from YouTube and they come out and they're like, hey, this is what's going on YouTube. These assholes are trying to censor people or whatever. That never happens because they're in India. And all of the appeals are through India. So it really doesn't come into play with American streamers or American employees unless it's like a really big stream. But that rarely happens. And that's why it's just silence about anyone who complains about YouTube's censorship policies because like normally you get whistleblowers, but we don't get whistleblowers from YouTube, and I always wondered that. And I've not come to a conclusion. I've read and learned from other streamers that everything is coming from India, and if they fire you in India, like the odds are you're going to get on a computer and be able to say in English what's going on. No one's going to sit down with you with an interview. In the United States, people would. People would jump at the chance. You worked at YouTube, yeah, and you were in the censorship section, yeah, which I think is called like community trust or something. Okay, well, will you sit down and tell us what they do? And they'd be like, yeah, here's what happens. But there's none of that. So I'm kind of excited. Oh, why did I get banned on Reddit? This is a really interesting one.
So hang on, let me use the restroom really quick.
You do what you need to do, absolutely. And I only got banned for 7 days.
Oh, that's good. At least a little more.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. Hope you're having a good day.
All right.
Excellent.
So only 7 days. Reddit.
Yeah, and it was so stupid why I got. Dude, Reddit is so. They're the best company in the world that I know about, mainstream company that's best at preventing fake accounts is Yelp. Yelp is by far the best. Um, Yelp,
Really?
yeah, and I learned this in the startup world. You would think that you could just, when you're a small business, inflate your ratings by just having a bunch of friends create accounts and do that. And it is not that easy, even if they're real people. I mean, I can tell you countless stories about real people I knew who made real accounts, who used the service. The company that I helped to start, well, the app I helped to start was an on demand car wash app. And I found much success in it, but in 2020, the law changed. It's called AB5, and who was determined to be an independent contractor. And the owner of the business was sued for $45 million. And he ended up, I told you about this guy, he ended up getting murdered in Las Vegas hotel. And
Yeah, that's right.
exactly. So along that journey, though, I learned, this is how I learned a lot about the app world and really a lot about social media. And I went from just a regular employee there to being the managing director, the top employee there, within like 6 months or so, actually even sooner than that. And we launched the app within 6 months of me getting there. It was on commercials throughout Southern California, created billboards, did advertising. So I learned a lot about that world. And I can tell you Yelp is better than any of them. And we used to have calls with Yelp because the owner of the business would spend a lot of money with them. He'd spend thousands of dollars a month with them. And what is actually an illegal practice that they nevertheless did was they record everything that you say to them on the phone. They create a transcript. So the guy who owned the business would get really upset with them. What the fuck is going on? I want this, I want this, I want this. I'm paying you thousands of dollars. Why is it that this is happening? This is all creating transcripts. And just to give you an idea, in order to get a Yelp review, like normally if you were like, hey, I'll create an account for you or something, like that'd be like, I don't know, $10, $50, something like that. For a Yelp review, they're $100. They used to be, this is like 6 years ago, they used to be $100 each. And if it was a Yelp elite member, it was $300. So they're basically people who have created their own revenue generation by just going to a nice restaurant or just a smoothie bar, but they're a Yelp elite person. And because of that, they make $300 every time they do that. And you would think, like, really, it's that important to have reviews? And yes, I mean, Yelp is the lifeblood of the customer service world. If people get pissed off, they go to Yelp. Now, there is a fabulous documentary. I've seen it twice. It's called $1 Billion Bully, and it's all about Yelp. And this is what Yelp does. Just Caspian Sea, name a business, a pretend business you would start. Whatever. It doesn't have to be a good idea. What name one?
It's the revolution industry. They destroy all of society.
Okay, excellent. So you start the revolution industry, and you just tell me about it. All right, and let's say you start it from your house. Okay, that's basically where it's going to start. Well, what ends up happening is Yelp looks on the LLC list of the local people and finds the Revolution company just started, and they'll call you, and they'll say, "Hey, Caspian Sea, it's Rabbi from Yelp. How are you?" And you'd be like, "Oh, I'm great. What's going on?" And they would say, "You know, we noticed that you're a small business and you're in the revolution industry, and that's really great. Have you ever considered using Yelp to help boost your ads?" And you're like, I'm just a starting business. I don't have any money to do this. So if it's okay, and you'd be like, I don't necessarily want to get into advertising right now. And they'll say, okay, well, that's fine. And then all of a sudden you will find that you have a negative review. And you're like, I didn't even do anything yet. I have a negative review. Who negative reviewed me? And It'll be just some random person. Perhaps you had never met them. Perhaps they're not even a real person, but you now have a 1 star. And so then you call Yelp and you say, hey, I want to appeal this review. And they have an appeal process, and it's like it works like 20% of the time you're able to reverse it. And so now you have a negative review. And then you're going to tell all your friends, look, I got this negative review. Is there any way you could do reviews for my business to just, get it a little higher, give me some 5-star reviews? Your friends will say, oh, absolutely. And they'll all have independent devices and everything. But the thing that Yelp does is it tracks your GPS. So they know if you actually went to that location, they know how long you spent there. And there's all kinds of geolocation things that are going on within the Yelp app. In fact, there are 170 different data points that Yelp records for any type of review. So there's just a lot. That means the date and time, the language of your device, what the make and model is, all this stuff. Okay, next month comes around. Yelp calls you and says, hey, Caspian C, I know that you're in the Revolution industry, and I think that's really great. Have you ever considered buying ads on Yelp? And you say, look, I already have like some negative reviews. I'm not wanting to necessarily promote that. And Yelp says, well, we can help you with those. And all you have to do is spend whatever's in your budget, $200 a month, $500 a month, $1,000 a month on ads. And then what will happen is that negative review, that first negative review that somebody dinged you with, will go to unrecommended reviews. And so it won't show, and it won't come into it won't get, it won't work into the 5-star, into your rating. And what happens is Yelp is essentially, in the past, and this is exactly from the documentary, in the past, somebody from the mafia would come to you and say, hey, you need to pay us protection money.
Exactly.
If not, we're going to burn down your store. And Yelp does that digitally.
I've always hated Yelp.
Yes.
You are not making me like it anymore.
No, it is.
I like Yelp. I have spoken out against. It is the beginning of the end of polite society, and not that there should be polite society in the first place, but Yelp is like the Gestapo factory.
It is. It is.
I hope that the CEO of Yelp is the next one.
Don't say that. Don't say that. But I know what you're saying. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
It couldn't happen to a nicer company, is all I'm saying. If it were to happen, Yelp would be the nicer company. There we go.
There you go. So I would get so the line of work that I was in was I worked for a technology company. We were an app like Uber. It was really as close to Uber as you can get. We used basically, when I got to this company, I remember it was called Mobile Wash, and I didn't know what that was. And I had an interview, and I came into the interview, and I had to wait like 45 minutes, which is not normal for any kind of regular job. And I knew this was going to be a very interesting job because there were cameras all over. And it was like, I remember saying, do you have more cameras here than a bank? I've worked in banks and they don't have as many cameras as you do. Like, you could tell that the person, whatever person with whom I was going to meet, was going to be extremely anal about everything and just really micromanage people. So the owner came in. It was a really intense interview. I remember him asking me questions that you're not allowed to ask in an interview, like, do you have children and things like that. And I remember telling him, like, you're not allowed to ask that. I'll tell you, but you're not. I just want to make you aware that you can essentially get in trouble for doing that. And so he hired me, and I just needed the job at the time. And I started at like $20 an hour. And then I spoke to some rabbis who I know from Chabad of Sherman Oaks. It really told them that, they were making me work pretty hard. I'm going to go for a raise within my first 3 weeks working there. And I got it. And so then from there, I started making more money. And really the goal what this guy would always say is, look, I want to sell this company for $1 billion someday, and when I do, everybody's going to get a little piece of the action. Well, that's really great to tell somebody, but this isn't in writing. This isn't, like if you make $1 billion, okay, well, how much are we getting? So he would tell that to everybody, and he worked people really, really hard. Well, what we ended up doing was launching, there was a lot of quality assurance that we had to do. And essentially what would happen, it's a fabulous service. It's an absolutely fabulous service. I really mean that. If I had been associated with the company, I'd tell you that, but also having no association with the company, I would tell you that if I just had used the service. Here's why. Let's say you are a doctor, a lawyer, someone who is a high-paid individual, and you have to keep your car clean, or, you just want a nice car, especially in LA, image is everything, especially because of the car culture. And the guy who owned the business, he was basically he ran like the best chop shop. He's like essentially the head of the Armenian mafia and in LA. And really that makes it the United States, and with Armenia being with Glendale. I mean, he's like I used to call him the king of Glendale. He had this massive house in Glendale that he bought, or that he just he built, which is really difficult to build anything in LA County anymore. And he massive house. So this guy was really, really intense. And what he would do is there were other companies that did this, but he wanted to do it better. And so basically, I remember in the interview talking with them. At first, I thought it was like a mobile laundry service. I didn't know exactly what it was. And then when I is it a car wash? I don't get it. And mobile detailing was not something that I really knew too much about at the time, but I would learn a lot about the industry over the course of the next few years. So I ended up, they bring out a couple phones, and that's when this, my whole life lit up. That, this isn't like a brick and mortar car wash. This is an app, and it's a technology company. And so after getting the job and everything, I worked 6 days a week, very intense hours, many times till 2 or 3 in the morning. And then I would open the place up by 7. I'd get 2 or 3 hours of sleep, just not a lot. But we were just doing everything we could. It was done. 6 months. Those 6 months, I think I worked harder than I've ever worked in my life. And because we were trying to get an app out by the summer. We didn't want to he had founded the company 3 years beforehand and just never could get the right people involved to get a good app out. And I'll say it, that I needed the position, and I wanted to ensure that I did a good job. And we were able to launch this app. It was June. I want to say it was early June. I don't want to make a mistake on the day. But I mean, this is something where I didn't really have too much. I had administrative experience and management experience, but I didn't have too much tech. I'm good with computers, but it wasn't at the time. It wasn't as formally trained as I would like to have been. I became formally trained through this, through passing exams and things like that. But so what ended up happening was we had the largest network of mobile detailers in the world. So at the time, 1,000 guys. What happens is, frankly, somebody hops the border and gets to the United States, and they don't have a job, and they start working with a friend who does mobile detailing. And it's basically you can just come and hang out with me, and you help to wash and dry the cars with me, and I'll pay you cash. And this is a huge industry in LA. And what we were doing is legitimizing these people. We would help them get business licenses and help them get insurance. And there was I would say some excellent energy that was put in. We had recruiters who were bilingual. We had bilingual customer service. And so at first we were just doing it over the phone. So you would just call a telephone number and say, I want my car washed at this time, and then somebody would come out. But these were all independent contractors, which makes it very difficult. The reason why they weren't employees is what do you do, even though it doesn't rain very often in Southern California, what do you do if it rains? You have to pay 1,000 people now. It's just not feasible.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening was we would vet the people and make sure that like you can get a business license and not necessarily be legal. You just had to have an ITIN, like an employment number, and we would help people get that and really help people get on their feet to the point where guys who were frankly like not legally here were making $100,000 a year because they were working really hard and they had they had expenses, but that's the American dream, and we were really making it happen.
Yeah.
And so we started. We shot a commercial in Beverly Hills that I was in, and I had to be in this commercial, and I didn't know. Like they were asking me questions. It was an interview style, and I didn't necessarily want to give away. Like the thing is, we were always trying to make it seem like they were employees, but they weren't. And I didn't really like that element of it. But nevertheless, we shot this commercial and it aired. It was more than just a commercial. It was like part of a series. It was called something like, not Good Day LA, but it was something like that. And basically, it was like a 3-minute like segment on us, and it went really well. And also we first were on KNX radio, and then I made some contacts with iHeartMedia, and then we started getting on every single radio station, and people were really excited for the service. All right, so fast forward to really making sure that the app worked well. We spent, even though we launched it in the summer of like 2017, the app would crash, and all apps crash, but this one, it had issues, and it was pushed out. I mean, I'd only been there 6 months, and so it's hard to totally revolutionize a company in that amount of time. But we would push up updates and stop the crashes, and then get it to a point where it was good and it was consistent. And then I got this app over the course of the next winter that it didn't crash at all. I mean, I will put this app, at least at the time, against any app, Uber, Lyft, any of them. We couldn't crash it. I did everything I could to I mean, the quality assurance that I would do on it, I used to say this, but I really think in many ways I am one of the world's best app testers. That's how I got into all these devices, and I know like iOS and Android pretty well and all that, and how to clear caches and install backdoor apps and all that other stuff. So and I was working as a project manager at the time with overseas teams, and they would push out, and we had people in house as well who were developers. So I know this is a long story. It all kind of started with Yelp, but it was a really nice service, and people loved it. We had very famous clientele, so everyone from like Quentin Tarantino to the Kardashians. We used to wash the Kardashians' cars every Friday. I mean, like when you're starting to hobnob with those kind of people, it gets to be pretty big. And so what ends up happening? Like let's say you're just Kim Kardashian, okay, and you've got or even Kim Kardashian's assistant. Actually, that's not a good. It's a fine example, but a better example is probably just like you're a lawyer in Los Angeles. You want your car cleaned. You get paid $500 an hour while you're at work, so you can do everything on the app, have your car cleaned while you're writing briefs or doing whatever you have to do, and at the end, all you have to do is get your keys, and it's all said and done, and you go and drive a clean car, or you have to wait till after work. So basically, I made the argument, which I think was an excellent argument. You get paid to have your car washed, essentially. I mean, that's not how we marketed it, but it's true. You didn't have to take time out of your own day to go to the car wash anymore. The car wash came to you. And these guys did an amazing job on these cars. And they were insured. Now, there were some quality assurance issues that arise because car washes are so subjective. Like one person might say that's a great car wash. Another person who's a real car person might say it's not a good car wash. And so we get pictures every day from a couple of customers here and there. And we would either sometimes have to give a car wash away or do whatever. Anyway, with that being said, that's kind of how I learned all this about technology and how to do these things, and about Yelp specifically. But that's how I started learning about these companies and how their appeal processes worked, and like creating a bunch of accounts. I mean, you just don't do that. Well, I had some experience doing that. All right, so fast forward to so Yelp is the best one. Now Reddit, that's what I was trying to get to, because that's what happened. Okay, so Reddit, I remember they got purchased by a company, like I think they're based out of Singapore. It used to be American owned, and when it got purchased by other people, they started putting these data points into their app, and it was really to quash. This was around 2016. It was really to quash any kind of like support for certain candidates, or really just to push certain agendas. And it's a very liberal site, which is fine, but I kind of feel like it should be more neutral. All right, so I recognized that I knew that these companies kind of did this kind of stuff. The reason why I got the ban, or the 7-day ban, this is so stupid. A few days ago, I went into the Wall Street Bets Discord, and I get banned there all the time. Not the one, there are a few of them. The OG Wall Street Bets is the one I'm still in, but the big one I would get banned in, and they wouldn't give me a reason why I was getting banned. So I went to the moderators on the Reddit forum, and I asked, and they said that your profile reads like an advertisement. And I said, well, okay, at least you tell me, what do you want me to change, and I'll change it. Yeah, exactly. What do you want me? But I really had to work to get this answer out of them. So I told them basically that I tell me what you want me to change, and they just muted me, and then they just banned me, and I was like, okay, whatever. So recently I created another Reddit account, and because like when you start on Reddit with a new account, you have to follow at least one subreddit. So I would go to the finance subreddit and go to Wall Street Bets, and that's what triggered my 7-day ban, by just selecting join one subreddit, not saying anything, not upvoting anything. That triggered it. That's how many data points they have. Basically, they read the data points on my phone that I was using the same device. I used a VPN to create the account, but they knew it was the same MAC address on the phone. And fortunately, it was only 7 days. I'm kind of anticipating that they might just permanently ban me, but I don't think so. I have gotten permanent bans though from Reddit for this. This is automatically a bannable offense. If you post something and then you log in with another account and upvote it, that's immediate ban for both accounts. So they're really, really strict on this stuff, and they don't have a very good way to appeal. Yeah, just like that. So with that being said, the whole Reddit thing of only being banned for 7 days, I can live with that. That's totally fine. I won't hopefully fuck that up. And I'm happy about it because I use Reddit a lot. And I hope so. I mean, I have gotten it in the past where they say you've been temporarily muted or something like that, and then they later come back and say you've been permanently banned. But even still, it's fine. If they ban me again, all right, well, guess what? I'm going to create another fucking account and use a different device, or I'll just change the MAC address on some Android device. That's kind of the background of how I learned how to do these things to be able to get around it. All right. With that said, now we've got Twitch. And I was just sitting here, and I'm like, I need something to shake up like I shook things up with Kick about 6 months ago, and with Discord about 8 months ago. And it's fine, and little by little people are coming in here, but I don't really get anything from Twitch. It's just, my thing is about the storage of the data. That's what's important to me. And if Twitch only stores for 30 days, they're useless to me. They're kind of just like Kick was. And what the people who I like are Rumble and YouTube that store indefinitely. That's what I want. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to start creating bots for Twitch and see what happens. So I created a couple, just like some throwaway accounts. And I go to the biggest streamers and I just post I literally posted what I always post on Kick one time, and I got a ban. And then I wasn't able to post anything more. Even though Twitch is very smart, what they will do is they basically shadow ban you. So that they don't tell you that you're banned, but your any typing that you put through anything in the chat will not come through. And I was checking it with a secondary device to see if it was coming through, and it was not. Welcome, welcome. How are you, KG?
Your camera. Hello, my friend.
Hello, how are you, KG? What's new?
Sorry, my English so bad. Can
Excellent.
you
What language do you speak?
Spanish?
Excellent. Do you speak like Mexican Spanish or Spain Spanish?
No, Spain.
Excellent.
España.
Hello, I want you to know that I'm happy that you're here. I'm Rabbi, and I can use this translator to be able to connect with you.
Hola. Quiero que sepas que me alegra que estés aquí. Soy rabino y puedo usar este traductor para poder comunicarme contigo.
How are you today, KG? I hope you're having a good day.
Thank you so much.
¿Cómo
my friend.
estás hoy,
Thank
Katia?
you.
Espero que tengas un buen día.
Do you know anything about me,
Thank you.
KG, KG, were you here yesterday?
¿Sabes algo de mí? Caje. ¿Estuviste aquí ayer?
Yes.
Excellent. So you were with that big group of guys who were here yesterday, and you were asking me all kinds of questions.
Fernand, calla.
Is that right? You guys were asking me all kinds of questions.
Un momento, Avis. Fernand, bro, que yo soy Martícola, que no te escucho.
Te digo que estuviste con ese gran grupo de chicos que estuvieron aquí ayer y me preguntaste todo tipo de cosas. ¿Es así? Me hiciste todo tipo de preguntas.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Great. How are you today?
KPC, can you speak español? Caspian,
ma-
caspianc.ed. Sí,
Más o menos.
¿quién eres? Exactamente.
Okay, well then Caspian C can translate for us.
Poquito. ¿Quién eres? Who are you? O sea, yes, who are you?
Who am I? Who am I?
Caspian,
Oh,
no sé.
hola, Sofia.
18. 1, 8. No, 18. 1, 8. O sea, 18. No, 18 no. One moment.
Mentirosos.
No.
Sí.
I have the name, 2006. 2006.
Ah, the niño éxito. Mi español es. No, mi español. Yo
Yes.
aprendo poquito.
Poquito. You like Mantícora?
What?
No, sorry, one moment. Es que, Fernand, silent please, Fernand. Silent.
Fernán, niño. Sí.
Yes. Fernand is
Hola. Sí.
Hola.
Sorry. Yo la orden.
If you're not 18 years old, you have to leave. Only if you're 18 can you be here.
Si no tienes 18 años, tienes que irte. Solo si tienes 18 años puedes estar aquí.
Okay. O sea, yes, I have
What I thought was youth might be.
So my
Fernando. So just making sure, Rabbi.
Okay.
I was asking if
Okay.
if he's got a mental condition. But you're right. I thought he was young too.
Caspian, yo con 18 number.
18 to
Yes.
8.
1 and 8. Fusion. 1 and 8. Fusion.
20.
No.
Okay.
No. 1, 8.
C, 1A.
18.
What about it?
One moment. Google Traduction.
Get that up.
Okay. Scorpion. Mantis religiosa. Scorpion. Manticora. Scorpion. Digo.
Mantícora, mantis religiosa. Mantícora, mantis religiosa.
Calla, silencio, silence. Respect moment, please.
Pero lo que tiene la izquierda acá,
People, respect moment, please.
nomás tú, pero manda
Fernand, respect the moment. Respect moment, please. Tú no has dado acción al revés, ¿no? Scorpion. Manticora. Bye, good day. Good night, Ravi.
Goodbye.
Have a good day, bro.
You too, buddy. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. I love you too.
Adiós.
Adios, amigos. So those guys came in yesterday, and we went through that for like a few hours. But they were really nice. It's just there's a gap in translation, but yeah, they were really nice.
I just asked them if they were children or retarded.
Okay.
I couldn't tell the difference, and then 3 of them left. Like one of them just left immediately. I was like, "What? That one? Who knows?"
Those guys met me through Discord.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyway, that was my thing with Reddit. I'm still just temporarily banned there. Okay, but Twitch is gonna be. I'm not saying. I'm gonna just inundate Twitch with bots like I always do, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's just such a bigger landscape to be able to bother people, and so that's what we've got going. But it's not a huge excitement because I still have to create the bot and everything. But once it works, it's always exciting to be able to show it to someone else. It's like a creation. Like I really think of it like a robot. Like I'm building a robot, and then it works, and then I get to show somebody, and then we see what happens. And I'm telling you, the second that somebody's like, "Hey, yeah, I heard about you from Twitch," that's when we hit pay dirt, because Twitch is just such a large platform, and I also have the advantage, at least currently, that people can just type me in Twitch and see that I'm live streaming on at least a few different streams at any given time. So there's that connection that they can make as well. But the thing that I'm going to be spamming them is just come to the Discord. Oh, one other thing. So Twitch is slow in comparison to Kick, because Kick doesn't have ads, and Kick's still just pretty basic. I have ad blockers on, so I don't have to watch any of the Kick ads. But like, you know how I was doing the thing with creating a clip and all that stuff? Well, Twitch I can do that on Twitch. I can, but it's not as easily viewable for other people. Basically, the creator can like approve it or deny it, and it's not immediately available. Like my Kick clips are just available to anybody to see. So for right now, the goal is to create a follow bot and a spam bot. If I have that, I can do some damage on here. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. And now I got to focus on it. Sound like a plan?
All right.
Excellent. I'll keep beautiful. Thank you.
You may decide that after 20 minutes or
Yeah.
a half hour, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. And a couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just on life stuff, he just, and also his ability to take in and then use information it was incredibly impressive. So I only spent I'd met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him, but it's, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco investing or how we thought about it. And I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and he said, Charlie Munger, his partner of many years, Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of what could we do in this situation that later we'd be like, that was a really dumb thing to do. And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. And I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
So there is, that's kind of long-term thinking if you just avoid the dumb things. Or if you simplify it, just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time, and you'll be successful.
Well, it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving it some thought and talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. And it's actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams and it's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change, right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget and that's what it is. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of a situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it, right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was in the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directionally, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. that I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, but if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
But look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right? You know, tech company, everybody's staring at Theranos these days. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying, I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar? That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make the presentation, so we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, you know, understand things are going to happen and I'm going to let you know about them and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, you know, if this company did what it says and executes, and does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a big risk. So you just try to
100%.
minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being that you're involved with this. Your band, Ghost Hounds, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Surreal, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close, of all time. And you know, to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. You know, and every night we come off stage, and later when they go on, and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, and then it's incredible. And you know what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right? And
yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a kind of rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience with the Rolling Stones. It feels like there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think the band, our band, you know, is tight knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together, and you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and you know, we're doing a thing. Which is why even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team, and nerve wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it, and just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation, who's the lead singer, is just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing.
Yeah.
So
That's great.
it's fun.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's the, as a guitarist, like what's the feel? Are you lost in the music? Like you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
Stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears. So we use an in-ear system so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd, because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? The in-ear stuff, is that producing sound, or is it strictly earplugs?
No, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to a song and you're playing to it, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which, knock on wood, so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in the garage with the band by yourself practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out and everybody's listening? Is that?
Yeah, it's listen, the first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get to do this.
Yeah.
But what's different about it, and each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons. He's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But, when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, you're right there with them, with the crowd. And then when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like, they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. The crowd is. Stadiums is a completely different animal, and it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room?
What's
as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play? The size?
Any room that'll have me. No, look, I think arenas are the perfect blend.
Yeah.
If I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. Is one of the more, I say this and I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, go back and listen to the lyrics. It's just incredibly poignant, and I'm just a huge Stones fan. So, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing, and it's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, you know, at his age, which, you know, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, you know, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with the crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. And that's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
Yeah. You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes it's not even like work hard. It's just like it's like be a professional, which that involves, like in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage and the way he does it,
For 2 hours.
you have this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. Has to do at an older age, which means like what he has to do. And he probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get there.
I'm not going to make you pick. Just stick on the Stones for one more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that were impactful to you? Lyrically, musically, maybe something you like playing, like air guitar? Or,
Sure.
I don't know.
Probably my favorites. I love Sympathy for the Devil. It's a very, I don't know, sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So in that song, he never mentions devil, does he? No, wait, sorry. You know my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation going on in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. And I just think it's really, really great.
And musically it builds really nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both fun and dark. It's cool. There's a playful nature to it. That's very Stones. Only they can pull it off. So it's like playful, but it's also like dark and
dangerous.
Cool. Dangerous.
Yeah, and Gimme Shelter is just, you know, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. Phenomenal. And it tells the story of that moment in that song with Mary Clayton. And it's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in LA. And she's like, the Rolling Stones, and went in and just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. But you know, those are some of my my favorite Rolling Stone songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean, I could go on.
Yeah, Painted Black is great. Again, a song that builds badass. I mean, it defines that whole generation. What made you pick up a guitar? What made you fall in love with guitar?
It's just the coolest instrument, right? I mean, when you watched back then, you know, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Lightning
Blues.
Hopkins, B.B. King, and just the soulfulness.
Bill's gone.
Oh, I mean, B.B. plays 5 notes and just kills it. And the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And, you know, I also, there's always somebody around who's a musician that just picks the instrument up and can play, right? And they're just so talented at it, and they can just listen to a record and play it. That was never me. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, you know, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
So both technically and ear, everything was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it, and what they call, you know, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math and physics and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete and played football and baseball and basketball. So I had my jock friends. And then I had my music friends. And so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan. And that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that in one of the videos.
Yeah.
Such a cool video.
Exactly. So I just thought, like, that's such cool lore. And I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would often would talk about hellhounds on his trail. Mm-hmm. And so I always just thought, oh, what about Ghost Hounds? So I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it for the name.
That's pretty deep. Robert Johnson's incredible. But you also talk about you connect to the storytelling of blues. So what makes a good story in a song? Like, what aspect of storytelling connects with you in songs? So I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love like deep lyric people like Tom Waits and like people that are like, you know, Leonard Cohen, like that are even Bob Dylan, that are like obviously, yes, poetry. And then there's some people like the Rolling Stones there. It's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
Yeah, and there's certain people, and Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are in this boat. Billy Gibbons in this boat.
Yeah.
They just say things in a certain way that are just cool, right?
Yeah.
It's just, and so, you know, I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be more efficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener trying to understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that, you know, the audiences seem to like a lot on the new album called Good Old Days. And I wrote that because, especially during COVID and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off, I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event happens. It's, remember that summer we'd go up to the lake all the time, and it's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day, but it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now we're doing stuff that you're going to reminisce about later that seems kind of ordinary to be like, man, that was such a great time. So the idea is be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days, and enjoy it and soak it in, and you know, kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present, because we are in the thing that we'll remember. We're living through the thing we'll remember. And sometimes the things we'll remember is the simple stuff, little stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest? Ridiculous question, but just indulge me. Who is the greatest blues guitarist of all time, rock guitarist of all time?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That probably for me, I'm a huge Hendrix fan.
Because you can't, I mean, even to this day, I don't care, technology, pedals, whatever. He just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time in Stevie Ray Vaughan.
See, that's why I know you're like a rock star. You're stepping next to the line.
No, but you
No, it's
listeners
true.
all over the place.
Yeah,
but Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those, just blows me away. And then with the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sumlin, Clapton.
Yeah.
Clapton's. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out on my, just like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah,
Just
it's a
sounds
master,
range.
absolute master.
And the greatest storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He almost doesn't get enough credit, I feel like, for how great he is. Obviously, he's super famous.
Okay, I know what's
No,
up.
he's in his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty, John Fogerty and CCR fame. He's another one that's just the way he phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. And then again with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing like this, staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just, there's something so, it just draws me in every time, and the emotion they're able to get out of things. And I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that sound is, I love it.
Do you know how to play Johnny B. Good?
I do. Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe, one of the great moments, at least of my childhood, was Back to the Future, and watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play at the dance to save his parents with Johnny B. Good. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It feels like it's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of the generation of what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music.
Yeah.
And that's I made a documentary years ago called It Might Get Loud.
Yeah.
With Jimmy Page, The
I
Edge.
highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's an incredible celebration of the guitar. Yeah, it says Jimmy Page, Jack White from White Stripes,
The Edge,
and The Edge from U2. Okay, all right. Well, now you have to tell the story of that one, because how the heck did that all come together? Because it's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs
Oh,
and
shit.
Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there. It was the 50th. It was the 50 top guitarists of all time. Their list. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? And then there was a third thing, I can't recall it, but I said to myself, what is it about the guitar
Oh, it's so
that
fucking
is
funny.
so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it? Like, why is that the symbol? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. This is Jimmy Page, right? And so I called a friend of mine, Davis Guggenheim, who had directed Inconvenient Truth. I think still is, but at the time was the biggest documentary ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever, but I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, because he's one of the best documentarians ever, Davis is like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down that represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it was just such a incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. I mean, it was like, and it was like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page.
Yeah.
And
that was so cool to see him. The Gandalf was there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. Like I mean, that combination was just fascinating.
It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his guitar case, and he had the double neck from Stairway to Heaven, and he handed it to me, and I was like, I mean, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur or something.
Yeah.
Amazing experience. And The Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. And I think you hit it right on the head with Jack, is he's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
after watching it, I realized like how much it was needed, and I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. I was like, yeah, the guitar wasn't quite celebrated like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culturally. It's kind of amazing, and the way it closed from the song, the Weight. It's called The Weight, by the band. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home.
Yeah.
we were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. We called it the Summit, where the 3 of them came together. And the 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff from Whole Lotta Love.
Yeah.
Edge and Jack ceased to be rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see in their face. And then at the end, they're like, hey, can we play? We don't want to go. Can we just play something acoustically?
Yeah.
So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play. And they just sat there and sat on those couches and just,
such a good.
Yeah. Incredible.
What's your guitar rig setup like? You have a few guitars. First, well, let's put on the line. So, what's better, Les Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better, because I'm sure that'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
All right,
Make
well,
the Strat. I'm
I'm
just
a
going
Les
to put
Paul.
out that.
My main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay. Let me just put it on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think I've ever actually strummed a chord on the Les Paul. So I've been
maybe I'm uninitiated.
Exactly. So I don't speak from experience, but it's probably because of Hendrix. I'm so deeply influenced by Hendrix that
Sure.
I just kind of follow his footsteps and Clapton and so on.
the amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing today, right? The Strat and the Telecaster and the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that year, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different about it. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rig is either a 59 Fender Twin or a 65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, because when you use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful with tubes and everything. It has to be reliable. So very nicely, the guys from Two Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff, but the Two Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what I'm.
Oh, it gets close, gets close to the sound that you like with the
microphone. Yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software? Or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go. I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, an old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp and go. That's
as old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there other cool guitars you have that kind of stand out?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so they just, it's in
the 50s,
they
actually legit have a Blackguard.
Pickguard. Got it. But they're incredible. So,
what's the color of the Telecaster itself?
Most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in Open G on songs with Open G that just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get in terms of, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? What do you have to do, or do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy because I don't drink. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything.
It's a good call.
But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title and then start to back.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. And again, I just have to know, am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator. And, what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But for me, that's my process.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I bet you quite a lot of writers have create a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of. I'm sure you love singing.
No.
No, you don't.
I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. Mm-hmm. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in Open G that just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your kind of root note. And you would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like Look Range or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
With that simplicity, I mean the personality of the song can really shine. I mean, Trey's, that guy, really cool. It just comes through. I mean, I guess you need that from a lead singer. It's just
You got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, is he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. We probably split the leads 70-30, and he is just. There's times sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing to play? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like slow? Do you like? I mean, if you feel like Thrill Is Gone, there's so if you look at BB King, sometimes one note just bending the shit out of that.
Yeah.
What do you call that? Vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm going to play the lead, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't. The shredding thing that those guys do is that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned, people that pick up fast. Like maybe it's the classical piano training. I could play super fast on guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing and my favorite things is just it's probably less to do with the guitar and more living a life that's worth playing a guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you can put into the notes. And it has to do with bending notes. Well, like bending notes is a whole other art form. I worked surprisingly a long time on Comfortably Numb. And so David Gilmour does a lot of bending. I mean, they're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express like a build up and the way it's held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh and a sigh of relief and build. I mean, it's just that's an art form for him that's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of a note that so much can happen. That's where the blues happens to.
Look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, Gilmour is certainly one of those guys. It's incredible guitar player.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football, like you meant. You played football?
Yes.
What position did you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we can talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? We start at the beginning. Well, let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracted you to the, first of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football. It was just called like black and gold, just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I led black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid. And it just, I mean, Jack Lambert and Joe Green and Franco Harris and those guys were like, came down from Mount Olympus or something. And I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I'd get to see them is occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, the toughness, and they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, our Hall of Fame linebacker who just intimidated everybody.
So that was like the decade of the Steel Curtain, arguably one of the great sort of defensive in football history, and also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. I mean, just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now, and we lost him, but was a champion, helped build the league. I mean, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired, and just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sports does, to bring out the best in people, to give people hope, to inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork. It's the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's the purity of it. It's strength and power and speed, and all the elements of last minute close calls required to win the game, and where referee decisions, of course, that's essential for the sport, can screw up the whole thing. Just got all of it together. I think I don't know. It gives the drama and the triumphs are just beautiful. Like some of my favorite memories, I don't know if it's an accident or this is common with people, is just with friends watching football, and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at and you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing, offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that, work, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always love about sports is just you're out there, there's a set of rules, and there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says, and you can make excuses about the refs or this happened or that happened, but at the end of the day, you compete, and when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out, right? And the simplicity of that and the purity of that is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team or trying to build up a team that's going to be a great team? What are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction. And that person who's done everything that you've asked, you know, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to them. And then when they have to be traded, released, or whatever happens, it's, you know, that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate and not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board of me is Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry who said, you know, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with him, which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to push back on that a little bit, but as a by way of a fan asking a dumb question. Okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sport. It's funny to say this example of like certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes me sad. It always makes you want to wish that you kind of retired right there.
So funny.
From a perspective
Okay.
of just like,
All right.
do you ever, as
Man.
an owner, but just in that space, think about like the Steelers in the full arc of human history. So not like as a business. Okay, this
The
question might
good
be
news is
absurd.
I don't have to think about it as a
Right.
business.
You can just be
I'm a
almost like a
minority
fan.
owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy of like what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family, that's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players, you know, what's the right thing to do here. And that's something that I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that, right? Belongs to those fans. And, you know, the owners are the custodians of that. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to the fans, the memories that it creates, the bonds that it creates, it's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, you know, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just, were we profitable this year? Or there are other businesses that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that, or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Like, and you see that most, like during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty of what the future holds.
That's right.
There's something about us, sports that just unites us. That, again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends, with family, shared experience of over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, you know, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steeler fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I could read the box score and relive what they did and occasionally see them on TV and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, a college undergraduate that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
we talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do and accomplish. If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't do, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity. So knowing what lines you don't cross on this path.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And it has to do with the thing you were talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned it earlier in the conversation about slippery slope, and that's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's the slippery slope of little adjustments. You put stuff off, and that I found that to be. I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but I still encounter them. That's what integrity, I think, looks like. Is as the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which we can debate whether or not give advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency, and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time that those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges in life, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are going to happen. And, we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially I'm out west, I love the big sky out in, Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for 1 billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't, the most famous person on earth 200 years ago, so it's pretty fleeting. And so make sure you you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member. I was a good friend. I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism, right? I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and a lot of it just hits me and says, I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid, and being so laissez-faire that you think, you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It will influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say omnipresent, but because I read a lot of Stoicism, and just I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happened tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do, and am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this, that I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
oh, good Lord.
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to live the life I do, and I think memento mori, I think the Stoics have it right. So you have it right in saying, meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating, and the fact that you, Mr. Thomas Tull, are playing with the motherfucking Rolling Stones. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor you sit down and talk with me today. Thomas, thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
Oh, it's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show and had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Tull. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you might find you'll get what you need. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Come on, you little bitch. No.
A crazy thing in the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leadership, when is this going to be over? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they've gotten everything they can. Now, dissecting that statement, you're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations are the feelings of the bad guys. We're talking about feelings. Kidnapping is feelings.
This guy sucks.
Which drives everything. Doesn't matter what human endeavor it is.
The following is a conversation with Chris Voss, former FBI hostage and crisis negotiator, and author of Never Split the Difference, Negotiating as if your life depended on it.
Oh, whatever.
This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now,
Why the f doesn't this work? There we
here's
go.
Chris Voss. What is it like negotiating for a hostage with a kidnapper? What is the toughest part of that process?
The toughest part is if it looks bad from the beginning and you got to engage in a process anyway.
What are the factors that make it bad? What that makes you nervous? That if you were to observe a situation where there's general negotiation or it's a hostage negotiation, what makes you think that this is going to be difficult?
If they want to make it look like they're negotiating, but they're not. Like in the 2004 time frame, Al Qaeda in Iraq was executing people on camera for the publicity, and they wanted to make it look like they were negotiating. So they'd come on and they say, if you don't get all the women out of Iraqi women out of the jails in Iraq in 72 hours, we're going to kill a hostage. That was one of the demands in one of the cases in that time frame. Now, first of all, even if we'd have been willing, the U.S. government coalition would have been willing to do that, we wouldn't have been able to have it in 72 hours. So it was an impossible ask from the beginning. And so then that looks really bad. Like they're trying to make it look like they're talking reasonably, but they're not. So your hostage is in bad shape there. They made a demand that you just, even if you wanted to do, you couldn't do. So then what makes that very difficult is, in kidnappings especially, you're working with family members, you're coaching people. Bad guys are in touch with family members, or if they're not directly in touch with family members, the other thing that Al Qaeda was doing at that time was they didn't give us a way to talk to them. They're making statements in the media, but then not leaving their phone number to do that.
Yeah.
So that's one more thing. Like they're intentionally blocking you. They're asking you to do something you can't do. They're not giving you a way to talk to them. So you gotta get with the family and discuss with the family how you're gonna approach things. Now the family definitely wants to know, is this gonna help? There's a bunch of cases like that in that time frame. And you gotta be honest with them. It's a long shot. Our chances there are slim and none. And when it's slim and none, I'll take slim, but it's still very, very slim.
Oh, fuck.
And there were a number of people that were killed in that time
Did it work?
before the tide finally got turned. And it was hard dealing with families at the time.
Can you negotiate in public versus like a direct channel in private?
Oh yeah, bad guys pick the media. They're making statements in the media. So and that's a big clue. Their channel of choice tells you an awful lot. And if they're choosing the media, then that means there's people they're trying to appeal to. It means in their view, there's such a thing as good media. So if there's good media, there's bad media. How do you make it bad? And we made it bad for them. It just, unfortunately, it had to go through a number of iterations before they got the message and quit.
In that negotiation, do you think about the value of human life? Is there a dollar figure? Is there, how do you quantify the value of human life?
Yeah, that's it's like beauty. It's in the eye of the beholder. So that was the first lesson on any hostage negotiation, really any negotiation. Like, it doesn't matter what it is to you, it matters what it is to the other side. One of the things, especially in your conversation I listened to with Andrew, by the way, you guys, another thing I really liked about that conversation, first of all, I think the world of him.
Andrew Huberman.
Yeah, Andrew Huberman. And you released it on my birthday. I appreciate that. It was a nice birthday present to me.
Perfectly just for you.
Yeah, nice job. Thank you. But empathy is in the eye of the beholder in every negotiation, whether it's over a car, a house, collaboration in your company with the bad guys. How does the other side see it? Now, the nice thing about kidnapping ransom, if there's an actual ransom demand, an actual demand is it's a mercenary's business. They're gonna take what they can get, and they tend to be really good at figuring out how much money somebody has. So, and again, I'll keep drawing business analogies. You're looking for a job with an employer. There's a market price of the job, and then there's what the employer can pay you. Now, maybe the market price of the job market's $150,000. The employer can pay you $120,000, but it's a great job. You know, we were talking about Elon a minute ago. Like, I'd work minimum wage to follow him around. You know, that would be worth it. What are the value other than the dollar? And how hard is it to get the dollar? And how quickly can you get to them? These are all things that the bad guys are good at kidnapping. They're good at figuring out. So the value of a human life to them is going to be what can they get. A crazy thing in the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leadership, when is this going to be over? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they've gotten everything they can. Now, dissecting that statement, you're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations is the feelings of the bad guys. We're talking about feelings, kidnappers' feelings, which drives everything. Doesn't matter what human endeavor it is.
So it's not reason, it's emotion.
There's no such thing as reason.
I should say, for a little bit of context, I just talked yesterday with a guy named Sam Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know Sam, but Sam, and because I was preparing for a conversation with you, I talked to him about empathy versus reason. And he lands heavily on reason.
Yeah.
Empathy is somewhere between useless and erroneous and leads you astray and is not effective. The reason is the only way forward.
Well, it's draw some fine lines there. And the two fine lines I would draw is first, what is your definition of empathy? And then secondly, how do people actually make up their minds? And I'm going to flip it. I'm going to go with how people make up their minds. You make up your mind based on what you care about. Period. That makes reason emotion based. What do you care about? You start with what you care about. You see some guy swimming out off the coast of the ocean, and you see a shark coming up behind him. Who are you cheering for? If it's Adolf Hitler out there, you're cheering for the shark. You might actually feel bad for the shark because it's gonna taste bad. Who do you care about?
You mean the human will taste bad?
Yeah, you know, he eats Adolf Hitler. You know, they're gonna leave a bad taste in your mouth, even if you're a shark. So you're making up your mind on every circumstance based on what you care about. So then what does that do to reason? Your reason is based on what you care about from the beginning. Now then empathy. If you define it as sympathy, which it was never meant to be sympathy, ever. You know, etymology, I think is the word. I keep getting etymology and entomology mixed up. Etymology being, right, you know, where words came from, the origin, entomology being bugs.
Got it.
Right? So I like etymology. Where did something come from? Also like entomology. Anyway, etymology. My understanding from my research, the original definition of empathy was an interpretation of a German word where people were trying to figure out what the artist was trying to convey. It was about assessing art. And so it was always about understanding where somebody was coming from, but not sharing necessarily the same thing. So then when I was with the FBI and I first started collaborating with Harvard, Bob Mnookin wrote a book, Beyond Winning. Second chapter is the tension between empathy and assertiveness. Still the best chapter on empathy I've ever read anywhere. Bob writes in his book, Bob was the head of the program on negotiation. He's also agreed to be interviewed for a documentary about me and my company that hasn't been released yet, but it should be released sometime this year.
What's the name of the documentary?
Tactical Empathy. Good name. So Bob's definition of empathy said not agreeing or even liking the other side. Don't even gotta like them. Don't gotta agree with them. Just straight understanding where they're coming from and articulating it, which requires no agreement whatsoever. That becomes a very powerful tool, like ridiculously powerful. And if sympathy or compassion or agreement are not included, you can be empathic with anybody. I was thinking about this when I was getting ready to sit down and talk to you, because you use the word empathy a lot. Putin. I can be empathic with Putin easy. It's easy. I don't agree with where he's coming from. I don't agree with his methodology. Early on the Ukraine-Russian war, I saw an article that was very dismissive of Russia that said Russia's basically Europe's gas station. And I thought, all right, So if you're in charge and the way you feed your people is via an industry that the entire world is trying to quit. The whole world is trying to get out of fossil fuels. If that's how you feed your people, if you don't come up with an answer to that, the people that you've taken the responsibility for are going to die alone in the cold and in the dark. They're going to freeze and they're going to die. All right, so that doesn't mean that I agree with where it's coming from or any of it means. But where's how does this guy see things in his distorted world? You're never going to get through to somebody like that in a conversation unless you can demonstrate to them you understand where they're coming from, whether or not you agree. Early 90s, last century. I'm a last century guy. I'm an old dude. Refer to myself as a last century guy. Also a deeply flawed human.
Yeah.
So, terrorist case, New York City, civilian court. Terrorism does not have to be tried in military tribunals. It's a very bad idea. It was always bad. The FBI was always against it. I'm getting ready. We have Muslims
No fucking
testifying
way.
in open court.
Come on, baby.
Against
Come
a
on,
legitimate
baby.
Muslim cleric.
Daddy needs
The
a
guy
new
that
pair
was
of
on
shoes.
trial
Come on.
Had the
Let's
credentials
work, baby.
as a legitimate Muslim
Get it.
cleric. The people that were
Give it to
testifying
me.
against him
Give it
didn't
to
think
me,
he should be
baby.
advocating the murder of innocent people.
Come on. Here we
Sit
go.
down with them. Arab Muslims,
Yes.
Egyptians, mostly. And I would say to them,
Yes.
you believe that
Oh,
there's been
shit,
a
what
succession
happened?
of American governments for the last
What
200
ends?
years
That's
that are anti-Islam. And they shake their head and go, yeah. And that'd be the start of the conversation. That's
Okay.
empathy. You believe this to be the case. I never said I agree. I never said I disagree. But I showed them that I wasn't afraid of their beliefs. I was so unafraid of them that I was willing to just state them and not disagree or contradict, because I would say that and then I'd shut up and let them react. And I never had to say, here's why you're wrong. I never gave my point of view. Every single one of them testified. That's empathy, not agreeing with where the other side is coming from. I'm not sure how Sam would define it, but common vernacular is its sympathy and its compassion. And that's when it becomes useless.
And there is a gray area, maybe you can comment on it, is sometimes a drop of compassion helps make that empathy more effective in the conversation. So you just saying you believe X doesn't quite form as strong of a bond with the other person.
You're imagining it doesn't.
Maybe you're right. Yes, I'm imagining it doesn't. I'm imagining you need to show that you're on the same side. That you need to signal a little bit about your actual beliefs, at least in that moment, even if that signaling is not as deep as it sounds. But at first, basically patting the person on the back and saying, we're on the same side, brother.
That's what most people, when they're really learning the concept, that's the basic human reaction. And in application, especially in highly adversarial situations, like I need a regular guy, Muslim, but how's that guy gonna say buy it if I dude, I'm on your side. I've been there. I feel you. No. People get conned by that so much. Like if we're on opposite sides of the table and I try to act like I'm not on the opposite side of the table, that makes me disingenuous. So I would rather be honest. My currency is integrity. And at some point in time, you go like, hey, you know where I'm coming from? My answer is going to be like, look, I can agree on maybe where we're going. But if we're talking about, am I on your side now? As a human being, I want to see you survive and thrive, not at my expense. I think the world is full of opportunity. I'm optimistic. And I got more than enough reason for saying that. There's enough here for both of us. So I got no problem with you getting yours. Just don't take it out of my hand. And we're going to be honest about both of those things. I'm not interested in you taking it out of my hide. I think there's plenty here for both of us. Now, I don't need to be on your side, except in a human sense. But I don't. Do I have to side with you over the war? No. Or how we're distributing the stock, or how much you get paid, or how much you make off this car. I think people, my experience as a layman, is that empathy's not got a downside. That you don't need me to act like I'm on your side for us to make a great deal.
Great deal. Well, we'll talk about two things: a great deal and a great conversation.
Right.
They're often going to be the same thing, but at times they're going to be different. You mentioned Vladimir Putin. There is some Zoom level at which you do want to say we're on the same side. You said the human level. It's possible to say, kind of zoom out and say that we're all in this together. Not we Slavic people, we Europeans, but we human beings.
Well, the same planet.
Same planet.
Right. Several years ago, and his name has evidently been mud now, but he was very nice to me. Lawyer here in town named Tom Girardi, and no shortage of bad reporting on him now. I have absolutely no idea if any of it's true. I do know that in my interaction with him, he was always a gentleman to me and was very generous. When he'd get into conversations with people, he'd always say, like, let's look at 10 years from now, where we could both be in a phenomenal place together. Now let's work our way back from there.
That's a good line.
Yeah, and then I saw him do it in simulations. I was teaching at USC. We were at a function together, and a gentleman at the time told me that who he was, and he was really influential. So I walked up to the guy cold, and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna come in and talk to my class at USC." He didn't know me, other than the fact that we had mutual acquaintance, and he graciously consented to come in. And he said, "What do you want me to talk about?" I said, "Look, dude, just from your success, it doesn't matter what you talk about. Either I'm going to agree or I'm going to disagree, or I'm going to learn from it. My students are going to learn from it." So the students want to role play with them. They dispute, and let's do a negotiation. Every single time you go to pick a point in the future where we're both happy, 10 years, 20 years from now, and let's work our way back. Now, hostage negotiation, same thing. I call into a bank. Bad guy picks up on the phone. And I'm going to say, "I want you to live. I want to see you survive this." Whatever else goes with that. Let's pick a point in the future that we're both good with. And then we work our way back. And people make also, we were talking before about emotion and what you care about. People make their decisions based on their vision of the future. Like, without question. I think there's a Hindu temple in the United States has been or being assembled same way that the Hindu temples were in India 1,000 years ago. By hand. Volunteer. By hand. These people are knocking themselves out for a place in paradise, a vision of the future. What you will go through today,
Love it.
the future
Fucking love it.
portends
This is amazing.
what you want. You'll go through incredible things today. So it's a vision of the future.
So you have to try to paint a vision of the future that the person you're negotiating with will like. Just tough to do.
Let's find out what their vision of the future is, and then remove yourself as a threat.
Sure.
If we can collaborate together at all, if you think that I could do anything at all to help you to that point, and integrity is my currency, I'm not going to lie to you, which gets back before that I lied to you about whether or not I'm on your side. Right now, at the moment, we're on opposite sides of this. That's not going to stop us from being together in the future. Inside, you're going to say, "Oh, well, you didn't lie to me about today. Maybe you won't lie to me about tomorrow."
So going back to world leaders, for example, whether it's Volodymyr Zelensky or Vladimir Putin, you don't think it closes off their mind to show that you have a different
The
opinion?
Godfather tortoise.
Depending upon when you show it.
Fucking hilarious.
Are you arguing from the beginning, or are you displaying understanding from the beginning? I don't think it stops you from being adversarial.
So
What was the thing about
fucking funny.
Mnookin's chapter in his book, The Tension Between Empathy and Assertiveness? I remember reading that name of the chapter, thinking like, in my business there is no tension. And then I got into it, and I thought, this is red herring. He's drawing people in because his entire chapter is that empathy puts you in a position to assume, and that there is no tension. It's a sequencing issue. And that's why, again, I think it was written for lawyers.
Yeah, sequencing issue. The timing is everything. So you emphasize the importance of, in terms of sequencing and priority of listening, of truly listening to the other person.
I'm sorry, what did you say? That was a bad joke.
I forgot. Your timing is just perfect. How do you listen? How do you truly listen to another human being? How do you notice them? How do you really hear them?
I always hated the term active listening. If anything, it's proactive. And as soon as you start to try to anticipate where somebody's going, you're dialed in. Because along the way, either you're congratulating yourself for being right, or when suddenly they say something that surprises you, you really notice. It's like, that's not what I expected. You're dialed in, you're listening. So it's proactive. And then one of the reasons, we named the book Tactical Empathy. Name the book Never Split the Difference, but we're talking about tactical empathy. Calibrated emotional intelligence. What's it calibrated by? First, it was experience as hostage negotiators, and we've come to find out that our experience as hostage negotiators is backed up by neuroscience. Another reason why I listen to Andrew Huberman's podcast all the time. Heavy on the neuroscience. And so then emotional intelligence calibrated by what we know about neuroscience. What do we know about neuroscience? And I'll talk about it from a layman's perspective and even say we is an arrogant thing, human beings. I didn't do the research. I'm scooping up as much of it as I can as a layman. The brain's largely negative. I think there's ample evidence. People would argue with you as to what the wiring is and what does what, and the limbic system and all of that. But the brain is basically 75% negative. As an layman, I make that contention, number one. Number two, the best way to deactivate negativity is by calling it out. And I could say, look, I don't want you to be offended by what I'm getting ready to say. That's a denial. Your guard is up, you're getting ready to get mad. If I say, what I'm getting ready to say is probably going to offend you. Now you relax a little bit, and you go, all right, what is it? And then I say it, whatever it is, and you're going to be like, oh, that wasn't that bad. Because we knew from hostage negotiation, by calling out the negativity, deactivate it. And then a number of neuroscience experiments have been done right and left by calling out negativity, deactivating the negativity.
So calling out ahead of time. So like acknowledging that this is ahead of time, that this is going to hurt.
The experiments that I've seen have been when the negativity was inflicted, and then having the person that it was being inflicted upon simply identify it. Just identify. Yeah, what do you feel? I'm angry. And the anger goes away.
It's tough because I've had a few, and again, we're dancing between things, but I've had a few conversations where anger arose in the guest I spoke with.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure identifying it. That's like leaning into it and going into the depths. Because that's going to the depths of some emotional, psychological thing they're going through. And I'm not sure I want to explore that iceberg with a little ship we got. You have to decide, do you want to avoid it?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want to lean into it? It's a tough choice.
It's the elephant in the room.
It is an elephant in the room. It is an elephant, especially when I think that's the big difference between conversations and negotiations. Negotiation ultimately is looking for closure and resolution. I think general conversations like this is more exploring. There's not necessarily a goal. Like if you were to if I had to put a goal for this conversation, there's no real goal. It's curiously exploring ideas. So that'll gives you freedom to not call out the elephant for a time. You can be like, all right, let's go to the next room, get a snack, and come back to the elephant.
Right. All right, so I'd make a tiny adjustment on the negotiation definition, sure. Because you said, I think, seeking closure. You used two words. Closure was one of them.
Goal is maybe another. Well, yeah. What is negotiation?
Well, I would say seeking collaboration. And because closure kind of puts a little bit of a finality to it. The real problem in any negotiation is always implementation. That's why we say yes is nothing without how. And yes, at its very best, it's only temporary aspiration. It's aspiration. It's usually counted. So if you're looking for,
It's a good line. Yes is usually counterfeit. It's aspirational without the how. Yeah, it's just a good line. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we're working on it. I was practicing. I used in front of the mirror for
You're
2
pretty
minutes.
good. you got a bright future. I think. You should write a book or something.
Yeah.
Your book is excellent, by the way.
Thanks. Appreciate that. What am I doing here anyway?
This and
Yeah.
Earth in
On
general?
you, with you.
I don't know. We're collaborating.
Why me? Then? Why'd you want to talk to me?
I've heard you speak in a few places. I was like, this is a fascinating human. I think on Clubhouse and different places, and then I listened to some YouTube stuff, and this is just you meet people that are interested. That's what I love doing with this podcast. Is just exploring the mind of an interesting person. You notice people sometimes. Sometimes there's like a homeless person outside of 7-Eleven. I notice, who are you?
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It isn't like I don't look at the resumes and the credentials and stuff like that. It's just being able to notice the person.
As I've been leaping through the different choices of the podcast, the young lady that OnlyFans and the sex worker, that's a fascinating thing. Like I want to know what makes that person tick. 1,000%.
The fascinating thing about her is her worldview is almost entirely different from mine. And that's always interesting to talk to a person who just is happy, flourishing, but sees the world and the set of values she has is completely different. And is also not argumentative, is accepting of other worldviews. It's beautiful to explore that.
Yeah, no kidding. I would agree. And then, thought provoking, because I consider myself, the word I was looking for before was abundant. I think it's an abundant world. So I'm pretty optimistic. I consider myself, I don't know, happy exactly describes it, but so then if I'm happy, optimistic, abundant, I got a worldview, and then you run into somebody that has a vastly different worldview, and they're happy and they think it's abundant too. And you're like, what is going on in your head or mine, or what am I missing? Yes, that's fascinating.
And the pie grows, which is useful for kind of negotiation. When you paint a picture of a future, if you're optimistic about that future, it's a kind of feeling like we're both going to win here.
Exactly.
And that's easy. We live in a world where both people can win.
Yeah. And in point of fact, that's the case. Although it's a lot of people want us to think otherwise, mostly because of the negativity that I was talking about before.
So the brain is generally cynical.
Yeah. My description of it is the pessimistic caveman survived. And we're descendants of the pessimists. Yeah. The optimistic guy got eaten by a saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah. But on the flip side, the optimists seem to be the ones that actually do stuff these days.
There's a switch. Like, so at what point in time do we catch on? Because the difference between survival and success mindset. The success mindset is highly optimistic. So where do we switch, or how do we stay switched from survival to success? That's the challenge.
Yeah, somewhere we stopped being eaten by saber-toothed tigers and started building bridges and buildings and computers and companies.
We started to experience, we got enough data back to collaborate, and we stopped listening to our amygdala and we started listening to our gut.
Let me just return briefly to terrorists. What do you think about the policy of not negotiating with terrorists?
Well, that's not the policy, first of all. Now, everybody thinks that's the policy.
Yeah.
It hasn't been the policy since 2002, when Bush 43 signed a National Security Presidential Directive, NSPD. At the time, it was NSPD 12, which basically said, we won't make concessions. That doesn't mean we won't talk. So I'm in Colombia at the same time, and I've been intimately involved with the signing of him signing that document. I knew exactly what it said, and he didn't inherit it from somebody else. He signed it. And I'm in Colombia, and the number 2 in the embassy says, last night on TV, the president of the United States said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Are you calling the president of the United States a liar? And I remember thinking, like, all right, so he probably said that. And that's not on the document that he signed. So I said, look, I'm familiar with what he signed, and that's not what it says. Well, and so the argument, but that's always been the soundbite that everybody likes. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Depends upon your definition of negotiation. If it's just communication, we negotiate with them all the time. Number one. Number two, like every president has made some boneheaded deal with the bad guys. Like Obama released 5 high-level Taliban leaders from Guantanamo in exchange for an AWOL soldier that we immediately threw in jail. And I thought that was a horrible deal. And that's putting terrorists back on the battlefield. And then Trump turned around and topped it by putting 5,000 terrorists back on the battlefield. So we haven't had a president that has stuck to that on either side of the aisle since people started throwing that out as a soundbite.
What do you think of that negotiation? Forget terrorists, but the global negotiation, like with Vladimir Putin, the recent negotiation over prisoners, the exchange, the Brittany Gardner. Is there a way to do that negotiation successfully?
First of all, I agree with the idea that she was wrongfully detained and that she didn't deserve to be in jail, and that the U.S. government, there should be no second-class citizens ever. And whether you're a WNBA player or you're just some bonehead that walked into the wrong situation, your government should not abandon you, ever. Now, what they do in the meantime, there should have been a negotiation. They were desperate to make a deal at a bad time. They've been offered far better deals than prisoner swaps earlier and turned them down. And then he gets turned up, and thank God for Brittany Griner that the public got enough attention. They kept pressure on the administration. They made a deal. Now, governments want to make those kind of deals. That's fine, as long as because that was basically a political negotiation. You're putting 5,000 Taliban back on the battlefield. That ain't negotiating with another government. You're putting 5 of them back on the battlefield. That ain't negotiating with another government that's directly contradicting this thing that you claimed. And those were all bad deals. Now, was the Brittany Griner thing a bad deal? I think it was great for her. If I was in the middle of it, it would have been better. And she still would have come home.
Yeah, there's some technical aspects of that negotiation. What do you think is the value, just to linger on it, of meeting in person for the negotiation?
I think it's a great idea.
Can I just follow that tangent along? There's a war in Ukraine now. It's been going on over a year. It's for me personally, given my life story is a deeply personal one, and I'm returning back to that area of the world. I was there. Volodymyr Zelensky said he doesn't want to talk to Vladimir Putin. Do you think they could get in a room together and say you were there in a room with Putin and Zelensky, and Biden is sitting in the back drinking a cocktail, or maybe he is at the table participating? How is it possible through negotiation, through the art of conversation, to find peace in this very tense geopolitical conflict?
I think it's eminently possible. I think getting people together in person has always been a good idea. Now, how many times, who's getting them together, under what circumstances, and how many times you get them together? The documentary, The Human Factor, about the Mideast peace negotiations, mostly through the 90s, mostly into the Clinton administration, got kicked off under Bush 41, and then the documentary continues through Trump, but just touching basically on it. but they're getting Arafat and the different Israeli prime ministers together in person. And these guys do not want to talk to each other. And depending upon the prime minister, the mere thought of being on the same planet with Arafat was offensive. And they started getting these guys together in person regularly. And they started seeing each other as human beings. And they started realizing that there was enough room on the planet for them. And that people dying was stupid. And they would slowly work things out by getting these guys together in person. So how long does it take? Who's hosting it? But it's a good idea.
But the skill of achieving that thing that you talk about a lot, which is empathy, and I would say in that case, not just empathy, but empathy plus a bit. You might disagree with this, but a drop of compassion in there.
I think compassion is helpful, but it's not essential. Like if you just know where I'm coming from, like the feeling of being understood.
Yeah, heard and understood. That's powerful.
Is and again, I know I picked the vast majority of this up on Andrew's podcast, but it picked it up in other places because early on, when we were putting the book together, Paul Roz, the writer, my son, uncredited co-author. So the book's really a collaboration between me, my son Brandon, and Paul Roz. And we're driving for that's right. When somebody feels like what you've said is completely their position, they say that's right. Not you're right, but that's right. So Paul says, I think what's happening here is you're triggering a subtle epiphany in somebody. So I'm like, all right, I'll buy that. So I start looking up the neuroscience of the feeling of epiphany. Getting a hit of oxytocin and serotonin. Oxytocin is a bonding drug. You bond to me. I don't bond to you. When you feel completely understood by me, you bond to me. Then in one of the relationship podcasts that I'm listening to on Andrew, says oxytocin inclines people to tell the truth. You're more honest. All right, so you feel deeply understood by me, you bond to me, and you start getting more honest with me. Serotonin, the neurochemical of satisfaction. Epiphany, you feel oxytocin and serotonin. Being understood. All right, I got you bonding to me, I got you being more honest with me, and I got you feeling more satisfied so you want less. What more do you want out of a negotiation?
Of course, there's already with leaders and great negotiators, there's walls built up, defense mechanisms against that. Right? You're resisting this basic chemistry. But yes, you should have that. You should work towards that kind of empathy. And I personally believe I don't actually understand why, but I've observed it time and time again. But getting in a room together and really talking, whether privately or publicly, but really talking. And like this, so I'll comment on this. So right now, this is being recorded, and a few folks will hear this. But when you really do a good job of this kind of conversation, you forget there's cameras,
right?
And that's much better than there being even a third person in the room. But often when world leaders meet, there's like press or there's others in the room,
right?
Like as man to man or man to woman, you have to like meet in a saloon, just the two of you, and talk. There's some intimacy and power to that, to achieve that if you're also willing to couple that with empathy, to really hear the other person.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's like a deep intimacy that happens.
And I think there's actually, because we get asked this in the Black Swan group all the time, like, how do Zoom, that's bad, because you don't have the same visual feedback on Zoom. And that's not true. Like you and I see you from the waist up right now. If we were on Zoom, I'd be looking at you from the waist up.
I'm not wearing pants, yeah. With the internet. I apologize for that. Sorry, yeah. You only see a small portion.
That's usually where I go. But anyway.
I'm glad we both have ridiculous. I appreciate it.
But what makes this different in person. I actually think I think there's energy that we're unable. We don't have the instrumentation to define yet, and I think that there's a feel. I think there's an actual energetic feel that changes. And just because just because we can't measure it, doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, I would love to figure out what that is. Folks that are working on virtual reality are trying to figure out what that is. During the pandemic, everybody was on Zoom and Microsoft. Everybody was trying to figure out how do we replicate that. I'm trying to understand how to replicate that because it sure is not fun to travel across the world just to talk to Snowden or Putin or Zelensky. I'd love to do it over Zoom, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same. I go in a room with Putin.
You would go in.
I would, yeah, 1,000%. I get it. That's right.
That's right. Well, first you would give him a that's right, probably.
Getting and giving. See that, and here's the issue that trips everybody up in negotiation. The difference between hearing and speaking. The same words are vastly different. And what I'm looking for is the responses I'm getting out of you. Because if you can't, first, that's right, especially, like if you can't appreciate what that really means, hearing it is unsatisfying.
So those two words are really important. We talk about that.
Yeah.
What does that's right mean? Why is it important?
Well, it means that what you just heard you think is unequivocally the truth. Like it's dead on. It hit the target. It's a bullseye. And it's been a topic of discussion, especially between my son and I, a lot. Like, what happens? This oxytocin bonding moment. And his contention has always been like, Donald Trump is the poster child of what it means. Because Donald Trump's addressing an audience, he's in a debate with Hillary or he's giving a speech someplace. And when the people that are devoted to him, when they believe that what he's just said is completely right, it's insightful, they look at him or they look at the TV and they go, that's right. And it's what people say when they're bought into what they just heard. Now, if you're not convinced of the way that Donald Trump's followers are bonded, and he also, just like this, in my view, destroys the idea of common ground. Because when he first started to run for president, the pundits all said, he's a New Yorker. Nobody in the Republican Party is going to like him. It's middle America. It's blue collar. It's regular common folks. Factory workers. They're not going to like Trump because he's from New York and he went to Wharton. He's an Ivy Leaguer and he's the son of a wealthy real estate mogul and he had $1 million handed to him when he got out of college. He's born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The rank and file Republicans are never going to accept this guy based on common ground. Look how smart that was.
Do you think he's a good negotiator? Do you think Donald Trump is a good negotiator?
No. I think he's a great marketer. If you look at his negotiation track record, all right, so I started following Donald Trump in the 80s when I was in there. I'm a last century guy, he's a last century guy. We've got mutual acquaintances. The minister that married him to Mara Maples was a friend of mine, a close friend of mine. And in 1998, I threw a fundraiser in his apartment at Trump Tower that he attended. So, no shortage of mutual friends. We went to the same church. Still have mutual acquaintances, friends. And I've watched his track record, negotiation history, which is exactly his track record with North Korea. Where are we with North Korea? What was the deal that he made with North Korea? See, your answer is the same as everybody else's. Well, I remember it started out with a lot of fanfare, but I don't know what happened because nothing ever happens.
It's more public fanfare, so marketing-minded presentation.
Starts out with a bang. If he doesn't cut the deal in a really short period of time, he moves on. And everybody wonders what happened because there was so much fanfare at the beginning. Now, at the beginning, him even opening that dialogue with North Korea was masterful. Like I was such a fan when you got a president of the United States that is willing to sit down and talk with a leader of another nation, when every other president, all their advisors are saying, the leader of North Korea is beneath you. You cannot dignify him by responding to him directly. Consequently, the Trump administration inherits a can of worms that has been simmering for 30 years. He didn't get a sense of that. And he opened up a dialogue where nobody else was capable of opening that dialogue. And it just went away. Nobody else went. And there was no deal. Now, great negotiators make deals.
What do you think about these accusations that he's a narcissist? If you're a narcissist, does that help you or hurt you?
Is there a more popular term these days than narcissist? Like everybody's a narcissist.
Everybody you don't like is a narcissist.
Like the homeless guy down on the corner. He's a narcissist. That's why he's there.
Yeah. It's lost meaning for you a little bit?
Yeah. First of all, most psychological terms, as a hostage negotiator, and really, we were never into psychology. And we steered away from it because psychology, at best, is soft science. If it's not informed these days, if it's not informed by real studies or neuroscience, the guys that I'm impressed with these days, psychologists, neuroscientists. Now I'm interested in that guy. But then the psychology convention. Do you get them all together and they all agree?
But also the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about the human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being, to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to, I did an interview with Kanye West. And then there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on.
Right.
And I felt that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking, to ignore the fact that he's a human being that, again, wants to be understood and heard. And that's the only way you can have that conversation.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's right. I feel so close to you.
It might be because I'm not wearing pants. All right. So
you're funnier than I am. That bothers me.
All right. I'll say something stupid soon. Don't worry about it. We said we were talking about terrorists and non-negotiating with terrorists. Is there something?
Nice job going all the way back to where that rabbit hole started.
We're Alice in Wonderland right now. Is there something about walking away, of not negotiating? Is there power in that?
All right, so it depends upon whether or not you're doing it with integrity or a tactic to start with. And then also, hostage negotiators are successful 93% of the time, kind of across the board. Which means that there's 7% of the time it's going to go bad. And that was my old boss, Gary Nessler. I learned so much from Gary. But a phrase that he used over and over and over again until I finally worked the case and went bad was, this is going to be the best chance of success. Best chance of success. And then something went bad. And I remember thinking like, well, best chance of success is no guarantee of success. So your question is, other negotiations you should walk away from. If you got no shot at success, then don't negotiate. And there, you have to accept the fact that some deals you're never going to make. You know, we teach in my company, it's not a sin to not get the deal. It's a sin to take a long time to not get the deal. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Gary, in his infinite wisdom, you know, they realized that there was something called suicide by cop. And that it might have, Gary was very much into clusters of behavior. He kept us away from psychological terms, and there would be clusters of behavior that would be high-risk indicators. And he wrote a block of instruction called high-risk indicator, which meant if you start seeing this stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad. And you're gonna need to recognize that from the very beginning and adjust accordingly. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to the head of a marketing company I have tremendous respect for. I admire what this guy in this company does. Started from scratch. He borrowed space in the back of a drugstore to start his company. And now it's hugely successful. And he's laying out to me that he finally had to confront a potential client and walk away from it. He said, "How do you think I handled this?" And my answer was 1,000% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated, he's a type, and you should have walked away sooner than you did. Because this guy was playing it all the time. Al Qaeda, 2004, they're playing. They're not negotiating. We called them out on it. I don't think you negotiate. We wouldn't say it exactly like that, but that was absolutely the approach. Confront people on their behavior in a respectful way.
And signal that you're willing to walk away.
And mean it, 1,000%.
And mean it. Is that terrifying? I mean, it's scary because you don't want to really walk away. Or do you have to really want to walk away?
Well, this gets core values, your view of reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary to walk away. If it's a finite world with limited opportunities, then it's horrible.
But you have to use that worldview to be willing to actually walk away.
Yeah.
It could be walking away from a lot of money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because if you lose a hostage.
Yeah, well, but if they're not going to let the hostage out,
Yeah.
Suicide by cop, they ain't letting them go.
The 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
The bad guys were never there to make a deal in the first place. If it was suicide by cop, if they were there if they're on a killing journey, it's an Israeli phrase. If they're on a killing journey and the actions that they're currently engaged in are part of that killing journey.
Killing journey. Is there advice you can give about, you mentioned Israel, Palestine, the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic? Is there hope for that part of the world? And from that hope, is there some advice you could lend?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Then I got friends on both sides, and also when after I left the FBI, most people listening to this probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was.
Oh, come on.
But he's a comedian.
Still doesn't get any respect. Yeah.
Yeah. And
New Yorker? Was he a New Yorker?
I think he was a New York guy.
Or like Jersey or something, yeah.
Yeah, and he did a movie a long time ago called Back to School. He went back to school. He's an old guy back to school. So I went back to school after I left the FBI. I did get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, I'm running across people on both sides of it. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for our kids, which is this version that I was telling you earlier from Tom Girardi. Let's pick a point in the future that we're both happy with. And they found that they could talk. All right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for our kids? And that's where the hope derives from. Because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for their kids, which is why they still engage in interactions, and which is why I think the leadership, regardless of how compromised they might be on either side, there are few straight players in the game in the Middle East, or anywhere for that matter. But they want a better future for their kids. You get people to agree that you want a better future for your kids, now you start talking about, well, how do we work our way back? And then, all right, so we got a mutual point in the future. The Israeli-Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting, because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago now, when Israel was shelling Gaza. They hit the UPI office. They were hitting, they got fed up with the rocket attacks from Hamas. And of course, Hamas is putting rockets in the UPI office, or the AP office, whichever press office it was there. How's that office going to be there otherwise? Hamas is running the show. You're not going to run that office unless you let them store weapons. That's just part of the game. And where are they gonna storm in specially designated ammunition dumps? No, they're gonna put them in schools. They're gonna put them in hospitals. They're gonna put them in all places that when Israel hits them, they're gonna look really bad. So after a while, Israel gets fed up. They start shelling Gaza, and they're hitting these places. A friend of mine, Nicole Benham, is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says, you got to come on. The vitriol is killing me. These are all turning into screaming matches. Nobody's talking to anybody. I said, all right, cool. We'll go on. We'll do it and watch. We won't have a single argument. We'll invite people on from both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the other side, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. And you got to continue to state the other side's position until they agree that you got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no arguments. That was what we were really going for. We wanted to show that people on both sides in one of their emotional time frames, if your only requirement was you had to state the other side's position first, nobody got out of control.
Did it work?
That's exactly what happened. We wanted to show people that you can have conversations that do not devolve into screaming matches with vitriol, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the other side. Just first, see if you can outline where they're coming.
That's really impressive because I've just having seen on Clubhouse people, which part of the reason I like Clubhouse, you get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense.
Right.
It was. I'm sweating just in the buildup of your story here. I thought it's gonna go to hell, but you're saying it kind of worked.
Not one person lost control. Now, of the two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supportive positions for the Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of the Palestinians, they want to start like, you're doing this, and I'd say, no, you can go there, just not yet. Before you go there, you say that all you want. Before you go there, you've got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you got it right. And what would consistently happen is there's a leveling out of a person to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial to the person who's trying to do it, which was really the point that we were trying to make.
It's a really interesting exercise. I mean, that by way of advice. So if it works at Clubhouse, for people who don't know, that's like a voice app where you can be anonymous. There's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It could be chaos. If it works there, that's really interesting. For when you sit down for a conversation across the table from somebody, don't have them even steel man the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just explain your understanding.
Yeah,
that's it.
And every now and then I would jump in, like, and there's somebody supporting Israel, whoever the heck they were, and they'd say a couple things, and the Palestinian guy would be like, or gal, or supportive of them, would say, you missed some stuff, and I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the Nakba is. The Nakba is a catastrophe. That's the day Israel was born. For the rest of the world, it's the birth of Israel. For you, it's the Nakba. I said, you've got members of your family that is still walking around carrying keys to the front door of the house they abandoned. And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, you feel bad that, in point of fact, that in World War II, the world stood back and watched while the Nazis threw the Jews off a building. The only problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming from. So articulating, deeply what the other side feels is transformative for both people involved in the process.
What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been a part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case you just stands out to you, or maybe just one of many?
Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq and Saudi. First one was in Saudi, 2004 timeframe. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not deceiving them about the possibility of the outcome.
Yeah, how do you talk to family members? Is that part of the negotiation?
Yeah, empathy, learning empathy the hard way. And then being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, a guy that we're working with now that's coaching us in the U.S. and is a business partner, his name is Jonathan Smith. He pointed out to us that there's a Shu Ha Ri concept. Are you familiar with Shu Ha Ri? It's a martial arts concept. And Shu is do it exactly as the master is telling you to do it. Wax on, wax off. Karate Kid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you're getting a feel for it. And you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You're seeing the same thing show up in other places. And at the Ri level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. And if somebody asks you where you learned that, you probably say, my sensei taught it to me. My master taught it to me. This will come back around to negotiating with families pretty quick. We did this once because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if we're not coaching them regularly. One of these guys, Michael, we're interviewing him for a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, yeah, you got to gather data with your eyes. And I remember and I went, ooh, I like that. I said, where did you hear that before? He goes, I don't know. I heard it from you, I think. And I was like, no. I didn't remember saying that.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard that. He's in Ri. So what's this got to do with family? Empathy at its base level and the Shu level, I learned it on the suicide hotline, is saying like, you sound angry. I'm just calling out the elephant in the room. Your emotions, what's driving you. I'm throwing a label on your act. And I'm saying you sound, or it sounds like you are. Because that's the basic Karate Kid wax on approach. Now, there are a lot of hostage negotiators that will tell you empathy doesn't work at home. Not true. They've never gotten out of Shu. You're getting ready to talk to your significant other. And you want to go someplace that you know is going to make her angry. You want to go do something.
Now that's real negotiation right there.
You could say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to blow up because her reaction is, you made me angry, bozo. Can you act like you're an innocent third party or that you were independent of how I feel bad? And you learn a little bit more and you say the high level is probably going to make you angry. And then what I did with families, I knew how they felt before I walked in the door. I knew that they were scared to death. You find out that your
Shout out to
husband,
Prophet
your
Tina.
father, your brother,
Come on,
is
baby.
grabbed by Al Qaeda, who are
Give
in the
it to
business
me.
of chopping people's heads off. You're
Fuck
gonna be
yeah.
hard. I can't
That's
walk
what I'm
in there and
talking
go
about,
like,
Prophet
"You
Tina. You didn't see this one coming,
Of
did you?
course
Girl?
I'm angry, you idiot. But knowing what they are, I used to walk into families' houses and I'd say, I know you. Now, what do the circumstances dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by their government. They're going to feel totally alone. They're going to be scared. And they're going to be angry because they feel the government abandoned. Now, in point of fact, is this an accurate statement? That their loved one voluntarily went into a war zone and voluntarily went someplace their government told them not to go. are the facts that the government abandoned them? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the government tried to get them to not go. They went anyway. But that doesn't change how they felt in the moment. And I walk into a house and I go, I know you. I know you feel abandoned and alone. And I know you're horrified. And I know you feel the United States government is abandoned. And they would look at me and go like, yeah. What do we do now? Now we're ready to rock.
Is there kind of in general, is there a language barrier too? It could be just barriers of different communication styles. I mean, you got like a New Yorker way about it. That might make somebody from like, I don't know, Laguna Beach uncomfortable. Do you feel that language barrier in communication is that language and communication style in itself creating a barrier?
You got a barrier when you think that your way is the way.
Sure, that's the biggest barrier.
Yeah, like and that happens all the time. When people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiations? You know, what hand do I got to shake hands with so that I can get my way? Well, if you strip it all down, we're all basically the same blank slate when we were born. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system works pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sorts of decisions. How does this affect my future? What am I at risk of losing? How does this affect my identity? You're not kind of kidnapper. You're a New York City businessman. You're a tobacco farmer in the South. All making those same decisions based on those same things. So as soon as I start to navigate that, and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, to what you think, how you see things. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from, if you live in the South, yeah, maybe I'm a New Yorker, or I'm somebody from LA, or somebody from Chicago. But my geography is foreign to you, but as soon as I start dialing in on how you see things, suddenly you're listening.
What about the three voices you talked about? The different voices you can use in that communication.
Right. The assertive voice, direct and honest. I'm a natural born assertive.
Natural born.
Welcome. How are you?
Yeah, well, stop catching
Look who it
me on what I
is.
said. How dare you
Long time no see.
accuse me of what I said? No quote Bono.
How you living, Apollo? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing. Happy New Year's, brother.
Same to you. How are things going? How's your health?
So far so good. How you doing, Caspian?
I don't know if Caspian's there right now. Are you taking some time
How
off?
you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. I just developed a new bot for Twitch. I've never really spammed Twitch, and just today I started doing it, and it works really, really well. Here, I'll show it to you. Just a moment. Have you been able to
How
take?
many cranky bought?
They are. They are. I use macros. Just a moment. All right. Hey, what's going on, Joshua? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Joshua?
Just from the KSI server.
Which server?
The KSI.
Oh, KSI. Shout out to KSI. Excellent. Well, here, I'm going to show you. I just created a robot for Twitch. So just one moment, and you'll see this bad boy work. So what's it going to do? It's going to just basically follow the person, spam them, and then move on to the next section, which is a very cool thing. I enjoy that. Let me talk to Joshua for a second. Joshua, do you know anything about me?
I've seen some things, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "The content is king," and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, silver, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Joshua, did you ever see the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey?
Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, amazing. Well, that's what I do. So basically, you can watch every moment of my life going back to the pandemic from like 10 different cameras, which is very exciting. Additionally, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. In addition to archiving all of this, we talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light transportation, or faster than light travel. We talk about things like life extension technology. Essentially, Joshua and anyone else here, you at one time perhaps had a life expectancy when you were born of about age 80, and I want to increase that. I want to make sure that that gets up to age 100, 120 through some types of technology like stem cells, steroids, things like human growth hormone, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, and some other really interesting technologies, including ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. And additionally, some things that we talk about in addition to life extension technology, we talk about mind uploading technology. The idea that once your body breaks down at age 120 or whenever, then you can essentially have your brain scanned, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. These are really exciting opportunities. And essentially what I'm saying is that perhaps within a generation or two, there may be people who are able to utilize mind uploading technology into a digital immortality. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Rabbi, I can't afford that. I'm just a regular person, so that's of no benefit to me. You should know, as I said, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than anything in the world. And I'm going viral perhaps any day now, perhaps any hour now. And when it happens, I have more data archived to the internet than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize that, and I'm going to give it away, essentially like Robinhood. I want to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your family. I want to make sure that you are able to establish charities for people that you love or causes that are important to you. And essentially, I want to do my best to help revolutionize the world. I don't want war anymore. I want to help end world hunger through utilization of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding, just to name a few, and end world thirst through digging of wells in Africa, through perhaps the utilization of life straws, and also the desalination plants where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. These are some really exciting opportunities.
Rabbi,
Go ahead.
got anything to make my dick bigger?
Nope, not this. Well, yeah, actually we do. Human growth hormone. So in addition to,
You have a lot of computers.
I do. Yeah, definitely. How did you find out about me, Colded Bandito? Coldest Bandito?
I saw that on your podcast interview, The Real Life Truman Show.
Amazing. Fabulous. Yeah, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. When I started, it was worth pennies, and it's worth close to $300 million today, and it's just going to be worth more as the future continues and cryptocurrency becomes a mainstay in human society. If you didn't have a chance to hear the first part, Coldest Bandito, essentially I stream my life 24/7 for World Peace. I have more data uploaded than any person in global history, and I'm really about ending world war and promoting the end of world hunger and the end of world thirst. Those are some really simple ideas that I think that with enough time and enough of a spotlight that we'll be able to get mass appeal on. I don't feel that it's right for you to put your hands on me, nor me put my hands on you without consent. And if we can all live by that type of advice, then I think we can all get along. How does that sound to you?
That sounds perfectly fine. That's
Excellent.
good lifestyle to live by.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, in the meantime, you guys have any questions?
Whereabouts can I view?
Absolutely.
Whereabouts can I view the cryptocurrency?
Well, you can go to our Telegram, which is t.me/HPOS10I. I can send you a link to that as well if you'd like. And if you'd like to watch the ticker, it's on Uniswap. Its ticker is Bitcoin, BITCOIN, and it is essentially a project that was started about 2 years ago, and I got on board about a year and a half ago. And that cryptocurrency has sponsored my clothing, my pillows, my bedding, and everything. And they're just a really great.
Is this?
Go ahead.
Is this Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, ticker's Bitcoin. And if you like, I'll send you the Telegram right now. It's t.me/HPOS10I. I just sent it to you. And then also, I'm going to send you all my live streams so you can see. No one live streams their life, or very few people. No one archives it, though. It's very difficult to archive, and especially no one does it from 10 different angles like I do. So at any given time, you'll be able to watch me and just connect with me. And I'm here to answer questions or do my best to promote world peace and just bring people together. I was just telling the other friends here, I created a robot. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like right now. I'm still working on some of the kinks. I had a Kickbot. If you guys know what Kick is it's a streaming platform, and I've been spamming that platform for about 6 months. Everyone on Kick knows who I am. From Aiden Ross, I'm the #1 streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm currently live streaming in his Discord. As you know, I've been streaming in KSI's Discord for some time. I'm the #1 streamer in iShowSpeed's Discord. So I've made some nice connections. Additionally, the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craven. He knows who I am. We're friends on Discord. So if you have anything you ever want to say to him, let me know. And here we go. I'm going to pull up the robot. And as I really just started working on this Twitch bot this morning, so it's not 100% correct yet, but it's very good. Basically, what this thing's going to do, it's a follow bot and a spam bot. So it just goes through streamers on Twitch, like these guys. These guys are in the middle of a podcast, and what it's going to do is it's going to follow them. So in a moment, you'll see the follow button appear here, right there, and it's going to click it in a moment. There we go. Yeah, and then it's going to spam them. And it spams them. It has my Discord in it. It has my Instagram. It has my TikTok. It has to find all my live streams. It has my blog. If you're interested in some of the technology that I talk about, I recommend you take a look at my blog. My blog it's the longest blog in history. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's just one entry, but it's basically my entire ChatGPT log over the course of like 2 years. And everything from 100 ways to advance your life, 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers, 100 different vitamins, or actually like 250 different vitamins, and what they do and how they can benefit you. So what we're going to see here, it's going to press the follow button, and it's going to spam this person. And, you know, I call it spamming because I have been spamming a lot on Kick, which is just like repeatedly, generally just chatting in or entering text in someone's chat. But this one is just one group message, essentially. If you want to see what it says, please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for world peace. I have the link there. Then I have my link to all my live streams. In fact, I'll pull this up right now. Then I have my Instagram, all the TikToks, Reddit, the direct link to my Discord, my blog, and then if anybody wants, they can follow me or send me a Discord link at Rabbi Rothschild Rules. And then I say world peace, anti-gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillionaire. And then over here, if you haven't had the chance to see, I am pulling up YouTube, and what it will show on YouTube are all my live streams. So just one moment, and we'll let it do that. It's a little slow, but we understand. I've got a bunch of different Twitches open as well, which is probably slowing it down. As I close them, we'll see, and all it is a query for Rabbi Rothschild and filtered by live. So here we are. I've got 1 here, I've got 2 here, I've got 3 here, I've got 4 here, I've got 5 here, I've got 6 here, I've got 7 here, I've got 8 here, I've got 9 here, I've got a ceiling cam. Look at that. I mean, nobody else has like a camera on their ceiling. And then I've got, I was on like 10, 11, got 12 different live streams going. And it's really an exciting opportunity for people to be able to watch someone's life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I'll restart the bot, and you'll be able to see. Just one moment. I will just refresh the page. And so right now the bot does that, but I wanted to do what my Kickbot does. My Kickbot actually creates an account for me, and then also it'll clip for me as well, which is important because I can create clips of people's channels. But as you see, I mean, my hands are here, and I'm holding the camera. Apologies, I hear that I'm buffering a little bit, but as you see, we've got some cool people here. This is This Mike Beresky. Shout out to This Mike Beresky. And does it work every single time? No. Some people, like you have to have a verified account, or you have to be following them for more than a little bit of time. But essentially, this is a way for me to get out the message. It's free, and I think it's quite an interesting strategy. So what you'll see is it just spams them, all that information, and then moves on to the next person. Pretty cool, huh?
I think that's quite interesting, yes. And is that the only one that you have doing that, or is there multiple?
Well, actually, I just started doing this on Twitch today. But I've been doing it on Kick for 6 months, and I have 3 computers that do it on Kick. But everybody knows about me on Kick already. So once I perfect it,
if you do it enough, eventually everybody will know about you.
100%, my man. You and Coldest Bandito, you are 100% right on that. And that's how that's the strategy that I'm using. And I give people my social media. They'll click on it. I have more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, more than 300 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and more than 10,000 Kick accounts. I have far more social media than any person in the history of mankind. And
are you not like worried about it potentially doing something that may be considered against certain TOSs of these social medias, or have you looked through that already?
I have. Let them do whatever they want to me. It's not against the law in the United States, so they can ban me if they want. And I just create more accounts. Until it's against the law to do this, then I will continue doing it. The mission to me is important enough that I've sacrificed my life. By trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 500 companies. I'm fairly well-versed in many types of different technology, especially smartphones and other similar devices, tablets, etc. Let me give you a quick room tour so you can see all of the different devices and everything else that we have going. Just one moment. Okay. Behind me here, we have, so I'm also the king of multi-streaming. So basically, wherever you see a device, it's not just streaming to YouTube, but it's also streaming to Twitch and Rumble and a bunch of different other platforms. Behind me, you can see also in the camera there, I have a projector that is streaming podcasts. So we're watching Lex Friedman podcast right now. Over here, he's interviewing an FBI hostage negotiator. Over here, well, actually, first I've got just more devices on here. I'll show you what this does in a second. This is really cool. Okay, so you can see yourself there. And then up there, I've got a connection to the Telegram for the cryptocurrency that I'm in. And then here, I'm live in Discord. I'm live in quite a few different Discords. So let me show you over here. So we've got the computer with the bot here that's also live streaming. This is live streaming, and this is in Discord and also live streaming from multiple angles. That's where the ceiling cam comes. I've got the ceiling cam up there. I've got, just one moment. I've got 3 additional Discords that I'm in here on tablets. And over here, you can see I've got a bunch of different devices. So this is Aiden Ross. This is KSI. This is live on Instagram. This is all 3 of these are on Discord. Or apologies, on YouTube. Let's see here. Let me just see what this says. I've got robots that allow me to be in any person's Discord. And then what I end up doing is they're handheld, or they're really macros, but I call them robots because it's easier for people to understand that. And what they do is they essentially every hour restart the program, because devices, if you let them go for too long, they'll just end up freezing on you. And so I have basically an auto clicker that clicks for me every hour, all of the different buttons that need to be clicked. It's all pre-programmed, so I don't have to touch that stuff. I have an Instagram bot that literally has been uploading my life on Instagram, in addition to YouTube and Rumble and all that other stuff. So people can literally just go on Instagram and watch me live as well. And yeah, I mean, we talked about some really interesting things that are going to change the world. De-extinction is something that I'm a major proponent of. If you're not familiar with de-extinction, this is essentially the science of bringing back extinct animals. And if you think this is science fiction, I wouldn't blame you. But actually, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that went extinct in southern France, northern Spain. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colosso Bioscientific.
This is the people that are trying to bring the woolly mammoth back as well.
That's exactly who's doing it. Absolutely, you're very, very smart. Yeah, so they have that on their website by the year 2028, which is within 3 years or so. We may have a hybrid version of the woolly mammoth that may be able to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle, utilizing female African elephants. And then after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the plan is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, you might actually see this come to fruition. You might be able to see these animals perhaps in a zoo, or perhaps in a safari park, or some other kind of habitat, which is a really exciting thing.
It definitely is a very interesting thing. I gotta say, with all of these like computers and stuff that you have doing stuff on the internet, you've got to have one hell of a electric bill and internet like contract going on for you.
Yeah. So essentially, we have solar, so we actually get a reimbursement every year. When I say we, the people in the house. And then I have internet through my lease, and so really, maybe my rent might go up, but yeah, I utilize as much bandwidth as absolutely possible. and I don't know why more people don't do it. I understand why, but essentially, I live my life as I normally would. I watch podcasts and I learn, and I talk to people and just really do my best to be a learner in all in all facets of the word. And I just every 12 hours or so make sure that my streams are going and archive it. And I think it's a really important project, especially for people in the future. This is great, people learning about this, but in the future, that's where this is really going to be an important project. And I say that because people will be able to study every aspect of a human over the course of life. We haven't ever had such a large data set to be able to train AI models. So we have things like my heartbeat per minute, my blinks per minute, how often I swallow, what my body temperature is. All of this will be trackable using augmented reality in the future. And then additionally, one of the things that we've been able to trace is AI. I was there. I remember the day that ChatGPT was released to the public. It was November 30th, 2022. We started using it immediately, and we haven't stopped. I use ChatGPT multiple times a day for numerous questions that I have. Sometimes people ask questions in here. They're really good questions, and I don't know the answer. So we'll look it up with using ChatGPT. A lot of advanced physics questions or what ifs, that probabilities that I can't calculate immediately. We'll use AI for that. And we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, essentially the point in society where artificial intelligence is at the level of human understanding or cognition, and moving into the next realm, which is artificial superintelligence, which is really exciting. That's when you get into neural networks and you get into Skynet and all of the other opportunities that we may perhaps have in the future. So I'm essentially, go ahead.
Because I don't know if Skynet is the best example for that.
Well, I want to avoid any kind of perhaps Terminator scenario. And so one of the ways that I'm doing that is really attempting to archive data. At least you can go back on my stream and be able to see how society was shaped. Essentially every moment of this stream, I have had a radio going 24/7 that just plays the news. So you can perhaps go back to 2022 or 2023 or 2024 or 2021 and know exactly what was going on in my life, and well, not just in my life, but in world events. And that's a really exciting opportunity as well. We've had earthquakes on the stream. We've seen the death of a queen. We've seen the death of celebrities. Some really interesting opportunities, and I think that the world will be able to learn about this, learn from this project. And especially with this bot on Twitch, I don't think it's going to be too much longer till we go viral. It's working really well. What makes this bot better than my Kickbot? Way better. My Kickbot, Kick is still a pretty new platform, and you can't put huge blocks of text, or it's very difficult to put huge blocks of text in Kick. And also, Kick does not allow you to hyperlink within the chat, but Twitch does. So all somebody has to do is click on the link that I've put in their chat, and they will come right into this Discord. Or perhaps they'll go right to my social media, my Instagram, my TikTok, my Reddit. They might go to my YouTube. And previously, I didn't have that ability. So you guys are actually here on a really special occasion of me being able to get this this bot going. And some other things that we talk about on the stream really are in terms of futurology. I'm fascinated by the future, and I want to, especially with the idea of mind uploading technology, that we may be able to live life, a life of perhaps digital immortality. I want to make sure that it's a good environment. So some of the things that we talk about, in addition, here are some just things having to do with space. A launch loop, a proposed transportation system that uses a long loop structure to launch vehicles into orbit through magnetic acceleration. A light craft, a spacecraft propelled by laser beams directed at a light-absorbing surface, creating thrust through energy absorption. Lunarcrete, a building material used from lunar regolith, envisioned for constructing habitats on the moon. Lunar Space Elevator, a structure extending from the moon's surface into space, facilitating transport to orbit without traditional rocket launches. And the same can be done on Earth. It's just known as a space elevator. I can show you what one of these looks like. So a space elevator is quite a fascinating idea. So why would you need a space elevator, Rabbi, you may ask? So that you don't need to take rockets into space. Rockets are very expensive. So a space elevator allows someone to just basically take a tether into space. So what I'll do is show you. Somebody made a GIF of this recently, and I think it's quite interesting. Let's see if I can find the best version of it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So essentially, imagine you were in Florida, and this is going to be taking off from Florida. So you're going to be looking down, and I know it's not easy to see, but you're looking down at the Earth, and you're moving up in essentially just like an elevator, and you'll just be tethered into low Earth orbit. So it can take you to a space station, or it can perhaps take you into wherever you want. But basically, you don't need a rocket anymore. It's a safer way to be able to go into space. And then you should see, let me make sure. Yeah. This, I know it's hard to see and it's really bright, but just imagine an elevator that it's essentially, imagine a long string that goes into low Earth orbit and an elevator that goes up that string. And that's all it is. But it's a very exciting premise. The ability to perhaps use this type of technology. And you can see Florida is there. So that's basically how big it would be. And that's what it would look like. And you could do it very quickly and safely. Some other things that we discuss on this that are important to society: a mag beam, a proposed system using lasers to propel spacecraft by transferring energy remotely through beams. Magnetic sail, a spacecraft propulsion method that uses a large magnetic field to interact with solar winds or magnetic fields. Those are just things for space. But there are things on Earth that I want to help as well. And the two big mega projects that I'd like to for which I want to be a proponent, of which I'm a proponent, are a Bering Strait tunnel and the completion of a road through the Darien Gap. So let's talk about this for a second. The Bering Strait is the little bit of water. It's 51 miles from Asia to North America, basically from Russia to Alaska. And if we were to able to build a tunnel 51 miles generally under the seabed, we'd be able to perhaps have rail through that and perhaps have road system through that, which means you'd be able to drive from Los Angeles to Cape Town, South Africa, or New York City to perhaps Casablanca, Morocco, and never have to get out of your car except to fuel. You wouldn't have to put it on a ferry or on a boat or anything like that, like you currently would have to. You could essentially take a road trip from Mexico City to Paris if you wanted to. And then the other thing that I'd like to see is the completion of a road system of the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap, if you don't know, is in northern Colombia, southern Panama. It's about 75 miles or so of deep forest and swamp that currently is unfinished and is really just controlled by the cartels there. But essentially, if we were able to just complete just 76 miles or so of road, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to New York City or Rio de Janeiro to Los Angeles. And then if we complete the Bering Strait tunnel, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Rio de Janeiro to Paris. These are really exciting opportunities that really we're like about 120 miles away of finishing these. There is already a Pan-American highway. You can drive from essentially the tip of South America to the Darien Gap, and then you can drive from northern North America to the Darien Gap, but you can't get through there. The only way to get a car through there currently is through a ferry system. Motorcycles can do it, but we want the ability for cars to be able to do this. So I'm a huge proponent of those mega structures. Some other mega structures that I think may be important in the future are perhaps in terms of electricity. I'm a huge proponent of nuclear electricity or nuclear energy. I want to get the world off of fossil fuels. I am a major proponent of fission technology or fission energy, where you break open an atom and harness the energy there, and fusion technology, where you slam two, fusion technology, where you slam two atoms together to create energy, and then fission, where you break a particle apart and harness that. Additionally, some types of energy opportunities that I think we could utilize in the world is tidal power. Essentially, if we take turbines and put them in the ocean, we can use the ocean's waves that are constantly going 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and turn a turbine and create energy. In order to create energy, all you have to do is essentially turn a turbine. And so essentially think of a wind turbine, but in the ocean, and a better version of it so it doesn't hurt sea life and there's no pollution towards it. Another type of energy that I think is important that isn't currently being harnessed is geothermal energy, where you essentially take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and then allow the Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. And it's a very simple solution to a growing energy crisis. And I know, especially with the humanity's need for electric vehicles, we're going to need a much more robust power grid, and we're going to need much more robust power systems. This is just one person's opinion on what we should do, but I think these are all good ideas, and I'd like to see them utilized. So I know I've been talking a lot, guys. Do you have any questions?
With the tunnel between.
Go ahead, Joshua.
With the tunnel between Alaska and Russia, how would that work? Say that they both hate each other.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, we would want to have better diplomatic relations. But if you didn't know, Russia has already proposed this. So it's more on the United States to accept it. Russia had first proposed it even as the Soviet Union. And so I think that a tunnel system would bring the two countries together. And the reason why is essentially they'd be neighbors. They're only 51 miles apart from each other, and we'd have to work on some things, but we certainly have been able to have positive diplomatic relations with Russia, at least since the Cold War. Go ahead.
Not anymore.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You can't. I don't think you'll ever have that ever again.
Okay, Apollo, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. But there are those of us who know that we will one day establish world peace on Earth so that we can eventually move into space tourism and terraforming other planets, and perhaps interstellar space travel and galactic space travel. It's just a matter of time. But you know, if you listen to naysayers, they're going to say, well, you're not going to be able to do it because I don't think so. And you don't recognize that at one time, the Roman people didn't agree with the Greek people. But guess what? 2,000 years have gone by, and those two countries get along fine. I'm a big thinker. I'm a future thinker. I'm not someone who looks at things in terms of micro diplomatic relations. I look in terms of macro diplomatic relations. Look at the United States and the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom burned down the White House in 1812, and they're one of our closest allies right now. Or when I say ours, the United States is. So, you know, when I hear naysayers say, well, I don't think that's ever going to happen, that's closed-minded thinking to me. Maybe it won't happen today. I believe it is. Given enough time.
No, I understand that you're being positive. And I would like that too, but like we're on the cusp of something bigger that's happening that I'm looking at, and I don't know if Washington D.C. will be around.
Okay, well, I mean, then you're entitled to your opinion. There are those of us who are big thinkers and think that whatever people are in power perhaps we might be able to overcome any type of diplomatic issues. I can tell you, just within the last 10 years, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin would meet and be on positive terms. And prior to that, Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin used to be on positive terms. So the same could be seen again, and perhaps it might not happen in the next 10 years, but in the next 100 years, it very well could be, especially when the powers that be recognize the financial implications for this. It's all about money. And when people recognize that it's going to be cheaper to run a train from Alaska to Russia, as opposed to taking all the cargo and putting it on ships, that's when it will start to make some differences. I look at countries like the United States and China that have had different diplomatic relations over the course of the last 100 years, and you just have to have them aligned for 10 to 20 years to be able to construct such a tunnel. These mega projects have happened in the past. We had the Suez Canal that was created at the end of the 19th century, and the Panama Canal that was created at the beginning of the 20th century, and at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And if we were able to essentially create those types of mega projects that also, to Apollo's point, not everybody's getting along, but keep in mind, people didn't get along then either, especially the United States didn't get along with the Panamanian government for many years. Or the Suez Canal was created by essentially financiers from Europe within the Ottoman Empire, which didn't necessarily get along, but they got it to work. And in the same way, we can get it to work between Alaska and Russia. It's not that long. It's 51 miles. And when it comes to a scientific aspect or a technological aspect, currently we're making tunnels that are already dozens, at least 12 miles long, especially in Asia. They're not being done so much in the Americas yet, but that doesn't mean that they can be. If we can build a 12-mile tunnel, a 51-mile tunnel isn't that much different, especially with companies like the Boring Company of Elon Musk that is doing what it can to limit traffic. And, he makes some very good points. You can only build so much on the surface, but underground, you can have 100 different...
We have that. Rabbi?
Pardon me, Apollo?
We already have those giant tunnels. The military have had those for a long time. They have underneath Washington, D.C.
That's true.
And on the West Coast, we have one going from L.A. all the way to Mount Shasta.
That's true. These are known as the Deep Underground Military Base System, but they're not currently available for the general public. A system of boring tunnels would be. Currently, this is utilized in Los Angeles in some ways where you take your car, you put it on essentially a sled, and so you don't drive through the tunnel, but the sled actually takes the car through, and you can be on one side of the city to another side of the city has been proposed within a matter of minutes, and that's really going to perhaps help people in terms of the surface traffic that we see. One interesting thing, though, about building underground as opposed to building on the surface is that you can build 100 different floors worth of tunnels, and they're all relatively safe and secure. Seismic waves, essentially earthquakes, affect the surface, but not really underground as much. And these tubes are essentially made or built to bend a little bit in if there's ever a type of earthquake or other seismic event. So this is actually a safer way for people to be able to travel. We currently utilize subway systems in major cities around the United States and around the world. And this is essentially a modification of that. And we haven't seen too much advancement on that because of a few different industries, including the petroleum industry, the automotive industry, the tire industry. All of these colluded in the 1940s to shut down the Red Line and other trolley systems within the United States to make way for highways and freeways and essentially the automotive sector. But that doesn't mean that we can't get back to some advancements from a public works standpoint for the greater good. These are all things that I'd like to see happen. I can't guarantee any of them will happen, but if you look at any other creators out there, I don't hear them talking like this, and that's what makes this very exciting.
Have you heard about the proposed railway tunnel that leads all the way from New York to the United Kingdom, where you should be able to just get there in the matter of like under an hour? That's been put through recently.
Yeah, so that's, as I understand, the transatlantic tunnel system, and I've heard that at least two different endpoints. There perhaps is a London endpoint. There's perhaps a Paris endpoint to connect to continental Europe, and I'm a huge advocate for that. Now, that's a much bigger project. The Bering Strait tunnel is 51 miles. The New York to London is thousands of miles. And but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be done. Now, to Apollo's point, this has already been done. These systems are already, there's already a global underground tunnel network that connects military bases. So if you're wondering, well, how are these?
Who I heard it from?
Who did you hear it from?
You guys ever listen to? It's very hard to catch him now on YouTube, but his name was Phil Schneider.
Absolutely,
He was,
100%. 100%. We've listened to Phil Schneider within the last month. I listened to it every night that I went to bed, maybe about 3 weeks ago for a total of like 2 weeks straight. Yeah, 100% with Phil Schneider. If you don't know who Phil Schneider was, he was a geologist. And to Apollo's point, he's absolutely right. And I would use that as my source as well. Essentially, he was a geologist who worked for the United States government building deep underground military bases. And there's a pretty wild story.
They're called DUMS.
Right, deep underground military bases, yes, the DUM system. So there's a story that he has where he allegedly made contact with an alien race underground. This is known as the Dulce War. Essentially, they were digging using an elevator shaft. They opened it up to some kind of cavernous area, and there were aliens down there. And he lost part of his hand and had some chest issues that occurred from this. Whether this is a true story or not, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that a lot of what he said, what Apollo references, is correct. That essentially there are nuclear tunnelers. So what is this? I'll show you what one looks like right now. And you're going to look at this picture and you're going to be like, that looks like it's from the 1980s, and it absolutely is. So there are nuclear boring machines that are powered by nuclear power that were used to dig out the deep underground military bases, specifically really in the 1970s, 1980s as well. Just to give you an idea of how big these things are, I want to find one with people in front of it. So I don't know if you can see this. It's going to be a little difficult, but like the people are really, really small. And what you can see is it's essentially like a pipe with teeth on the end, and it just spins. And what it does is it just like a big screw, essentially, though it's not as pointy as a screw, it will remove any rock or ground in front of it, and then it leaves it with a glass-like surface around. So it's just like a circular, a nice circular tunnel. And you can see these are absolutely massive. I don't know if it's going to show through really well, but these are absolutely massive. And so it's not a matter of if, but it's just a matter of when this type of technology is going to be utilized more in the public. And these types of tunnel boring systems are utilized currently the longest tunnel in the world is located in Switzerland, and essentially it went through the Alps, and it's called the Goddard Tunnel. This type of technology was already used for that, and there isn't anything to say that it can't be used for other people in the future. Does anyone here speak a language other than English?
Sorry, no.
That's okay. No one else does.
I do.
Okay, what do you speak?
Yeah, I do.
What do
I
you?
speak bullshit and I speak Spanish.
Okay, excellent. So, do you speak like American Spanish or do you speak Spain Spanish?
American Spanish.
Okay, just one moment. So,
I don't have the accent like the Spaniards do.
that's fine. But this is a type of technology. It's essentially a universal translator that I think can be utilized to help people in the world. It essentially translates anything you need into any language. Yes, it's like Google Translate, but it's much faster.
Se trata de un tipo de tecnología. Es básicamente un traductor universal que creo que se puede utilizar para ayudar a la gente de
No,
todo
this
el
is
mundo.
American Spanish.
Básicamente, traduce cualquier cosa que necesites a cualquier idioma. Sí, es como el traductor de Google, pero es mucho más rápido.
I can double check that, but yeah, this is American Spanish. But it
No,
doesn't.
that's Spaniard Spanish.
No, it's American Spanish. This all it does. It does Spain Spanish. It does Argentinian Spanish. It does Colombian Spanish. It does any kind of language that you want. Even, I mean, we'll try. I mean, here it is in Italian. Just at the push of a button, we would be able to have connectivity or communication between two different people.
What is that?
It's not an app.
Con la semplice pressione di un pulsante, saremmo in grado di avere connettività.
No,
La nostra comunicazione tra due persone diverse.
What is that?
it's a machine.
I need that in my.
It's called a Pocket Talk, so it's very small. It's essentially like Google.
Oh, you bought one?
Yeah, it's essentially. I bought it like 5 years ago, though. So it's. I'm sure there are better versions of it now, but it works off a cell signal. It also works off Wi-Fi, and I really think in some areas where we have communication differences, something like this would be very important for people to be able to discuss. Now we can do it on our phones now, but the phone takes some time, and you also sometimes need to use your phone for other things. In this case, like I don't know Arabic, but I have people in here all the time who speak Arabic. In fact, it happened within the last 24 hours, and I speak to them with this, and it's relatively, I mean, it's very accurate. Every person who I show this to is very impressed by it.
لدي أشخاص هنا يتحدثون العربية طوال الوقت. في الواقع، حدث ذلك خلال 24 ساعة الماضية وأنا أتحدث إليهم بهذا الأمر. إنه أمر عسكري. إنه أمر دقيق للغاية. كل شخص أعرض عليه هذا الأمر يشعر بإعجاب شديد.
So as you see, it works quite well with a variety of different languages. And I'm somebody who thinks that this type of technology will be very beneficial in diplomatic negotiations, particularly in some of the more conflict-ridden areas of the world. And I think it's just a matter of time until we have peace on Earth. It may take 100 years, it may take 1,000 years, but given enough time, world peace is inevitable. And here's why I say this. If you ever study, one of the things that I say at the beginning is that I'm a major proponent of alien disclosure. I personally think that we were seeded here on Earth by another civilization. Essentially, if you want to know what civilization, I believe it's from Zeta Reticuli. And where do I get my information from? Alien abductees, and we can go into all of the facts about surrounding the alien disclosure phenomenon. But what we end up having is the idea that those civilizations have had to have peace on their home planets before they can do exploring outside their home planets. And if you're wondering, well, okay, Rabbi, how are they able to travel? I can tell you, like, Zeta Reticuli is 31 light years away, something like that. And if you're wondering where this is, it's in Orion's belt. So Orion is a constellation that has 3 stars in it. And there are like 2 in a row and 1 a little off center. This also is the essentially similar organization of the pyramids in Mexico, the pyramids in Egypt, and the pyramids in China. They have like 3 almost in a row, but one's a little off, just like these stars. And the way that these civilizations are able to travel such great distances, basically very quickly, is they're able to manipulate physics using an element known as element 115, though there are other elements that you could do this with. Element 115 is one of the elements on the periodic table, and we've known about it since at least the late 1980s from a covert standpoint. But from a surface standpoint, this was discovered at the beginning of the 21st century. Essentially, it's a very radioactive element, but it contains a lot of power. And what you can do is essentially use it to manipulate gravity. So I also talk about anti-gravity, essentially the opposite of gravity. And when you're able to manipulate gravity, you're able to build force fields, and you're also able to manipulate space-time. So what these UFOs do, the discs, is they create essentially a gravity force field around themselves, and they can bend space-time and travel incredibly vast distances, essentially with immediacy, which is an incredibly exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that that's technology that we may be able to utilize from a public standpoint within the next century, but perhaps in the with more advancements, because we already perhaps have some experience with it. If you're wondering, like all of the technology that you see, in my opinion, is reverse engineered alien technology, going back to Roswell, that happened in July of 1947. And this isn't my opinion. These are books that are written from military whistleblowers and experts. And there's a reason why civilization advanced in such an amazing way within the last, let's say, 120 years. At the beginning of the 20th century, we had the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, with basically a very weak, almost, you've seen what the first plane looked like. It's nothing in comparison to a Boeing 747 today. And much of the advancement really took place after World War II in 1947. And very quickly after 1947, you have the founding of the CIA. You have the founding right around the end of World War II of the United Nations. You have the National Security Agency that's founded. All of these, many people's opinions, were founded to be able to keep much of this information classified, and also to give it to the major corporations of the time, people like General Electric, companies like General Electric, Bell Laboratories, companies like IBM, and to essentially reverse engineer this information. And if they were able to reverse engineer it, they would get the patents on it. So these companies then created patents on it. And that's how we get things like the computer transistor. That's how we got things like perhaps night vision. That's how we even got Scotchgard and Teflon. Many of these inventions have mysterious beginnings. And one of the reasons why is because they perhaps were leaked from essentially government contractors. So with that, there are a lot of things that we discussed that I think if the people of the world heard, would be very exciting to people. And I think that it would be quite an interesting opportunity for the world to be able to learn and ask questions, and we'd learn together as a people. So with that, do you guys have any other questions?
I have one more question, and unfortunately after this I will have to go.
That's okay.
But it's not really got much to do with this. I just wanted to know, where did you come up with the name Rabbi Rothschild?
Well, I'm a rabbi, so rabbi means teacher, and my name is Michael Rothschild, so that's my last name.
It was just an interesting name. I was just wondering about the origins of it.
It's my name.
But other than that, this has been an interesting talk, and unfortunately I am going to have to go.
Absolutely. Cultus Bandito, come by whenever you have time. I'd love to follow up with you. And before you go, let me just send you a friend request in Discord so that we have the connection. I'll also send it to Joshua if we're not already friends. And just know that I am not just here to talk about futurology. I'm here to support you. I want to hear about your day some days. I want to hear about the good things that are going in your life, and just want you to know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you, okay?
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Excellent.
And I'll see you next time.
Take care, my friend. Well, there we go.
Oh, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
You got a lot of knowledge.
Thank you, my friend. All right, so I've got to work on these robots. So, my friend, we're listening to a podcast right now. I'm glad to hear that you are feeling well. You sound really good. I want you to know that you sound like you're full of energy. And yeah, feel free to listen to the podcast alongside me. I've got a couple of devices that I need to restart, so just bear with me, and I'm going to take care of that. Okay? Excellent.
How long will
I
that be?
stand accused of what
I
I
mean,
said,
I'll
the
be-
things I've said.
It's a good line.
10,
He's got
I
a
don't know,
few good
maybe-
lines.
30
Yeah.
seconds.
So assertive voice. You're born that way. Which one? What are the other ones?
Analyst. You're an analyst.
And I can tell you're assertive.
Yeah.
What's an analyst voice?
Well, an analyst is close to
Smarter, more thoughtful.
No, as a matter of fact. Look, you ever do a decision tree?
Yeah.
See, you like it too, don't you?
So decision trees, I'm a computer scientist, so I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world.
There's an analyst. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? Unlikely.
Wait, is he more the assertive kind?
He's a natural born assertive. Yeah.
Are all New Yorkers like this? Is this something? in the
Paula, did you
water?
ever get a
That's
chance
the
to
crazy
launch your
thing. I
coin?
mean, there's an affect that a city can have.
No, I'm working on
And,
launching
New York's
Solana.
Northeast, not just New York.
Okay, I think that's
But the
a.
Northeast
I think that's a.
is a little more.
I think that's a good
the
move.
affect of the area, of the
Pardon me.
culture of the
I
area.
still wanna launch my Yoshi,
Individuals still boil down into the three types across the
You
board.
know, it's
What's the
kind
third
of
one?
slow, man.
I
Confident,
gotcha.
smiling, optimistic, hopeful.
How's everything been with
I'm 1000%
traveling?
convinced that the phrase "hope is not a strategy"
Oh, I'm good. I was
is designed
Seattle,
at people's
Washington,
frustration
today.
over a third of the population being
Hanging
accommodators
out.
that are
I get to hang out
hopeful.
more. I was in Las
I
Vegas.
hope this works.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And they're very relationship. On the surface, they're very relationship oriented. They tend to appear to be very positive, and they
Excellent.
are.
What, are you
So
able
it's
to take a
really
little
goes
bit of a
well.
break now?
The idea is you can adopt these three voices.
Yeah.
You can, you can learn them. They're all
I hooked up with
learnable.
somebody else.
The
I'm just
analysts
driving around.
are often mistaken for
sometimes I have a few days
commoners
off.
because, as you said
So
before,
I just go out.
analysts are more introspective, more analytical. They're looking at the systems at work, and if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more deals than they make. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate of the deals. But since they notice stuff and they think about it, they catch on faster than assertives do.
Yeah, how's he doing?
That the pleasant nature of an accommodator contributes strongly.
No
to
way. How old is
And
he?
my daughter
Birthday, Romeo.
is an analyst.
Wow, that's 21 in dog years,
descriptor
right?
we have on an analyst or sass.
Yeah. Is it 21?
You know, an analyst will snipe you from 1,000 yards out in the middle of the night,
Is that
and you
old
never
or
know
young?
what hit you. And
It's
they're
young.
really happy.
Dog years.
It's 21, so it's young.
But how has assertiveness, the assertive voice, served you?
I don't know about you about dog
Poorly.
years.
I
That's
gotcha.
the sort of voice is almost always counterproductive. It feels like getting hit in the face with a ball, and that's almost always
I thought I
counterproductive.
was gonna be
So
leaving
for me
today.
to be
go
more
down to
effective,
LA.
especially in a negotiation, I'll need to slow down and smile.
I heard that Teddy Roosevelt was a good negotiator.
market is really
and that
slow.
She was extremely stubborn.
Oh, yeah, I hear that.
And perhaps the right term for that would be
I'm in
assertive,
some
but he picked his battles. Is there
discords
some
and,
value to holding strong
telegrams
to
and
principles?
everybody's
So
saying that.
I don't even know if that's probably the opposite of empathy. Are there times when you can just be extremely stubborn to your principles to win a
We
negotiation?
do it all the time. We just, we're just nice about it.
Okay, it helps to be nice. You're saying.
Well, yes, because I need you to hear me. And the assertive tone of voice So when we do our training, typically we do an exercise called 60 seconds or she dies. And I play the bad guy bank robber, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is to, I give you the 4 real world constraints, and then you got to try and negotiate me out of the bank. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the assertive voice, which is the commanding voice. It's the voice that all police officers are taught to use in the street. Issued loud and clear commands. You know, to me, I don't feel like I'm attacking you. I just feel like I'm being direct and honest and clear. You, on the other hand, feel attacked. Now, we're doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant has an Apple Watch on. He tells us afterwards that sitting still, not even answering, when he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumped to 170, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. I come at you like I'm fighting you. Your fight flight mechanisms all kick into gear, which clouds your thinking. You're automatically dumber in the moment. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly profitable, I'm agnostic to you being profitable. Listen, you be profitable, well, that's fine. I'm going to make money for me. Me making you dumber will always hurt me. Me making you feel attacked will always hurt me.
So there's never a value in you making me afraid.
There's never a long-term value. That's another thing that Tal Raz, when we write a book, braced me on. Because he said, there's scientific data out there that's called strategic umbrage. Well, there's data. Well, whether or not it's scientific, I would call that into question. But he said, there's studies out there that show that strategic umbrage works. And another thing that I also enjoy, you probably get tired of me saying wonderful things about Andrew. He taught
There's never enough wonderful things to say about the great Andrew Huberman, the host of the Huberman Lab podcast. Everybody should subscribe to. You should talk to Andrew.
You're funnier than he is, though. I'll give you that. He's funny accidentally. He makes me laugh all the time. Not when he's trying to be funny.
He's he's one of the people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist and a really strong communicator and a good human being. And those together don't come often, and it's just nice to see. Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, he sort of taught me how to think about that and studies and science, and also from different books that he's turned me on to. It's really helped me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic umbrage were done, the ones that I've seen that show it's effective. There were simulated negotiations with college students. Now, here's the problem with that. A simulated negotiation with a college students are going to sit down as part of their assignment. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down for 45 minutes, and they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal at all, that they failed. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just a deal, and then they walk away of a pretend situation. So they got no actual real skin in the game. There's no deal on earth. You sit down and come to agreement in 45 minutes and never see each other again because there's the implementation of the deal, even if it's only payment. So the data is flawed based on the way it was collected. It's a highly flawed study. And all data is flawed, as you know, as a scientist. You just got to be aware of what the flaws are and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what do you think? You take a look at the data. There's no such thing as perfect data.
Hey, Rabbi.
Look at the data, see what you think of it. The data that says that strategic umbrage is based on flawed.
I don't know if you're going to believe me.
Can you explain strategic umbrage?
Getting mad, scaring the other side into a deal. Getting mad and using anger strategically.
Okay.
To bully the other side into an agreement.
You want to hear it?
Absolutely. I always want to hear what
It's
you have
nice to
say.
hear in some sense.
If you can give me five,
It's nice to hear that empathy is the right way.
Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. I'm listening. I did.
Oh, okay. All right. So hear me out.
I'm
You
lit.
know these drones
Yeah.
that have been flying around Jersey?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what I'm hearing is that those drones, they've established a beachfront, which is Jersey, and they're going to be giving people radiation.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because these drones came on, like, started coming on steam as soon as Trump won the election. You know what I mean? And the establishment, or whoever, the people that run this world, basically, what I'm hearing is that they're going to slowly just equip people with radiation. Because these are not regular drones that use propellers. They use some kind of propulsion system, but we couldn't mass produce their propulsion system, so we're using radiation. And the companies behind this, they're not American, but they're multinational. And it's like Northrop Grumman, you know, the
Yes, sir.
like Skunk Works.
Yep. Boeing, Lockheed Martin.
They're not American. Yeah, they're not American. They're just multinational conglomerate. They really operate all around the world. And what I'm hearing is that they plan to do a giant attack on Washington, D.C. And I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to use like a tactical nuke or a briefcase kind of nuke or something. But you eliminate, have the date. And I don't think they're really going to eliminate. They're just going to eliminate the structure, if that makes any sense, like the buildings.
Okay.
They're going to eliminate that, and then they're going to get NORAD, which is the Northern
In
Aero Defense.
in Colorado. In Colorado.
NORAD, yeah, like I think they have a few different areas.
Yeah, but the central location is in Colorado.
Yeah, but that's what I'm hearing. So these drones, I can share with you a clip, but I don't know where to send it to you.
You can send it to me in Discord. Just one moment. I'll send you a message.
Okay, give me a second. Because I've been warning people, because I'm traveling in the country, and I'm a little nervous because I don't know. What you may call it. I don't know when this may happen here. Where do you want me to share it?
I sent you a message in Discord.
Oh, okay. I can't believe we weren't friends here.
I know, isn't that something? Well, I have a lot of accounts though. I have a lot of accounts though, so we might have been friends on other accounts, but not that one.
Yeah. But check it out. You got to start sharing this with everybody, though.
Okay.
Because you're my number one go-to guy.
All right. Just one moment. I'll take a look at it.
So the government doesn't want people to shoot these drones down.
That's correct.
They're doing that for a purpose. And the reason why is because they don't want people to find out that these drones are using radioactive technology or something. If you look at the first clip I sent you, it moves really fast, and that's what people have been saying. Like, oh my gosh, it's been moving really quickly, and like no fighter jet, nothing can keep up with it because of what it does.
Okay, let's see here.
It's not a.
The first one that you sent, I've seen that one.
Mm-hmm.
The second
But
one,
what I'm saying is that they have bigger ones.
yeah,
That one's just like.
right. They're like the size of SUVs.
Yeah, or a bus. There was one lady that went on TV. She said it was like a flying bus.
I believe.
But it was moving.
I believe her. I believe it. They seem much bigger than normal.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of people have been thinking like, oh, it's just like a fucking package drone from Amazon or all that. No, these drones are different. They can go underwater. If you ever heard of these drones, these little things that can go underwater.
Like they're called USOs. They're unidentified submersible objects.
Yeah, well, they're the same thing, except what I'm hearing is that they have some kind of I've heard that some people started shooting at the drones, and this like bubble came out of nowhere and kind of ricocheted the bullets off.
Oh, I could see that. That's very interesting. Like
you know what I mean?
Like a force field.
So futuristic, but
like a force field.
See, yeah. So what they did was they reverse engineered the UFOs that were like in Area 51.
Right.
But because we couldn't get that propulsion system that you were talking about, we can't mass produce it. Like they kind of went with something that we have here. The only thing is like our energy sources, which is like we can use radiation or fossil fuels or something. It always leaves a pollutant.
Right.
It's not as clean.
Right.
As maybe what others use. So we always, as humans, we can advance, but we always run into the problem that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they run out of.
Like we always.
They run out of propulsion, or they leave a trail or something.
Yeah, like ours is not as clean. So that's what I'm hearing, but if you listen to the little clips, the government's basically saying like, oh, these things, they have a legal right to fly around because they're not foreign entities.
Right, which is very,
you know what I'm saying?
very, very questionable. Who gives
right.
who
and
gives
if you notice,
who gives them the right? They're telling us keep calm, that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what they are.
Right, but that's the Trojan horse on this. Is that what I'm hearing is like they don't want people to start finding out what's going on sooner than they. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely do.
Because I sent you the clips and you can hear John Kirby, right?
Right?
The
FBI director?
You can hear him talk about it. And here's another one.
Or a spokesperson?
Check this one out. Yeah, check this one out. Because this one says, it says, the link between drone sighting and radioactive material stems from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission's alert about lost medical equipment this month. So, that's what I'm hearing is that they're going to do a mass casualty event where, like, because they don't want Donald Trump in power if he doesn't follow along to the rules, like, they'll take out Washington, D.C., and then they're going to bring in NORAD and basically establish, you know what I mean?
I understand what you're
These
saying.
guys are ready anyways. They're ready to start something else. You can tell by all these wars and shit. Like, these people are, like, anxious to get us. Because they already tried this during COVID. You know what I mean? They tried, but because there was so much pushback with people getting like multiple vaccines, if you notice, and then they started firing nurses and all this bullshit.
Right.
Like all the essential people at the hospitals that didn't want to take it, they were getting fired.
Right. I
So
know.
it was too much of a blowback. Like you can't use that again. You know?
Well, they may
So,
try.
What the? Huh?
They may try.
Yeah. So what is the better what is the better what is the better what can we call it? I listened to another guy. This guy's been spreading the word on it, and he told us all. And I'm gonna share this video with you. But he's a former FBI special agent. His name is John D'Souza. Look, you should stream this now. You're gonna love this stream way better than the one that you're listening to. 100 times more, I guarantee you. You there, Rabbi?
I am. You sent it to me?
Yeah.
All right, just one moment.
I'm telling you, this. I'll sit here and listen again.
Okay, just one moment.
Just gonna get some fruit here.
All right.
Can't have too much of it, but.
Well, our next guest 1 year ago on our show predicted and told the world exactly what was about to happen. A fake alien invasion, massive amounts of drones or alien craft or something were going to be presented to the United States, and we were meant to then go into a panic mode. That was 1 year ago. In fact, watch this. What I want in this situation where they would want to start taking down aircraft, what do you know from your experience in the FBI that they act, this deep state, what do they want?
The end goal is, and this is a long-term psychological operation, as well as physical operation as well. The long-term goal is ultimately to put together this grand operation called fake alien invasion. Now, the only fake part about it is going to be that the alien visitors are involved with this. They're not at all. Everything else is going to be real. The destruction that they bring to our cities is going to be real.
Well, John D'Souza is back, former FBI agent who is really in charge of what became known as the X-Files, more famously when he worked at the FBI, and he's been warning us about this deep state program for a long time, and he's back. John, great to see you. I mean, hate to say, do you feel vindicated? You were saying, and I think it's interesting, when that interview posted, people were like, this is crazy. And now we're seeing it. It's not so crazy anymore, is it?
No, Clayton, and thank you for having me on again. This is a great privilege for me to be back with your audience that are people who are extremely sophisticated in these areas. And that's always a breath of fresh air because, you know, we always speak to people all across the country, and so many of them are asleep, and they're just like, oh, there's drones up. What's happening now? What's going on?
Right.
So it's really good to be here with you, and I'm very relieved. Yes, it's great to see all of my predictions from my book, The Extra-Dimensional, see it all come to fruition and see it all come true. But it's also very, very sad at the same time because we're headed to a mass casualty event is what we're heading to. And so
a mass casualty event. So you believe that we just saw, we saw this morning, New Jersey has now banned drones over the airspace. That just happened just a short time ago. So they're trying to lock down the airspace. I can't believe it took them that long to do that. But you believe we're heading for some sort of a large scale.
You turn me down on whatever one you want.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say good luck to New Jersey.
Right click and you press either turn the volume down or mute one.
I'm calling them LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's a perfect name for them, large super weapon drone, because it immediately states.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living,
what these things are, and how powerful they are, and that they are weapons. They are absolutely weapons. And the federal government that's there right now has no excuse.
We're watching something on these drones.
Treating them.
Feel free to enjoy.
So I think everyone should start calling them LSDs as well. That might help the situation somewhat. So, like I said, I don't think New Jersey is going to be able to keep them out of the airspace. I'm
currently busy at the moment.
Their abilities. We've had jets try to.
You found one though?
Try to track them down. They have the ability to put out electromagnetic pulse to deactivate any drones or even airplanes that go against them. They have the ability to disappear at 3,000 miles an hour. It's incredible the abilities that these things have. So I don't.
And these are deep state program. I mean, is it your contention that these are an off the books deep state program, the advanced aerospace technology that the United States government has and is deploying, or
no? It's not the United States at all. The United States, the Biden administration, is obeying the people who are sending these drones. They are, by standing down our forces. They had to actively tell the military to stand down, no matter what they see in the skies, and not shoot at these things. So the United States is implicated in this, of course, but it's not them as the source of the drones or the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying these drones either. So there's just a tremendous amount is involved in this. But I really wanted to start by telling you, Clayton, all the prophecies and predictions that have led us to this point right now, because the people have to be educated on what is going on exactly, so that they can know how to respond. They can believe also. So I wanted to tell you guys, first of all, that we had a prediction from Cliff High and it's called the Alien Invasion Prediction. And it went like this. I'm sure your audience knows about this, little bits here and there, but I want to tell them the
Yeah, our audience is smart. Yeah,
Right.
our audience
Right.
is smart. They, like, as you mentioned earlier, they are awakened. I would say maybe 80% of our audience is awake. And so
Exactly.
to the 20% of you, there maybe are still fighting this. Okay, buckle up.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, the first prediction was from Cliff High. It's called the Alien Invasion Prediction. In 2009, he used his WebBot software to predict that a president, Donald Trump, would eventually have an interview with Joe Rogan, and that this would occur as a starting point for a countdown when it did occur. And it did occur. And at the time he made this prediction, Joe Rogan was not even very famous at that time. And President
What
Trump,
year was this again?
This was in 2009. 2009. So this was, President Trump was not even anywhere near office at that time. So it's an extraordinary prediction because it was in 2009. And he said that the moment that interview happened, and how he knew that interview would be important, and nobody knows. But through the WebBot software is how he finds these things out. And he found out that in December, and he said 39 days after the trigger event, which was the interview, there would be on December 3rd, there would be UFO wars in the sky. There would be UFOs and wars in the sky. Now, he does not predict events. He predicts what people will be saying about the events. And
So
that was
chatter, sort of online forums and chatter, and that's how his WebBot software was working.
Yes, and it crawls all these things, and it sucks up the predictions from the language that people use, because his contention is that people are all intuitive, much more than they know, and they're already saying what's going to happen in the future without even knowing it. And it worked. It worked because he had 39 days after that interview was December 3rd, just a little while ago. So
we'll
he
play
missed
it maybe
by
tonight.
like a couple of weeks. I don't think
working on a
anybody has any
project
qualms
right
with that. But
right.
But it still started shortly after December 3rd, 2024. So that was an extraordinary prediction. And that's just the first one that relates to this. Now, also, I wanted to say to you guys that in the Bible, in Thessalonians, we have a prediction, an unfulfilled prophecy that says that God shall send upon them a strong delusion so that they should believe a lie. And we had no less a personage than the great Chuck Missler, who is one of the greatest Christian scholars who ever lived. And he always said that passage had to do with a staged alien event. So that was his feeling, and I always followed him.
Do you think that that's what this is right now? This is this that we're seeing. Is it the large scale staged alien event? I mean, we have people all over the country seeing these things. Videos being shared every night that these are not airplanes. Some
Right.
are airplanes, right?
Right.
But some are. You're
Right.
seeing these massive drones that are accelerating at speeds we don't have anything that can do that. Physics, wise, it would tear apart a human being if they were inside a craft like that. Do you believe that this is the event?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, that goes into the next prediction that I wanted to talk to people about, which is the Werner von Braun, who was the head of NASA. He was the head of NASA. I think he was the first one way back in the 40s. But when he was in the 1970s, he died in 1977. But in the 1970s, before he predicted that the world elites, the cabal, they would need to have several worldwide conflicts to control the nations. He said the first one. That he wanted to put into his prediction was the fight of communism against the free world. The free world, communism against the free world, and that would be a worldwide conflict. He was talking about the Cold War, that came later. Then he also said there would also be, then when that peters out, there would be a war between the Islamic world and the Western world, and that came true in the war on terrorism. Okay, but then he said his prediction that is called the last card prediction. It used to be called the last Trump card, but he said that the world powers, the cabal, the Illuminati who control all the nations, he said their last card, when their backs are up against the wall and they don't know what else to do, would be a staged alien invasion. That's how he put it. In 1970s, he told his protege, Carol Ross, that this would occur. And it was said it would be a fake UFO threat from outer space. He said it would be then a buildup of military forces, the what do you call this? The global weapons complex that we have, military industrial complex that we have, would take this wonderful excuse to build up their weaponry all over the world, and then the staged alien false flag event would occur, and that's what he predicted. And he said this would be used to unify the entire world behind the elites, behind the cabal that's working on this. And that's,
well, we know that they want a one world government, so this is not a conspiracy theory at all. Just look at the documents of the 2030 agenda. Look at the World Economic Forum's documents. This is not a conspiracy theory. They put it in their own documents, and they outline in their own documents that it needs a massive event, a Pearl Harbor style event, in order to be enacted. So this isn't, again, conspiracy. It's in their freaking documents.
Right.
I know there are people out there who say, that's just conspiracy theories. You know, as we say on this show, conspiracy theories are just 6 month spoiler alerts. And we've seen that repeatedly now. So as a mass casualty event, I want to kind of circle back to something you said at the beginning. Where does that come into play? Is it being used as sort of a catalyst, or who is going to carry out a mass casualty event in your estimation? What do you think that will look like?
Well, it could be what we call a slow kill situation, slow kill, which really means it would be mass casualty events stretched out over long periods of time. So because that, as we found out during the, I'm trying to be careful how I say things, as we found out during the last pandemic, they found out that if you kill people slowly in large scales, then for the most part, people don't notice it. They don't notice it. And they have, many industries helping them, like the medical industry and others, helping them to put up excuses that, oh no, this isn't because of this particular purpose, it's because of something else. So they learned all of this. So for that reason, this mass casualty event that I'm talking about may not be an all-at-once type event that will be super dramatic so that everyone will be able to say, hey, wait, look at that, what happened? What if it's a slow kill situation where they use what we call dirty radiation type bombs to slowly spread this radiation. And this is a good opportunity to tell people how I get my information and the necessity of corroborating my information with a lot of different sources. And I am involved in a network of many former and current officials in the national security structure, the intelligence structure, which means various different agencies, not just the FBI, but many other various agencies. And what we do is we share rumors. We share rumors and raw data. People who have not been in the intelligence structure don't know that a simple rumor can save many people's lives if it is correctly placed and correctly given to someone. And that we've seen that many, many times. Because when you're not getting real official information that has any value at all, like right now, then all you have is basically rumors and raw data. And you have to be able to place that and reinforce that, and then take those rumors and corroborate them with many other sources. That's how we share information, because that way we can never get in any trouble for sharing, top secret information from files and things like that. We can never be accused of that, and that's because that's all that we share. So, in that vein, I wanted to tell you the last series of predictions, which come from my book, The Extra Dimensionals. And I can tell you right here, for instance, one of my predictions was that we would change calling UFOs to calling them plasma.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Over the past 40, that's crazy, because over the past few days, that's what we're now seeing. They're starting to call them plasmas.
Right. And
holy smokes.
And when I wrote about that, what I did was I said, okay, we need to start. I gave the examples throughout my book of why we need to start calling these things plasmas, because I gave the examples of many UFOs that I have directly observed, and also that many other famous cases, corroborated cases, have observed. And one of the things that I noticed was that the genuine UFOs, when they show up, they're supposedly in these metallic type discs, but in these real cases, you could barely even see any of the metallic quality, because these things were so filled with light. It was a light that had a special quality to it, sort of like gaseous type light, and converting to different forms of energy. And you could barely see the metallic ship underneath all this light. And that was one of the things that really lit up the light bulb for me, that, okay, we need to call these things something else. But here's what I did, and the reason that it's very important to talk about this is because apparently the cabal read my stuff about read the Extra Dimensionals, about the genuine plasmas, the genuine UFOs, because what they did was, one of the things they did was they copied all the qualities of real orbs and plasmas. Now they're creating their own copies of the real UFOs, the real plasmas, and that's what they're doing. When I wrote about that we need to start calling these things plasmas, I actually gave a lot of information, apparently, to the cabal about this. I called the replacement for UFOs, I called them plasmas, and I gave it an acronym as well. I said these are going to be paranormal, living, aura reading, soul printing, mobile aerial scanning. That's a lot of information about these things. In other words, I believe that the genuine UFOs are actually alive. They are conscious. They have no one inside. They are accompanying alien visitors, kind of like as familiars, and carrying out small tasks for them here and there. And some of the tasks are these things: soul printing, aura reading, the ability to record, collect a blueprint of a human soul for later reference, things like that. So apparently I gave them a lot of information that they now use to duplicate these things. And so that's part of the prediction. But of course, the main part of my book, The Extra Dimensionals, is the central thesis is, of course, that alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They're not physical. And that leads directly into the notion that if someone tells you oh, we have these physical UFOs that are real UFOs. They just showed up on the White House lawn, and they're just hanging out. Well, it's a lie because why? Because alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They can maintain physicality for short periods of time. That they can, for a very short period of time. We saw that in the Miami Mall incident from, I think it was like 2 years ago. It's like 2 years ago, where we saw these alien creatures come through this portal, and then they went throughout the mall in Miami and created hysteria and fear, and people shooting at them, and it was crazy. But then some of them actually walked outside the mall. They were observed by law enforcement, but then they disappeared because they can't hold that physicality for very long. So go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just been thinking about this mass casualty event and how this is being used by whom. So you said it's not the United States, it's not the Pentagon. It's this. Is it this sort of global cabal in coordination with something that we simply just don't understand, that's trying to carry this out in order to put in place some sort of a martial law, some sort of a one world government? We know that if the president of the United States is removed, or if there's some sort of an invasion into the United States, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. The head of NORAD becomes basically the de facto United States president under the continuity of government, right? So, and that's well established, right? So if there is an invasion, national security threat, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. Is that what we're seeing here? I mean, I know it seems so crazy to be talking about this, but here we are.
Absolutely, and that is where we are. We're in a situation where they are working with the cabal, and one of the great goals for the cabal is to try to stop the inauguration of Donald Trump. They feel very, very strongly about that, and that's right. what they want to do, and that's why we're seeing all of these drones. And I would like for people to look at a map, because we're all asking these questions. Why? I would like people to look at a map of the East Coast, which I've been staring at for quite a while, and just the upper half of the East Coast, and just look at it in relation to New Jersey. What we know about New Jersey is that it has been a saturation point. These drones and these orbs and the plasmas are showing up all over the world, not just in the United States, but in all the major states and all over the world too. This is a global operation, all right? Even Wernher von Braun didn't predict the scope of this operation, but it's global. But there seems to be a saturation point in New Jersey for some reason. And if you want to see why, go look at that map of the East Coast, the upper half of the East Coast, and you will see that New Jersey is central to many other states that are controlled by the cabal, and that also have gun control, that will probably not be shooting at these drones. That's one of their major concerns. If you saw
the areas of these states, you're not allowed to have weapons, basically. Right?
Pretty much.
That's the point. Yeah.
Pretty much. Officially, you're not supposed to have weapons in New Jersey and in the surrounding states. And guess where those surrounding states, where they end on the bottom, is in Washington, D.C. Okay? And I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate target. And what they're doing is, if you look at that map, it shows that this is a war action that is being taken. Because what they have done is they have chosen as the major saturation point for these drones, for these plasmas, and these orbs, they have chosen New Jersey, which is going to be central to all these states they control, including Washington, D.C., which is not a state, I know, but it's at the bottom of this group of states. And what they have done is they have established a beachhead in New Jersey for them to jump off operations into the surrounding states, including when they're ready to saturate Washington, D.C. They've already had several drones and so forth, because I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate goal for them, and that they very possibly they may be looking for a way to destroy Washington, D.C. And that's what we're looking at, because these,
it's very dangerous. Why are the United States? Why is the United States, or are we not hearing about it? Like scrambling jets and trying to shoot these down, and are we? I haven't really seen too much interaction at all. I've seen just a brief. So why is this not happening?
If you want to see the answer to that, you just have to look to the statement by the Biden administration spokesman the other day. It was yesterday, possibly.
What was it, Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security statement?
Not Mayorkas. The other guy. Mayorkas is just an idiot, and nobody really listens.
Anthony Blinken, or
No, this was the former Navy admiral. The former Navy admiral who's a spokesman for the Biden administration.
Oh, John Kirby. Yeah.
Correct. And he came out with the most insane statement we've ever heard from a politician. He said, we have very carefully examined this. We have looked at it very carefully, and our assessment is that these drones are fully legal and lawful.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement to provide resources using numerous detection methods to better understand their origin. Using very sophisticated electronic detection technologies provided by federal authorities, we have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace. Now, that said,
that's it. That's all he said. So, and he had fear in his eyes, because it's obvious that the main thing he was concerned about is people shooting at these drones. So he was basically saying, if you shoot at these drones, you're going to be arrested. That's what he was getting to. That's the point that he was trying to get across. And the reason why, this is a double trick also. The reason why, I don't think these drones can be shot down. But the problem is, in case somebody does shoot them down, I think he's concerned about a lot of radiation being released from these drones before they're ready to do that. Okay? He doesn't want these drones to be interfered with, because I believe they carry a lot of radiation somehow. We don't even know what their power source is. These drones, their power source could be some kind of fusion for all we know, a fusion reactor of some type, because they don't make noise and they have tremendous special abilities. So I think that's what he's really afraid of, because they don't want any of these drones to release their radiation prematurely before they're ready to get it done. So you see, that's part of the reason I'm talking about this mass casualty event that may not be dramatic, one-shot type event. It may be stretched out over a long period. We have the administration is, instead of protecting the American people, which is not what they're doing at all, instead of doing that, they are planting stories They are planting stories like the stories I heard you reading on the show the other day. We have a nuclear waste material went missing in New Jersey around December 2nd, 2024, and was reported to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The shipping container carrying the material was found damaged and empty. So all of this radioactive material is out there somewhere, and we need to find out why. And then there's another story that's being retread from the intelligence community. It goes around every couple of years, but now it's going around again. It's the mystery concerning the missing nuclear warheads since 1991 in Ukraine. Over 80 nuclear warheads are supposedly have mysteriously vanished, and in 2020, we have had no further developments with these. Nobody knows where they are. This rolls into the story of the suitcase nukes as well that are missing. So the question is, why are they retreading all these stories now? And people in your audience have probably been hearing these stories for years now, but now they decided to retread them all. And at the same time, as we know that they're planting all these stories that the drones are doing things for our good, they're out there and they're actually sniffing for nuclear type weapons that have been planted around the East Coast. Why would they be? And here's how we know that's not true. Because we in the intelligence community, we have many WMD teams at the Energy Department of Energy, at the FBI, at many other intelligence agencies. They are actual fly teams that have the constitutional responsibility to anywhere that there's a weapon of mass destruction possibility. They have to go there and grab those things. And none of these teams have been activated. None of them. So how could
so
that
they know
be
it's a
possible?
lie? Like it's a whole fake story.
Of course, it has to be a lie because we have seen these teams in action before when there have been actual and they travel with blacked out helicopters on the whisper mode that are completely silent. They travel in at night, but they only use cavalry, air cavalry helicopters, and they use them. They fast rope troops in special weapons teams. They fast rope them in. Then they go and they get the radiological device, and they get it. They bring it in a stretcher. They bring it out to the helicopter, and then they get out. And they are ruthless. They are ruthless in doing their duties, and none of these teams have been activated. So how could it be? All of these stories are absolute lies, and it actually adds to the problem of how much can these drones do? I'm sorry, these LSDs. I want people to start calling them LSDs. Large super weapon drones. That's what they really are, and they have many abilities. We just had the New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy just said this. How did we start looking at these drones, and it's like they know we're looking at them, and all their lights shut off, and then they disappear because we're looking at them. So he said, how is that possible? It's almost like they're alive or conscious in some way. It's like it's not even, and yet we
Well, that's
know
being reported in multiple sightings over the past couple of weeks. People interacting with them. One video has gone viral of a woman talking to one of them floating in the sky, and she mentions Jesus Christ. Have you seen this
Yes.
video? And it starts flickering back at her. She says, "Oh, it's unbelievable." So,
and that was very interesting sighting because what the woman missed is that this was a plasma, an orb. It was a plasma orb, and if the orb was upset at the name of Jesus Christ, or the orb loved the name of Jesus Christ, it would give off the exact same signals. It would start terrible oscillating. So she doesn't really know whether that orb liked
Yeah.
what she said or whether it hated what she said, because it's the same. It's the reason that polygraphs don't work. They really don't. They just, all they do is just gauge emotional reaction, but they don't gauge whether someone is telling the truth or not. They just gauge if someone is uncomfortable with a topic. That's it. And you could be uncomfortable with a topic because you hate it or because you love it. So it's the same. It's the same thing that we experienced with this lady who observed this thing. There was another video of, and this is, and I'm trying to put out as much information as I can. There was another video of a person in New Jersey. I don't know how they got this in New Jersey, but they were shooting at one of the drones. It was one of the typical LSDs, the large super weapon drones, and he was shooting at it with tracer rounds, which for people who know are just large caliber bullets, very large caliber bullets that have an incendiary on them so that they light up as they're hitting, so you can see if they hit the target. And this person shot many tracer rounds at this drone, and it looked like most of them missed, but a few of them seemed to connect. But what I saw is that there was this super weapon drone had some kind of shielding, because when the tracer rounds connected, all I saw was a spark, sort of a spark, like there was an invisible shield there, and the LSD took no damage. It just sailed there. It took the bullets. The bullets seemed to be blocked somehow, and then it just kept sailing off on its own. So these drones really are super weapons, and they are incredibly powerful, and that's before you even get into the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying them everywhere that they go. So that's where we are with this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on. And I really liked that 4chan post that you put on from 2022, which was the one that explained exactly what's going to be going on with these drones in 2022. And they actually said these will be radiological attacks. So not necessarily, it could be nukes, could be dirty bombs, radiological attacks, and they will go into permanent lockdowns. What does this remind you of? Permanent lockdowns and medical restrictions that will be obeyed by people. Imagine instead of having to wear a mask, you have to wear an astronaut suit. You know, one of those level 5
hazmat suits. Oh yes. My God, that's what's coming.
And that prediction on 4chan post also said the mainstream media will do the heavy lifting on spreading fear, so that people will say, "Oh yeah, I'll wear that hazmat suit to go out to the supermarket during the lockdown. It's no problem. I have to do it as part of my duty."
Will it be real? I mean, that's the point. Like with COVID, you didn't have like the mask was a sham, of course, right? So will it be real? The media, of course, will push this, and they already are. They're doing their heavy lifting on this. If I don't wear a hazmat suit and I say "F you," I'm not wearing this garbage.
Yeah.
Will I be irradiated?
Yeah, and they will, and because the radiation is going to be real. The aliens are not. The aliens are not real, but everything else, the danger, the destruction, the radiation, and like that post actually said that the MSM, the mainstream media, will show people with radiation burns on their bodies, and they will show people on the news, and they will say, "Look at this. This is why you have to obey the lockdown, and you have to wear the hazmat suit, even to go down to the corner grocery store." And people will obey. People will obey. We saw it during the pandemic. People will obey crazy things when you pump them with enough fear. And that's where we are right now. Another person that made these predictions that I wanted to just point out was Dr. Stephen Greer. Because, again, I always have to take my information and corroborate with many, many, many sources. And Stephen Greer actually said, what's going on right now has been a 75-year strategic plan from the cabal, from the cabal. I'm not sure if he uses the word cabal or something else, but from the cabal unfurling before our eyes right now. And Stephen Greer said these vehicles, they're not from the United States, but if they were, the United States would be using them against other nations, which is absolutely true. We would be. They're only lent to us for a very short period. That's where we are, and so I really respect that Stephen Greer made that prediction, and he's always stuck to it too. He's always stuck to it.
Yeah.
That this, and he called it, but he didn't call it false alien invasion. He called it false disclosure and a false flag. Yes, and so that's where we are. We have so many people predicting the same things. You know, people have to look.
Well, I spoke to a source in September who told me
How you living, Big Jake? Let's go
that
in
he
that
was
door.
led into a specific program, and he gave me the dates when this would happen, that there would be a
No,
fake
what's up?
alien invasion. He told me in September. And he told me the dates that would follow
thank you.
the
We'll just
election.
let you know.
I reported that on the
Documentary.
show. This is not new information. I
Feel free to
reported
enjoy.
that multiple times on the show. And he said that after the election, in the weeks after the election, there would be a fake alien invasion. We have the dates, and he was read into the program. And I reported that at the time. And here we are. And you, on our show a year ago, said this was going to happen. And here we are. So,
yes. And let me anticipate one of your questions that I'm pretty sure I will get at some point, which is who made the LSDs? Who made the orbs and the plasmas that they're doing? And I can give you that answer because this has been corroborated from several people, not just Greer, but also Congress people as well. And what the people who made these orbs, these LSDs, these plasmas, are basically Skunk Works, McDonnell Douglas, DARPA, Raytheon. They basically copied how to make plasmas and orbs, and they created them. They created them, and these are
from alien technology. From
reverse engineered. Yes.
Reverse engineered craft that they have recovered because we have a crash retrieval program, which has now been confirmed by Congress.
Exactly. And so they are but what I want you to know is that these are not American organizations or American companies. People think that they are, but they're not. They work directly for the cabal, and they are providing services to the cabal. That's what they're doing. They're not doing it for the United States, because if they were, the United States would be using these vehicles against our enemies.
And I can confirm what John is saying here from multiple whistleblowers and sources that I've spoken to, who have been involved and witnessed these craft, who were in parts of the United States military, but they were treated like garbage. I mean, they were United States military whistleblowers that I've spoken to who've seen these craft, who've worked on these projects, told me that they were treated like garbage by the sort of cabal that was really in charge. It wasn't the U.S. military. I mean, we think like the U.S. military was up here. No. They were like really low on the ladder, and that's been confirmed to us here on the show as well.
That sounds
Well, John,
right. That sounds absolutely right.
So, but I'll get you out of here on this, John. I mean, what do we do next? How can we stop this? I mean, how can we prepare for this? I mean, this is happening before our eyes. I just don't see this disappearing. I don't see this like going away unless we can have a mass awareness event where we can all call attention to this and call BS on this.
Oh, absolutely. And here's a question that I see you give. You're always interested in motivation. So you always say why? Why is the deep state cabal doing this? What is the reason? Okay. And one of the things I have is that I'm a big movie buff, and I find that sometimes it's easier to illustrate things to people, especially with movies that everyone has seen. And now here's where we are. There was a movie called Star Wars Episode 2, The Attack of the Clones. All right? It was in 2002. And the whole point of the movie was to show how Senator Palpatine, who is trying to become the Emperor, how Senator Palpatine has been developing a giant army of clones, and supposedly he's developing them to serve the Republic. Now, there's a scene in there where he actually decides to reveal his army to someone, and they thought it would be, 1,000, 2,000. He shows that he has 100,000 of these clones, and then he says, and they all serve me personally, and that's why I'm going to be the emperor now. Senator Palpatine, interestingly, he looks just like George Soros, and it's very predictive. It's a very predictive model, because then he says, and when I have clones, which sounds very much like drones, when I have all these clones, they do not have free will. They will obey my orders. They will obey my orders. They will commit any war crime without a thought, because they will follow my orders. They don't really have free will. They are clones. And that's kind of the same thing with the drones as well. The Cabal has finally come up with a way to be able to use these drones that have no free will. They will follow any order, and they will do anything that they can. And so we are in the moment where the Cabal is declaring, look at my army. This is my army I have, and I'm going to use this army against you. That's where we are. That's what we're trying to do. And they're going to use it to try to stop Donald Trump from being inaugurated.
Welcome.
That's where that is the big why. The big why of why they are doing this. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. And
yeah, I mean, they clearly don't want him in power for what money he's going to be taking out of their pockets, a multi-billion-dollar industry that he'll be taking out of their pockets. They've tried to assassinate him. I don't think it's all about Trump, of course, but I think it's definitely a part, this massive cabal, the Agenda 2030, all of these big pieces that he threw a total wrench into the works by being elected once again.
Another individual that has confirmed many of the things that I've been working on is a person named Gordon Chang. He's a CCP dissident. He's an expert in U.S.-China relations, and he's just a brilliant guy. And as of yesterday, he's been putting out a lot of articles and a lot of different publications. And what he said is, we have to look at the common patterns with what just happened, the spy balloon crisis, where the Biden government followed the same protocols that they're following right now. And this was definitely from China. And then Gordon Chang tends to see all cabal activities as being from China. That's just how he is. He's a big commentator in a lot of conservative think tanks. But what's
I've
really
interviewed many times back in my days on Fox News. Yeah.
Yeah, he's terrific. But one of the ways that he surprised us in these last few days is that he didn't say these drones, these orbs, these plasmas are from China. He said, which what we all thought he was going to say, he said, this is from a collection of America's enemies all working together to do this. Basically, it was just another name for the cabal. And that's what he says. So that was very surprising to me. He's a great thinker, and people should see him. Also, another person that I have seen, I saw yesterday, who is just another brilliant person, is while most scientists are trying to muddy the waters, the majority of scientists just will say whatever their sponsors tell them to say. But I saw this one great scientist yesterday named Ashton Forbes. He's a plasma technology expert. Have you spoken to him before? Have you had him on the show? But
yeah, we've done a deep dive with Ashton here on the show on MH370, and actually we have a big interview with him coming up in just about a week or so on a lot of these plasma technologies and zero-point energy technology. He's a good friend of the show. Yeah.
Excellent, because the shocker that he said yesterday, he was on Next News Network yesterday, and the shocker that he gave us was he said, "Oh yeah, our intelligence tech community has been able to create plasmas and orbs for years now. For years now, those plasmas and orbs are definitely created by our military-industrial complex tech division." And he says that's absolutely true, and that's a shocker to hear a scientist that you can trust, and that was instead of while all the other scientists are trying to get us to say this ridiculous word plasmoid, which is absolutely ridiculous. Plasmoid doesn't mean it means natural phenomena like ball lightning. That's not what these things are. It's a complete distraction, and it's a confusion of the language. They're using MSM to also amplify that, and they're trying to get people to say plasmoid. Well, I want people to say LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's what they should be saying, and plasmas and orbs, because that's what we're facing. So that's Ashton Forbes had a great little piece of this puzzle, and it was great that he actually put that forward. So yeah, and so just to I can tell you what your question was. What are the remedies and measures we can go to right now? And I'll tell you. Number one, stay away, because we're right now in life-saving mode. We're just trying to save as many people as we can. Number one, stay away from these LSDs, the large super weapon drones. No shooting at them, because you could release radiological materials if you shoot at them. It's possible. That's why they're very concerned about that. Stay away from them. I have a lot of people who are now observing the drones with military night vision hardware, and that's fine because they see a lot of them and they're going nuts in the air, but they're very far away. If these LSDs come over your house, though, get away from them, because we're going to be seeing people. We already have people who have symptoms of radiation sickness. Who we do? Observed, yes, they're out there. It's just anecdotal, but they are out there, and they have said they have symptoms of radiation type sickness, and not the severe ones, but they have the mild ones, and so that is happening. And so stay away from the LSDs. Number one. Number two, also stay away from the plasmas and orbs, because they are also man-made, and they could be making people disappear sometime soon. Also, the plasmas and orbs appear to have shape-shifting abilities too, so that they can change into it looks like fixed wing aircraft. It looks like they can change into UAP type vehicles as well. So just be aware of all that too. Also, number three, I would probably skip the inauguration at Washington, D.C. of Donald Trump. Even if the tickets are free. Like a lot of people telling me, hey, the tickets are free. We're going to... no,
yeah.
Don't go.
No, I know. I've been invited as well. I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of terrifying. I mean, I'd love to be there. I'd love to see it, but
no, don't do it. And
don't give him.
Yeah, and number four, of course, don't listen to anything the U.S. government tells you. When they start telling you shelter in place, we have lockdowns now. Wear that astronaut suit. It's for your own good. Instead of just a mask. Just don't listen to anything the government says right now. And we have to keep listening to Donald Trump to see what he says. He's being very, very limited on this. He's very limited. I mean, so far, he's only said like 2 sentences about this. And it was just basically to basically command the Biden administration to say something to the people. Because he said, you guys know what these things are. You're refusing to tell anybody. You have to say something. And they did. That's when they came out with that statement.
Yeah.
From what's his face?
That nothing burger, John Kirby's nothing burger statement. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I think we should do, Kenny. And I think you should not go to the inauguration. I'm sorry. Just don't do it. I honestly don't think Donald Trump is going to the inauguration either. I think he's going to have an alternate site set up and ready, and he's going to do whatever he has to do there instead. Because I don't think they're going to be able to save Washington, D.C. at this point. I just don't think so.
What is happening in this world? I mean, my God.
It's
Unbelievable.
gonna get
John,
worse.
I know. It's so hard to even wrap my head around it. I'm going to go, after the show, have a conversation with my family and be like, you're not going to believe what I just taught, the conversation I just had. But like I said, you were right last year when you said this would happen, and here we are, and you've written all about it. And now and multiple other people had also predicted, and I had dates certain when this would actually happen, and they nailed it to the letter. So, conspiracy theories be damned. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually happening.
Yeah, because the last thing we need to do is we need to continue to do the motto of what is called expose, defeat, deter. Expose, defeat, deter. In other words, we have to keep talking about this. We have to keep telling each other, no matter if we get ridiculed, no matter if the New York Times says that we're idiots or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or CNN comes after us, it doesn't matter. We have to keep on exposing this so that can be a part of the solution ultimately. So that's what we're looking at, Clayton. That's part of it. But I have more if I get a chance to tell you later.
Well, this is a lot for us to swallow today, John. So let us digest this, and we'll be this next month is going to be one of the craziest periods I think in American history, up until whatever happens with Trump on the 20th. So we'll be watching it closely, John. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. Thanks for sharing your sources on this and all this information as always. John D'Souza, everyone. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks so much, Clayton. Great being with you and with your audience.
Very interesting, Apollo 13.
Yes, sir. I got to share the news with you. I shared the articles to corroborate what John Kennedy was saying.
Right.
Not that it works every time, just it works
Well, I
more than
appreciate
anything
that.
else.
What is the technique of mirroring? There's a lot of cool stuff in your book. They just kind of jump around. What's mirroring?
Mirroring is like,
Can I ask you a few questions, though?
it's one of the most fun
Sure,
skills
go
because
ahead.
it's the simplest to execute. You just repeat 1 to 3-ish words of what somebody said. Usually the last
I
one.
got to mute this one. Or lower it down a little bit.
I stopped it. Go ahead.
Oh, what is your opinion on this?
I don't have one. I don't know what they are. I wish I could tell you.
No, but
I had some inside information. I really
about
don't.
what?
I don't know what they are.
No, I feel it. I'm just saying, like,
If I had to
about,
guess, I would say that they're otherworldly, but I don't know. The reason why I say that is they don't leave a heat signature, and they move at very fast speeds, like faster than anything that humans have been able to create. So if anything, I think they may have some type of extraterrestrial origin, but I don't know for sure. They very well could be something else.
no, I feel it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I just wanted your opinion if you thought, like, what you thought about the information.
Right. I wish I could tell you I had a really good opinion on what they are, but I just have no idea what they are.
What happens if what he's saying becomes true, though? What would you say? You'd be like, damn, all the Filipinos on January. Today's 2nd or the 3rd?
Today is the 2nd. Well, you'll get credit for it, my man. You'd get credit for it.
I don't even want credit. That's not what I want. I just hope it doesn't become true, because what he's saying is going to be a mass casualty event over time, and
it's going to give people radiation, which nobody wants that, right?
Word, dog.
So, but that's all, Rabbi. I just wanted to take on it.
I wish I had a good answer for you, but I don't.
But share this info though with others.
Word, dog.
Still there?
Yep, right here, man.
Oh.
I'm just working on these robots, making sure that they're working correctly. I created them, and I have to make sure that they work, and I have to reprogram them if they don't. They seem to be working pretty well, but you never know.
You play any video games?
Yeah, we play them at night usually. I have some guys who come in and we play miniature golf.
You don't have like Call of Duty or nothing, do you?
No, I don't play anything like that. I'd like to, but like basically you need some high-powered computers or consoles and things, and I don't have those.
You ever thought about getting a console?
Yep.
Gotta get you one, man.
Yeah, I focus on my stream and networking and such, and I feel like if I get into games too much, I will just be a gamer, and that's not what I want to be.
But I think it'll add to your stream, right? Because it's entertainment, and people will tune in. Like right now, I'm playing Call of Duty, right? I was playing Call of Duty while listening to you.
Sure.
And the audio, so I've just been gaming since this.
Very cool. Yeah, I understand. And I anticipate I might be one of the world's biggest gamers someday. But as of right now, I have to focus on this. I mean, if I have people who come in and we talk to them, and if I'm in the middle of the game, I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, see ya, go away. And I don't want to be like that. I want to be personable and inviting the people. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you're in the middle of a game, then I'm like, okay, well, hold on, wait till this game's over, or wait till I'm done with this. And you have to focus on a game.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
What I found about it is the people that really like mirroring love it because it's so simple and so effortless and invisible. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like, I'm not a high IQ guy. I'm average dude. I like to think that I can learn. And EQ, emotional intelligence, is a skill you can build, and I'm always working on building it. But a lot of really regular average people will go like, mirroring, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. And I don't know why they don't like it. But when I find somebody that loves to mirror, I'll always ask them, how'd you score on IQ? And typically their IQ is pretty high. Now, I don't know why that combination attracts people to mirroring, because there's 9 skills, 8 from hostage negotiation, and the 9th really was tone of voice, and we just defined that as a skill. And each one is different and focuses on different components of the conversation. And a lot of people don't like the mirror. They find it so awkward. Like, I don't particularly I'm not particularly strong in mirroring. I got to do it intentionally. I'm good at labeling.
But does it almost always work?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it feels maybe awkward, but it's true. There's got to be ways to signal that you're truly listening.
That's part of
it. I think you can do body language. You can, yeah. There's a lot of ways to signal that, but mirroring is probably just this trivial little hack.
It kind of is.
You know what? There's a situation that I had a conversation with Stephen Godkin. He's this historian, and he would say my name a lot throughout the conversation. He would be like, "Well, you have to understand, Lex, is that and for some reason that was making me feel really good." I was like, he cares about me, and I wonder if that key, if everyone has that key, that could be name. Just using people's name could be powerful.
Using the name is really context driven. It can be extremely powerful with someone who's genuine, and it comes across in their demeanor, and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage you, as opposed to exploit you. And the people that are really into exploiting will also do the same thing.
So you have to be, you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiters, manipulators use, because it might signal to others that this person is trying to trick you.
Got to be very conscious. Yeah.
What's labeling that you mentioned? The thing you like?
But I said earlier the whole progression from you sound angry to this is probably going to make you angry to I know you're angry. Labeling is hanging a label on an emotion or an affect, and then just calling it out.
Is that almost always good? Because could it be a source of frustration when a person is being angry and you kind of put a label on it? Call out the elephant. Is it possible that will lead to escalation of that feeling versus a resolution?
Well, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm pointing out like that blatantly obvious, like if I say, look, I need you to get up and go down to the bank and make the deposit. Let's say I'm talking to somebody who works in my company. I need you to get on the phone with this person and make the appointment. And they go, sounds like you want me to talk to this person. Yeah. That would be annoying. If it's just so absurdly obvious that there's no insight in your label at all. And as soon as you're demonstrating an awareness or a subtlety or an insight, either to you or to them, now we're making progress. So the only time a label could ever potentially be counterproductive is like if you weren't actually listening and the label indicates that you're not listening. I'm teaching at USC and I'm teaching labels, and one of the kids in the class, he just wants to take the skills and make his deals and just hustle them, and he's just looking for a hustle. So he writes up a paper about, he goes, there's some malls, I think it was by Palm Springs or someplace, some outlet malls, a lot of people go to buy suits. So he goes in there and he immediately starts the bargaining that my book teaches with no empathy. And he's like, throws a price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And he throws another price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And then he says to the guy behind the counter, sounds like we can make a deal. Like, no, it doesn't. I just shot down everything that you just said. If anything, it sounds like we're never going to make a deal. But he tried to use this label for manipulation. Now, the guy didn't get mad on the other side. It's like, clearly this dude is not listening.
And at the core of everything, you have a bunch of almost like hacks, like techniques you can use, but at the core of it is empathy. At the core of it is empathy, yeah. That's the main thing. You can be able to just sit there and listen.
And perceive. Yeah, look for insights.
You know what? I like silence. Where you're both sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's a moment, the silence makes you kind of zoom out, realize you're in this together. As opposed to playing a game,
some kind of like chess game of negotiation. You're in it together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence, and like if I'll ask a question and just let the other person sit there in silence before they answer, or vice versa. They ask me a question, I sit there in silence. That's a big, feels like a big intimate thing.
Yes. And the other two types, until they've experienced that, are afraid. And what I'm actually going to do is, for whatever reason, I'm really comfortable with silence. I think because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's a king of dynamic silence. Like he coaches people. He says, "You go silent, count thousands to yourself. Don't stop till you run out of numbers."
It's a good line. He's also good. Full of good lines.
He is. That he is. And so there's so much to it. But the other two types are natural wiring against it, right? Until they've experienced it. And your gut instinct, intuition's giving you data once you've experienced it. But your amygdala is kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated than that. Until you've experienced it. So accommodators, hope-based. How do they signal fury? The silent fury. So when you go silent, they're scared to death you're furious. Because that's how they indicate it. The assertive thinks to use the analyst went silent because you wanted to talk some more. When in point of fact, you're thinking or, and I love your description, the feeling of intimacy in silence and experiencing the moment, because I'm actually going to factor that into trying to get, the accommodators love shared intimacy. They would love to experience it. And I can see that being very compelling, them be willing to cross that chasm and experience silence and see how it works for them.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, which is why it's intimate. Because you start thinking, what's the other person thinking? We're actually going to do this? Are we going to sit here for 10 seconds and count? I mean, there's tricks to it, I guess, that Brendan says, is to just count it out and realize through data that there's intimacy to it. I had a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing, so he couldn't, the doctor said he can't talk for a week, just to heal the voice.
Yeah.
The vocal cords. But he hung out with other people, with friends, and didn't talk to them. He just hung out, and he said it was really intimate. They both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's a wake-up call. It's a thing to try, maybe, with people in your life. Just hang out and don't say anything. Like, as an experiment. Don't say anything the entire day. But spend
We're trying. Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting. I haven't tried it myself. It seems it's kind of like a silent retreat, but more active as part of like regular everyday life. Anyway, is there other interesting techniques we can talk about here? So, for example, creating the illusion of control.
Yeah, it's principally, by asking what and how questions. Because people love to tell others what to do or how to do. It does a lot. That was really the way when the book was first written, that we really thought about what and how questions. It's giving the other side the illusion of control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, it wears people down. Deep thinking can be exhausting.
And you want, so what's the role of exhaustion in negotiation? Is that ultimately what?
You got to be careful with that. Some people exhaust intentionally. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's, John Domenico Pico, is the UN hostage negotiators that got all the Western hostages out of Beirut in the 80s. And he wrote a book called Man Without a Gun. And I'm acquainted with John. At this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiation is exhausting the other side. Political negotiations, that could be John, who was very deferential. He was in the middle of, in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish, every negotiation involving warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus. He was in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in him as a Westerner, a representative of the UN. Got all the Westerners out of Beirut, and he was just ridiculously patient. And which the other side found exhausting, would often find exhausting.
So exhaustion can't be a component of finding resolution and negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative emotions, often exhaustion will tamp down negative emotions. Getting the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of the way, because you're dumb in a negative frame of mind.
So the goal is always positive emotion, as you talk about. That's what you're always chasing together.
I think so. Yeah.
And that's what that's right is about.
Yes.
Like whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry you're triggering in your brain, like yeah, we're doing good here.
Yeah, I think so. Long-term success, absolutely.
How's the word fair used and abused? The F-bomb, as you call it.
All right,
How's it used and abused?
Take care, Apollo. Come back soon.
It's most frequently used as a weapon.
Thanks for sharing the information. I appreciate it.
As a point of manipulation.
No problem.
It's what
Take care,
people
buddy.
say when they feel backed into a corner and they can't come up with any legitimate reason as to why they're being backed into a corner. Like nobody uses the word the F-bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria to back them up. So consequently, when somebody starts dropping it, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it, but they feel defensive. And it saying, "Hey, look, I've given you a fair offer," is a way for me to knock you off your game if you're not aware. So a lot of cutthroat negotiators are going to use it on you to knock you off your game. The NFL strike probably now, it's been a good 10 years ago. And maybe even longer than that. One of the sticking points was the owners were not opening their books to the players. Players wanted to see them. And in order to not open their books, they just sent a rep to held a press conference saying, "We've given the players a fair offer." Well, if it was fair, you'd open the books. Yeah. If you gave them a fair offer and it was justified by what was in your books, you'd open them to prove your point. So what ends up happening, though, that the owners gave the players a fair offer starts to get picked up in the media. And then it starts getting repeated. And now that different people on the players' side are going like, yeah, maybe they have given us a fair offer. It caused people to be insecure about their own position. It's an enormously powerful word that can be used in abuse. And it almost always comes up in every negotiation. It's shocking the number of times it comes up with people who don't really understand how or why it's coming up.
Usually it's a signal of a not a good place in negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person is using the word as a means of getting what they want, then either accidentally or on purpose, either in their gut or they know they got a bad position, or their gut is afraid that they are. Do I use the word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I've treated you fairly. And if any given point in time you think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop me. And we're going to address it.
Big, ridiculous question, but how do you close the deal? How do you take the negotiation to its end? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agreed upon implementation to really move out of the negotiation. And I may say, how do you want to proceed? And if you don't know, I might say, no warranty question. Is it a ridiculous idea if I share with you some ideas of how to proceed?
And then you agree on the actual steps, and that's the implementation. It's not just the philosophical agreement. It's actual steps.
The big problem in all negotiations is a lack of discussion of the next steps.
That's deep. Who's the best negotiator you've ever met?
Yeah, actually, probably my son, Brandon.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's ridiculously talented. I mean, he's ridiculously talented. And he's, and what was it? Coyle's book, The Talent Code, says that, people just noticed it and started getting good at it. There's no such thing as a child prodigy. Just got interested when they were a kid. I mean, Brandon started learning how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it, since he can make complete sentences, even before he can make complete sentences. He's ridiculously talented.
What's his future? What's he want to do?
He has been involved. He run and built my company, and now he's gonna be an affiliated licensee, run his own operation. He's pretty much gonna end up doing very much. It's gonna open his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants, and not have his dad say no.
And do a better job than his dad.
Most likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you see some of the techniques that you talk about as manipulative?
Manipulation is whether or not I'm trying to exploit you, hurt you. Am I trying to manipulate a bank robber into letting me save his life? Yeah. So manipulation is like, what am I trying to do to you?
Yeah. So, but you don't see the negative connotation. If you're trying to bring a better future, it's not manipulation.
It's not. If I'm trying to bring a better future, if I'm being genuine and honest, like I compliment you.
Yeah.
If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like, but if I think, you got on a pair of shoes that are the dumbest looking things I've ever seen, and I go, wow, those are great shoes. No, that's manipulation.
So there's guys like Warren Buffett who are big on integrity and honesty. What's the role of lying effective?
Lying is just a bad idea. Lying is just a bad idea for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's a really good chance the other side is a better liar than you are. They're going to spot it right off the bat.
Yeah.
Secondly, they could be luring you into a trap to see if you will lie. Thirdly, the chances are they're going to find out that you lied to them eventually is really high. And then the penalties and the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had in the first place.
So long term, you want to have a reputation of somebody with integrity, and the more you lie, the harder it is to maintain that reputation.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just going to get on.
Yeah. So we can just return to that question. What's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we, because I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now and just conversation on podcasts and so on is different than negotiation. It feels like the purpose is different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. But it feels like the goals are different. Or no?
Really close, fine line. I mean, I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than to have an interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions that you were asking me and what interests you. And then also your description of silence and the power of silence, something I'm going to take away as a learning point and help learn to teach others. But I didn't come in here, I suppose the negotiation is when we're both aware of a problem we're trying to solve.
Right, there's no problem in the room.
Right.
To solve, except maybe like the human condition and
insight, wisdom,
insight,
learning.
How do you train to become better in negotiating? In business, in life?
Yeah, just small stakes practice for high stakes results. I mean, decide what kind of negotiating resonates with you. I mean,
what's that mean? Small stakes practice for high stakes. Small stakes. So small little incremental picking up girls at a bar, or what are we talking about?
Well, it can't be. For some people, that's high stakes practice. Well, labeling mirrors. What are the basic tools of great negotiation? Labeling mirror, paraphrasing summary. So you start labeling a mirror people that you just have in regular interactions, just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's affect or how accurate your read is, to get better at it. And so, label the lifter, or the grocery store clerk, or the person behind the airline counter at the airport.
So putting a label on their affect.
Or throwing something at them that, because negotiation is a perishable skill. Emotional intelligence is perishable. So seeing if you can indicate that you understand their label. One of my favorite labels to throw out on somebody, which, maybe re-level, I might look at somebody who looks distressed and I'll go, tough day. So several years ago, I'm at the counter at LAX. Well, I'm waiting in the line to get to the counter. And a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I don't approach. And she looks, and so like, you know when you're next in line and they're making sure that you don't meet eyes. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so they're having a bad day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, tough day. And she kind of snaps around. And she goes, no, how can I help you? And goes out of her way to help me. Now I'm practicing, but I also know it made her feel better. It relieves some of the stress. So now I'm going through TSA. I want to look for people who are having a tough day.
It's a good place to find.
It's a good place to find and practice. And I'm rolling through the line, and I realize I haven't tossed a label out on any one of these guys. And there's this guy watching the bags come out of the X-ray machine. And he's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day? And he kind of goes, I can see from his body language, like, no. And I go, just another day, huh? And he goes, yeah, just another day. And, he felt seen, but I missed, and I'm practicing. And I'm trying to stay sharp. So these are the
few words. With just a few words, you're trying to quickly localize the affect. And
nice.
On it.
Very, very, very analytically said. Thank you. I'm not letting it go.
I love it. Does the same apply to just conversation in general? Just how to get better at conversation. I think a lot of people struggle. They have insecurities. They have anxiety about conversation. As funny as it's to say, I have a lot of anxiety about conversation. Is that it basically do the same kind of practice some of the techniques?
Yeah, genuine. Just trying to make sure you heard somebody out.
Yeah. What's the best conversation you've ever been in? Except this one, of course.
Wow.
What I mean, not the best conversation, but what stands out to you as conversation that changed you as a person, maybe?
Well, there's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, but one that I remember on a regular basis. There's two. But when I was in the bureau, I'm at Quantico. I'm there for in service. There's another guy from New York, buddy of mine named Lionel, and we're both trying to decide whether or not we want to try to get into profiling or negotiation, because they're both about human dynamics, and both of us really like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he labels me. And I knew he didn't know what he was doing. I think he had picked it up. And I'd been talking about my family, quite a few things. And he said to me, and I never said this directly, that we were close. But he said to me, it sounds like your family's really close. And I can remember in the moment, like this feeling, just like I felt great in the moment. I mean, what he said just drew together everything that I'd been saying and nailed the essence of it. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in a moment. So a couple years later, I'm on a suicide hotline. Now I got this line in the back of my head. Line, technique, reaction, read, whatever you want to call it. Guy calls in on the hotline, and I could tell the dude is rattled by his tone of voice. I mean, just amped up. And he goes, I'm just trying to put a lid on the day. I need your help putting a lid on the day. I got to put a lid on the day. And I go, you sound anxious. And he goes, yeah. And he came down a little bit, and he was a guy that was telling me about it. He was battling the disease of paranoia. And he's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. And he knew that on the car trip, he was going to, twist himself into knots. And so the night before, he's twisting himself into knots. And he's laying out everything that he's done to try to beat paranoia and how much his family's helping. And he's going on a car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see a doctor. And so I hit him with the same thing that my buddy Lionel said. I said, sounds like your family's close. He goes, yeah, we are close. And he leveled out a little bit more. And then he started ticking off all the things that he was doing to try to beat paranoia. And he sounded determined. And so I said, you sound determined. And he goes, yeah, I am determined. It'll be fun tomorrow. Thanks. And that was all I said. So those two conversations, which are overlapping conversations, those two things really stick out in my mind.
Do those things, like through all the different negotiations and conversations you've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same. And so you can start to pick little phrases here and there you've heard from others, little experiences. They were all about, like, we all want to be close with other human beings. We all want love. I think we're all deeply lonely inside. We're looking for connection. We're just, if we're honest about it. And so all humans have all the same different components of what makes them tick. So do you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being?
Yeah, there aren't that many different things that we're looking for understanding on or connection on or satisfaction on. There just aren't that many of them, regardless. And so, yeah, you're looking for it to manifest itself in some form or another, and you're willing to take a guess on whether or not that's what you're seeing here.
What advice would you give to me to be better at these conversations? To me and to other people that do kind of interviews and podcasts and so on.
Wow.
Because I really care about empathy as well. Is there kind of, as a lifelong journey in this process?
Yeah, well, I think I would advise you to take that approach, which is the approach that you're taking. You care about it. You're very curious about it. You see it as a lifelong journey. You're fascinated by it. You enjoy learning about it. And you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey, as opposed to, this is what if I can acquire this, then I can manipulate people.
I mean, I fall in love with people I talk to. There's a kind of deep connection. It lingers with you, especially when I'm preparing. The more material there is in a person, the more you get to fall in love with them ahead of time. You get to really understand, not understand, but what I mean by fall in love is appreciate, but also become deeply curious. That's what I mean by fall in love. Like,
yeah,
you appreciate the things you know, but you start to see, like Alice in Wonderland, you start to see that there's all this cool stuff you can learn if you keep interacting with them. And then when you show up and you actually meet, you realize it's like more and more and more and more. It's like in physics. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. And it's really exciting. And then it could also be heartbreaking because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye, I hate goodbyes. I hate goodbyes.
Saves time, right?
Yeah. It reminds me that I'm going to die one day. Like, things end. Good things end. It sucks. But then it makes the moment more delicious, that you do get to spend together.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to, I completely forgot. I wanted to ask you about this. The 7, 38, 55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there all truth to it? That 7% of our message is conveyed from the words used, 38% from the tone of voice, and 55% from body language. Is there really truth to that?
All right. So Albert Mehrabian, I think is the name of the UCLA professor, that originally proposed a 738-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it wasn't the message, but how much he called it liking. Like, are you not that you're the meaning is coming across, but you're liking of the message, and so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me to this meaning of the meaning in 738-55 from liking to the meaning. What I've seen regularly is people that communicate verbally, if they're speakers. Tony Robbins, 738-55 guy. He throws the ratio out there. Go, that's it exactly. That's exactly how the message comes across. This is how we got to balance it. This is how we got to do it. Those that communicate principally in writing, the meaning of the words are much more important to them. So they're deeply uncomfortable with 7 being the words. Because the content, the words, the meaning of the words. When you're writing, it's so important that you hate to poo-poo it that way. So I first of all, 1,000% believe it's an accurate ratio. But the real critical issue is not what the ratio of those 3 things are. It's what's the message when they're out of line. Like, what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words? Like, it don't matter what your ratio is. You got a problem if their tone does not match their words.
And that's hard to really put a measure on exactly. Even in writing, there's a tone. I mean, it's not just, even in writing, it's not just the words. There's the words, but there's like a style underneath the whole thing.
Right.
And there's something like body language, the presentation of the whole thing. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of constraint mediums of communication, which writing is, or voice, like Clubhouse. There's a personality to a human being when you just hear their voice. Like, it's not just, you could say it's the tone of voice, but you can, like, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. Like, when I'm listening to somebody, I'm imagining some amorphous being, right, doing things. When they get angry, I'm imagining anger. I don't know what exactly I'm visualizing.
Yeah, well, and so you made me think of a funny story because we were talking about your buddy Elon before. Yeah. And I told you, about, that I'd interacted with some of the senior executives. So I know that they love working with him, and I think he's an interesting guy, and they realize that he can be funny, and he jokes around. Yeah. So they're telling me, they're on this conference call, just words, and a guy on the end of the line says something, that was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they said they're on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fired." And then everybody in the room with him can see that he's joking. Yeah. But the person on the other side can't, and they all go, "Wait! They can't see your look on your face right now. You got to stop, because the guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't realize you're joking." So there was, there were the words and the tone of voice, but it lacked the visual to go with it.
Nevertheless, it was probably funny.
I'm sure it was very funny.
Maybe not to him. Just as interesting to ask, I don't know if you're following along the developments of large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. There's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots. Essentially, they can talk, and they're becoming more and more human-like.
Right.
Do you think it's possible in the future that AI will be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, so definition of better or versus less flawed. Like their chatbots have been out there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us because they were doing a negotiation chatbot. And they said 2 things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? I said, well, in point of fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching, quote, the Harvard methodology. And, the rational approach to negotiation just doesn't work. The rational approach just does not work. Our chatbots are not getting anywhere. But we're showing in around about 80% of the interactions a higher success outcome with these chatbots. And they showed me what they were doing, and it was still a lot deeply flawed emotional intelligence-wise, But the reason why that they were having higher success rates is the chatbots were never in a bad mood. And you could reach out for a chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you were talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you're going to have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability of a chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success rate.
Yeah, and they're not going to get mad and argue with you. You say to a chatbot, your price is too high. Chatbot is designed to come back with a smiley.
Yeah.
You say to a person, your price is too high. You go, how dare you? I'm trying to make a living. They're going to go off the deep end.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots are going now, they will come back negative because they're becoming more and more human-like. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the Turing test, you have to be negative. You have to be an asshole. You have to have boundaries. You have to be insecure. You have to have some uncertainty.
Well, it's the difference between having boundaries and being negative. Like if you throw a proposal to me, before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work for me. I'm going to set up a real clear boundary without being negative. So, and a lot of people really struggle with setting boundaries without being negative, without name calling, without indignation, without getting upset.
But see, when you show that you're not getting upset, I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, but chooses not to get upset. And a chatbot has to demonstrate that. So it's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, sort of like vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." No, it's basically you have to. The chatbot has to be able to be mean and choose not to be.
Interesting. I don't know.
Maybe
I'd be willing to see that play out and see how it plays out.
But I guess what I'm saying is to be a good negotiator, you have to have the capacity to be a bad person and choose not.
Really?
To. I think so.
I think you just got to have the capacity to set a boundary and stick to it.
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of their own demons. Because if you say you don't have any demons, if you don't have any flaws, I can't trust you.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lie, right? So somebody's lying.
Right.
It gets back to lie.
Yes. So you have to have a self-awareness about that, but to be able to control it, demonstrate the able to control it. I mean, this is humans. I just think humans, intelligent, effective humans, are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet, and they're moving in that direction. So it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. And that's what AI systems do, is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes humans special? Any discipline. What is it that makes humans special? Chess and Go, games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at now. What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What does it make them effective at something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? So doing things that we take for granted, like making yourself a cup of coffee, is exceptionally difficult for robots.
Yeah.
Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much common sense reasoning built in, just about how gravity works, about how objects move, what kind of objects there are in the world. It's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial.
Right.
Because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running into things and we learn about that. And so AI systems help us understand what is it that makes humans really, what is the wisdom we have in our heads. And negotiation to me is super interesting because negotiation is not, it's about business, it's about geopolitics, it's about running government, It's basically negotiating the different policies, different bills and programs and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. That seems like AI in the future could be better at that. But maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other and yell at each other on Twitter. Maybe you have to have the red and the blue teams that yell at each other in the process of figuring out what is true. Maybe AI systems will not be able to do that and figure out the full mess of human civilization.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the two thoughts that I had along the way was, I mean, anytime you're talking about systems or scaling, you know, you're talking, my belief is chatbot systems, things that don't require decision making, just following the instructions. At least 80% of what's going on. Now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require the human interaction and what's required? Like I am not pro conflict, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of conflict. Reading interviews of Bono, U2, you know, their admiration for some of the Beatles' best music came when they were fighting with each other. And the song One, Octoon, which is, I believe, from the album Octoon Baby. Those guys were fighting. I mean, they were on the verge of breaking up. And their appreciation that conflict could create something beautiful. And then when I was in the crisis negotiation unit, you know, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy that named Vince, brilliant dude, brilliant negotiator. And he and I used to argue all the time. And then when we had a change in the guy who was in charge, took me off to the side. He's like, you know, I can't take you and Vince fighting all the time. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think we're coming up with much better stuff as a result of our battles. And he said, you know, Vince said the same thing to me. And I'm like, so if we don't have a problem fighting, why do you have a problem? But, you know, there is something there that sometimes the most difficult insights, you rack your brains as to why someone is so dug in on something that you think is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. I think there's something to it.
There's something about conflict, even drama, that might be a feature, not a bug of our society.
I think.
Do you think there will always be war in the world?
Yeah.
So there will always be a need for negotiators and negotiating.
Well, as it turns out.
Why do you think there will always be war? What's your intuition about human nature there?
Yeah, just because we're basically 75% negative, and then, for lack of a better term, I call it 2 lines of code. Like somewhere when we were little, somebody planted in 2 lines into our head. We don't know when it got in, but somebody said something to us that stuck. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little. And just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards, did they ever have an epiphany moment when they genuinely believe they can get themselves out of it? Like, what is it? One of Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do you get at that 2 lines of code that either mean or well-intentioned, but stupidly speaking, adult said to you at the wrong moment and planted in your brain? Like, how the chances of everybody on earth getting that out, even the majority of people on earth getting it out of their heads is really small.
What advice would you give to a young person today about how to have a career they could be proud of, or a life? Maybe somebody in high school, college, trying to figure out their way in this world.
Yeah, it's probably a take on a cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideals and pursue your ideals and stick to them when it costs you, Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Mogill, runs this Operation Crisp video in Atlanta. In one of his talks, he would say, core values are what you stick to that cost you money. It's not a value that really matters to you unless it's costing you. And stick to your values. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at, the number one core mission of the FBI is protect and defend the American people. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow the rules. You don't have time to do both.
What did you know you found what you love? When did you fall in love with whatever this process is that is negotiating?
I think it was in a conversation on the suicide hotline that I was telling you about earlier with the guy who was paranoid. When I thought I can have that significant of an impact on another human being in this short of a period of time. That's really cool.
How hard is it to talk somebody off the ledge? So this is a big question. And why the hell live at all? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, and also practical conversation with somebody and convince them they should stick around?
Well, it's more clearing the clutter in their head. And let them make up their own mind. That was what volunteering on Suicide Island was really about. Just let me see how quickly I can clear out the clutter in your head. If you're willing to have it cleared out. Like, did you call here because you're actually looking for help, or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to clear the clutter in your head? Not everybody is.
So once you clear up the clutter, is at least somewhat hopeful chance that you'll continue for another day?
Yeah. And like, if you step back, like, very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. Like, most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically human beings. They're struggling with emotional stuff. But it's an emotional issue. It's not a physical issue. So if you would be a complete mercenary, like a guy I'm a very big fan of, a guy named Mark Paul, born great athlete, lost his eyesight and then became paralyzed. Like, he's an emotional leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great lives. Like, Mark's was born, he was a spectacular athlete. And first he lost his sight in one eye, then he lost his sight in the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic experience. Like, if there was ever a dude that was saying, like, living sucks, and if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Mark's about being alive and inspiring other people. So the hard part with navigating with somebody who's tossing it in because there's a chemical imbalance, or it's the way they're interpreting the world. There's clutter in their head. Like, how can you help clear that clutter in their head
and help them by themselves, inspire them to reinterpret that world?
Yeah,
as one worth living in.
Yeah.
What do you think is the meaning of life?
Why
live? What's the good reason?
Well, I have very strong religious beliefs. Spiritual. I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, I'd be a Christian. And I have tremendous respect for the Jewish. I don't think any religion's got it named exactly. Again, I keep mentioning I'm kind of a Bono Christian. I think he's like what, and I'm gonna butcher it, but my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity leaves the room. The dogma of man's application of spiritual beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life is a gift, and there's a purpose here, and for my creator decided that I woke up in the morning because he still had some cool, interesting things for me to do.
And you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that day.
Yeah.
Well, you do one heck of a good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today, for just being empathic. Honestly, you're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and to talk to you. This was really awesome, Chris.
My pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Voss. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you?
All right, let's see what we got here. I'll pull up the chat. Hopefully everyone is doing all right. I am Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. And we'll give people a minute to file in. And today we're going to talk about how to keep talking. A crazy thing in the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leadership, when is this going to be over? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they've gotten everything they can. Now, dissecting that statement, you're talking about they feed.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. Can you hear me? We're watching a Joe Rogan Experience. Nothing else important is going on in the entire world right now, except Joe Rogan and you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. Oh, fuck you. I didn't want to talk with you. Nothing. I wanted to do less than speak with that motherfucker right now. It's over, baby. That's about it. Let's see. Tastes like sugar. Why isn't there a watermelon bowl? That'd be a sick ass bowl. All the bowls should be fruits and stuff. Stop them. That should be the biggest bowl. Like the championship should be the one. Hey, how are you? I would bet the house on this. I would bet the house on this. The $3 in my bank account, I would have bet. I would have bet everything I own, which isn't a lot. I would have bet everything. Oh man, I would have bet it all. This is that. No fucking way. You still got that risk. That's my boy. Come down, bitch. So big as me. Interesting. Interesting. What happens when this happens? Come on. There we go. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Well, Governor Perry, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship and how you guys know each other? And...
I had a public service career in the state of Kentucky, and the last stint of it involved my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. Within that role, I designed for what, by lack of a better term, was the Kentucky Advocate Initiative. The state had received $842 million in settlements that will be paid out over the next 15 years by opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. And as the Kentucky Ibogaine Project was developed and executed, I was introduced to Governor Perry as someone who was a believer and advocate in the medicine. He and I developed a professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video to give a testimonial about the immense potential around the development of Ibogaine. And he also was so wonderfully helpful as to procure an op-ed in Newsweek magazine in October of last year, endorsing the initiative. He has been a tremendous supporter, mentor, and I am privileged to call him my friend.
And Governor, how did you get involved in this?
It's kind of a long story, so we got the time. If you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll just take you back. 2006, my wife made me go on vacation, which I don't necessarily do very good because I have a little bit of ADHD, and vacations are sitting on the beach. Someplace that's not high on my list of good things to do. But anyway, I went with her, and she took me to Coronado Island and the Hotel Del, which was a fascinatingly interesting place. But my security detail went out early, and they were stopped there, I think, on Orange, and Orange Drive, the little breakfast nook, and they walked in where they were supposed to meet the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy. And they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. They went over, introduced themselves, and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." And this kid happened to be a JTAC with SEAL Team 5, who was a former, or was an F-18 driver who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center, I'd love to give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour. And he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camis, and that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finish it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is. And I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked them to go have dinner with us that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you.
How are you, Aspen?
And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Wing came up, and we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, "Look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me," right? Which I would I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we had known each other in those days, I said, "Hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me." Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the governor's mansion, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that they're not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Red Wing, and that's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother, Morgan, I might add. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. Jake Elsey is now a member of Congress. So incredible small world for me that started totally by the grace of God of meeting these boys in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin, said, "Hey, saw your son, you doing all right? If I can ever help you, let me know." Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, "There's a young man down here who said you told him the next time he's through Austin, Texas, come by and see you, and he's here." I said, "That's hilarious." I said, "What's his name?" And Marcus Luttrell. I said, "Yeah, I told him that. We'll send him in." That was in May of 07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left. And that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sitting at Joe Rogan's table, talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get his health care joke was at the VA. And he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA and have that done, no offense. But I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston. I talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celtex. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 when it came out, and it went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, knew his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. And I call Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I knew him through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. And I said, this kid is a legit American hero. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of him. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE, of which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that and doing it. It just took the sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a governor, a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know a governor, don't have anybody to help. And that's why I've spent however many years, that's been 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we could help these young men and women. Back in 07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes now. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if you are living in a great home, if you're in a mansion and your mind's not where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person in a beautiful home. But I become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound Ibogaine, Ibogaine, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job and our job is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I've made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this, conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine that literally the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue with the data. We'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who was an epileptic. And she said, the only thing that we can give our son that's relieved him of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down to me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be for, I know, I may not agree on this. I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick Doblin. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the works that he did at MAPS I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this, that Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape in all of that I just talked about, but that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from an absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen and why we as society need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help out there. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that can be affected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure, in the next couple hours.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run, and that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain.
Yeah.
And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I don't.
It was Hunter S. Thompson.
You give.
No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. When McGovern was running for president, when during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine. Then he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, he called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the Dick. I mean, he literally decided to tank this guy's political career by making up a rumor about him.
People really believe that Muskie was eating ibogaine. I never said he was. I said there was a rumor in Milwaukee that he was, which was true. I started the rumor in Milwaukee.
Finally said, well, you made it all out.
I couldn't believe people really believe that Muskie was eating ibogaine.
Yeah, it's just repeating itself over and over. But yeah, it's in the Gonzo, the documentary. It goes into it in depth. He just decided that the guy was a big phony, and so he made up this story about the guy being addicted to ibogaine, of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Now, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be, and that it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither of those.
Right.
I mean, clearly evidence, as a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, ibogaine would be the top of the list, most likely.
Yes, but yet it's Schedule 1. Yeah.
And I think for the purpose of educating the public, we go back and understand the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, swept them all up, and put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies, using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned by that. And that's a giant problem particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demands that they face, and the trials that they face when they return, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of addictions. It's overwhelming, and they don't get any support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your landscape.
You look at you look at the history of how I got there, and I grew up on a dryland cotton farm, about as conservative a part of the world as you could be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with, because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s and in the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis no notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years, your brain on drugs, just say no to drugs. I mean, and on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like Ibogaine, and it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see, is there some good that can come out of this? And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for Ibogaine to be used for, clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet we're sitting here with 20 plus veterans a day killing themselves. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound appropriately used and appropriately overseen can absolutely change lives and save lives. And for me to be able to know that and then still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Nolan Williams, individuals who may come into this administration at some very high levels that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity. We've been given this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue of any sense of the imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario, Schedule 2, even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials done so that people who have questions about it, those can be answered and they can see the data. We'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford that is just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. Like, when was that?
Brian, you want to hit that one, or you want me to take it?
I don't mind to take it. In 2018.
Brian, pull that microphone up to your face a little bit. There you go.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right. In 2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus Capone had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, finally from war, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called Ibogaine. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martin Polanco, who operated a clinical operation called Mission Within. Amber, as a last shot at saving her family, sent him to Mexico to receive Ibogaine treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends at the verge of suicide, they began just as a friend group to put money together
to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form VETS, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to the Ambio Clinic south of Tijuana to receive Ibogaine treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study out of Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Nolan Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Ibogaine treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of a battery of psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any? To explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans who had been on the verge of suicide, who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed an array of habituating pharmacology which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology were not just back to what they could remember being before they experienced their trauma, but had been liberated from that pharmacology. The results of that study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Ibogaine has been revealed to have significant neurodegenerative properties that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no current effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew and thickened in size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive functioning grew in size. The average reversal of brain age among this cohort of 30 veterans was 1.5 years, with the top 5 among that cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, there are individuals who live offshore from the United States who are using Ibogaine to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Perry and I had the privilege of spending some time with a researcher who is based out of the University of Zurich in Switzerland. This researcher has developed a protocol for the treatment of Parkinson's symptoms with Ibogaine. We had the privilege of visiting with one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient. We were shown a video whereby this individual had developed Parkinson's disease at the age of 41. It had advanced so aggressively that by age 51, this gentleman was completely bedfast. As a last result, he underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted electrodes which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glioneurotropic growth factor, which essentially stimulates the dopamine receptors to produce dopamine, the absence of which is implicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And while this gentleman was no longer bedfast, he was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video that we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk, and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country in which he lives because it is legal, and he was at the end of his rope. He underwent a 4-week course of upward titration with low-dose Ibogaine that did not produce a psychoactive experience. And at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as a normal human being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he rode his bike every day now. I mean, I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video. I get it. It's anecdotal. But for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen, what we've learned about how Ibogaine. Now, the treatments down in Mexico are flood doses. This was a microdosing that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point of this is exactly why we, as the United States, and with our medical, capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trials so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, for traumatic brain injury. I mean, I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthroughs because of this compound, Ibogaine.
Dr. Williams has said, and I agree, that Ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of that Stanford study were published in a top 5 medical research journal called Nature Medicine on January 5th, 2024. An organization called the Brain and Behavioral Research Foundation named that study as its number 2 study in terms of neuropharmacology in the world for the year 2024. I have become convinced that any system which maintains Ibogaine's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be tore apart brick by brick.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is that how little was known about it until just basically a decade or so ago. It started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard about it from people. My friend Ed Clay was the first person I heard about it. He became addicted to pills. He had a back injury. And he started talking about it. He went to Mexico, got treated, and then he wound up opening up a center in Mexico. And since then, I've known quite a few veterans, mostly veterans, that they've been led there by other veterans, guys who've gotten help or new friends that have gotten help that way and sent them down there. And every single one of them that I've known that have come back from there has had a miraculous result. It's almost like too good to promise. It's like when you're talking about it, people are like, there's so many people probably listening to this that are at the end of their rope. And they're hearing this like, oh, come on, don't get my hopes up for this miraculous thing. Because nothing miraculous works.
If it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true.
Right.
But I would have said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to DC to work at the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers or the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States, our national labs have. And we have some partnerships with different universities, the University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Manley, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain for traumatic brain injury, and they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with this plant medicine was through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having. And it kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. And I was like, Morgan, you need to be careful with that now. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about Ibogaine for the first time. It was in probably late 2017, early 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work, and why does it work? Then it's led to this study. Dr. Nolan Williams, PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Brian just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury. Some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of the 30 had tried to kill themselves. I mean, this was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88%, Joe, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan within a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. I mean, this is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason that this country needs to put this into place so that we can clinically trial it at various and sundry places across this country, at the VA, at some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
You know, and it takes someone like you. It takes a Republican, straight-laced guy who was a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's going to open up a lot of people's eyes.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, hey, Governor, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, use of psychedelics. What are you doing? He said, you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really, really careful with this. What are you doing? And I told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand it. But I said 2 things. Number one, I have spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people. I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this and to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what I've seen is true, and that what I've studied and what I've gone down and really put my arms around. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward with it. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe, and I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think, when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated and have publicly talked about that they have been to Mexico and they've been treated. Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful stuff.
It's powerful stuff. Yeah. Do you know Sean Ryan?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience, and obviously veteran, Navy SEAL.
Yep.
Podcaster. Yep. Huge podcaster. There's so many stories. It's too much to ignore, and it's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for them. But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, was put on a Schedule 1 list, And because of that, we can't look at it and consider it as a treatment option.
It's interesting what you just said, how we mistreated our veterans.
Yes.
And I think this is really important. And Brian saw it firsthand over in Kentucky. I mean, you think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center in the burn center down there in 2005 when kids started coming back from IED blast and they were burned, they're traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there and kids from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was an opioid. And our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opioids and patting these kids on the butt and saying, you know, we'll see you. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who got wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol. And we're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why Billy and Bobby killed themselves. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid 2000s as we were at the, you know, we've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long a period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, you know, all the way to the to prehistoric times. You know, we fought wars for short periods of time, then we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into America's history and the Revolutionary War and then the Civil War. You know, my grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then then you go through up into World War I, spend a little bit more time in combat, World War II, and we started seeing people who were affected, what we call it, shell shock, in World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a little period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always, their hormone levels, are through the roof, because they're always on, head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the, with the shawl on, does it have a, explosive in it? I mean, always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, is through the roof. And that's, these kids are all a bunch of guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them. And our government's failed. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track with the federal government, with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, could you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Lotsoff, whose widow, Norma, is still living in New York City. He was part of an underground subculture in the early 60s known as the Yippies. And Howard came into contact with Ibogaine in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what would occur. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard, along with a guy by the name of Stanley Glick, a gentleman by the name of Dana Beal, joined also by a guy by the name of Dr. Kenneth Albert, were the original pioneers who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action was not understood and is still not understood. What is known is that the opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival chemicals. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts. The drive to eat, the drive to drink, the drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce a dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals, as the opioid epidemic has played out in this country, with the detonation of OxyContin in the Appalachian Mountains in 1996, for years we look at this problem as one of profound moral failure by those who found themselves trapped in addiction. What I learned in my roles in government was that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of a profound neurochemical brain injury expressed by the shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. Ibogaine has the unique ability to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supportive dose. Wow. It is extraordinary, especially when we consider the outcomes that are produced by our existing treatment system. Addiction currently, you have two pathways. One is abstinence only, and the other is what's called medication for opioid use disorder, or what I refer to as opioid maintenance treatment. Outcomes associated with abstinence treatment are essentially a rate of success of 7%. And the reason for that is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. Ibogaine shortens that to 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but is concrete and real. One other thing is important to mention about its physiological properties. Ibogaine can produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only known substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy, the prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no more compelling circumstance to demand the accelerated development of this therapeutic than the current reality of drug dependency and death in America. The risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies Ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is Torsades syndrome. If an individual is given Ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop their heart and they will die. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with a background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver the administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to know is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the co-administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico, I've had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is Ambio, south of Tijuana, and the other is called Beyond, and it is in Cancun.
B-E-O-N.
B-E-O-N-D.
B-E-O-N-D.
Yes, sir. Both of those clinics utilize the co-administration of magnesium in order to prevent the development of torsades. I explain all this to say to your audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to order Ibogaine online for self-administration. Do not free venture out into the world looking for any old clinic. Be very careful and selective. There are informational websites. One is maintained by a lady by the name of Juliana Mulligan called Intervision Ibogaine, which has a list of providers. As I said, I have been to both Ambio and Beyond. They are clinical operations that adhere to the absolute best, highest standards of safety. And you want to make sure, if you have a family member, that you're sending them to a place that recognizes that Ibogaine is the very best possible beginning that you can give an individual to restore their lives.
I'm working on a project, my friend. I hope you're having a good day.
Associated with addiction. You want to make sure that the clinical staff is comprised of highly credentialed physicians, nurses with intensive care
robots
and certification
that I'm making for Twitch, and
advancement of this particular medication.
I just have to program them.
Also have experience with it. It needs to be delivered within a supportive therapeutic environment, whereby you are within a community that is connected to your humanity, where you have the ability to receive services that heal your mind, your body, and most importantly, your soul.
Okay, yeah.
And it can actually be
that's
done.
disgusting.
It sounds so crazy that this is illegal, and it sounds so crazy that this is so beneficial, and that it's taken so long. That here we are in 2024. You know,
thank you
all
for
the 54
broadening
years
my
after all this stuff
lexicon.
is made illegal, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of this political decision. Essentially,
How are things in your neck of the woods? Everything good?
Is it all right if I talk about how I came to learn?
Please.
I'm going to have to start at the beginning, and I will try to be as economical with the use of words as possible.
Oh, well, I don't celebrate Christmas, but tonight's the last night of Hanukkah. It has been thus far pretty good. I'm doing my best to kind of catch up on sleep. It's been I've been up pretty late recently, and yeah, overall,
my grandfathers were both grade school
my
educated.
family sends me a card, and
third grade.
yeah,
My mother's
they're very
father stopped
nice.
attending school in the 6th. Both of them are underground at the age of 16, and that's where they spent 40 years. Of
No,
their lives.
I don't know. You don't know.
My
I don't
family
normally do that.
has been
They know that
generationally devastated
I'm very poor because I'm not employed. So
effects
I don't have the ability to just
substance abuse,
buy them
as
things.
well as untreated
When I
mental
was
illness.
employed, I
It has
certainly did.
blighted us for as
But
long as anyone
as of right
can
now,
remember. This is the
I don't have the
environment
money to
in
buy
which my parents
gifts for them.
grew up. They married early.
Yeah.
My first memories as a child were of screaming, cussing, and chaos. I can remember my grandfathers who lived incredibly difficult lives. My mother's father was one of
Sure.
16.
Well, I had savings,
parachutes given to him once a year.
and
My
I sold
father's
my
father was
car,
one of 11. Neither
and
one of them
then,
had a full set of
like
fingers.
this summer,
You could
I
hear
worked
my
on a
dad's
couple
dad
projects for some
breathe.
cryptocurrencies,
50 feet
and they
away,
paid very well.
combined
So I
effects
made
of black
thousands
lung
of dollars doing
and
that.
tuberculosis
And
that he
if I have
contracted in
to,
the coal camp in
like
which
probably
my
this
father
spring,
was
I'll have to
raised.
do another project or two
When I was a young boy and I
to
would
make
go and
enough
visit
money.
him,
And my rent's
each of them
about
separately and
$1,000 a month.
independently would at
So,
some
well, it
point
is
pull me
$1,000 a
aside
month. And
and
then,
they would say,
you know, I've got food costs and
"I
stuff, but I do my
noticed
best to
that you're
keep
scared
my
and that you're anxious,
any kind of
but you need to know
bills
a couple
down.
things.
So, like, I don't have
Number one,
Netflix,
God
and
loves
I,
you.
you know, don't do
Number
Hulu,
two,
and I
and most
don't need car insurance
God
anymore.
loves you.
And
You have a special
so overall,
unique purpose
each
to
month,
achieve with your life that has
my
been handed
costs
to you
are
from
about
on high. And no
between like
matter how
$1,300
smart you
and
can,
$1,500.
no matter how rough
And
you think things are, if you will have faith that God
so
will
I
take
just have
care
to
of
plan
you,
that out.
you're going to come
And usually
through
I can do a
just fine.
project for
If my
anywhere
grandfathers
between
had not provided me in those very
$2,000
early
to up
years
to like $120,000. And
from that early chaos, the stability
that just allows me to
of their
live.
love
And
and an affirmation of their spiritual of my spiritual significance. The chances are, if I were alive
considered
at all, I certainly would not be sitting
working
here.
full time again,
I would be
just
looking
because
at people
it
like
wears
Martin
on you
Perry
just not
and
being
people who
able
have
to,
jobs like I
you know,
once
afford a
did wonder
car and all
what
the
they were
other
gonna
things
do
that I
to
like
pull
to
me
do.
out of
But
the ditch.
this takes
I
up a
went
lot of my
to
life,
school
the live streaming
at
and
a
the
time
programming of
when
the
Ronald
bots and
Reagan was
entertaining
president.
people, not necessarily
And
entertaining
just
people,
like
people
the
coming in,
duckling to the duck,
talking to them about my project.
he was my North Star.
So I
as to
haven't
what
had to be
America
put
was
in
all
that
about.
position, but I consider
I had
it.
a
I
very
consider going back
idealized version
into the
of
workforce, at least like
history and
working
sex
remotely.
education delivered to me by
But
grade school teachers who had come of age
as of
during
right now, I
World
at least
War
have a
II, or ladies
few more
who
months
had been trained
that I
by
can
those
do this.
teachers.
I have
Coming
a
out
few
of a
months of
working class
savings, and
family, my dad was a installer
I
for
buy
a telephone company and a lineman for
a
40
little bit
years.
of cannabis every
He
now
had
and
some
then,
struggles with
and
alcohol when I was
just gets
very
me
young,
by.
but he,
And
through iron
I
will, overcame. And today
don't
he
have,
is one of my absolute
fortunately, like any
best
major
and good friends
medical
in this life.
issues. I don't need any.
I was raised, along with my brother,
I don't
to
need
recognize
any
the benchmarks of success as becoming either a doctor or a lawyer.
like
I could
medicines,
but much good by
and I
way
don't
of
have any
math or
major doctor
science,
bills,
but I
so
could write and talk
that's
a
good.
bit.
And
And I
when it
was
comes to my
also taught that
glasses, like
law
that's a
was
little
the
bit of a
way in
cost
which
that I
you
have
could
to do every
defend
year.
truth, justice, in the American way. So with blue-eyed
And
optimism,
I'm trying
I
to think of
went
what
to
my
undergrad
other
and had a
major
wonderful
bills
time.
are.
And then I went to law school. And
That's
by the
about
end
it.
of that
I mean, like I
first
filed my
semester, with the
taxes,
acquisition of
and
significant student loan debt,
oh,
all of
not
those
this year, but like
gooey-eyed
last year,
notions had
and
been crushed and destroyed before my very eyes.
like I
At
didn't
the
make a
end
whole
of
lot
the
of money,
three-year
so
legal
I
education
didn't have to
process,
necessarily pay
I
anything in
came to know and
taxes.
to understand
But yeah,
that
generally
law
I'm
has
able to work
nothing to do
projects,
with
and
any of those things that I
sometimes
was raised
people
to
in
believe.
cryptocurrencies ask me to
That law is
do
often
projects for
nothing
them, nothing major, but
oftentimes than the tyrant's
you know, a
will,
few $100 here or
and
there
always so
doesn't
when
hurt.
it is used to produce predetermined, manipulated outcomes in the hands
Absolutely.
of judges who drive results based on their own individual biases, predilections, and preferences. Because I owed such debt, my first job was to just get a job, and I found myself with an accidental career practicing workers' compensation.
I like this guy's voice.
I had the privilege of being mentored by a lady named Mary Kay Williams for 1 year. She had managed to achieve partnership with the law firm at which we worked together. But in May of 2002, tragically at the age of 33, she died as a result of a fall from her attic at her home after a Memorial Day party. The next day I went into the office. The senior partner called me in and said, "There's no easy time to have this discussion, so we're going to have it now." There is a 300 case caseload that Mary Kay handled. The bulk of those cases belong to Walmart stores. They are a significant client to this law firm. I don't know you, but you are one of the few associates minutes of which she had glowing things to say. I need you to get in there and get your hands around their caseload and anchor this client to this firm. That touched off what was a 16-year legal career practicing workers' compensation law across Kentucky in the years which coincided with the onset and explosion of the opioid epidemic out of central and southern Appalachia. I traveled from one end of the state to the other, representing Walmart, Tyson Foods, and Tennessee Valley Authority, practicing thousands of cases over the course of those years. I can remember taking the deposition of a particular individual who I would describe as representative of the dynamics of the opioid epidemic. This person was usually a middle-aged woman, somewhere between the ages of 45 and 70.
That's my
She
range.
would have worked tirelessly her entire life, usually in eastern Kentucky, working in low-skilled, low-wage jobs, convenience stores, Family Dollars, Walmarts, and she worked hard and she worked